FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Precise Men's Medical Center, Cleveland's leader in men's health to restore your sex life in just one visit. Call 216-201-9992. It's not a great defensive effort by the Cavaliers last night. End up losing to the Magic, 128-122. Donovan Mitchell with 25 points, but just 9-24 shooting. Now the Cavs get their defensive mojo back.
Just little nuances, little details that ultimately, over time, as they accumulate, it's tough. But we'll get there. We'll figure it out and understanding where we need to be in our spots.
Cavs going to be off tonight. Continue the road trip tomorrow night down in Dallas as they will take on the Mavericks. Browns punter Corey Bojorquez indicated last night that he was returning to Cleveland this morning. Mary Kay Cabot at Cleveland.com reports that the punter is going to re-sign with the Browns today. Bojorquez, who had 91 punts, the most in the NFL all of last season, averaged 46 yards a kick. After an off day on Wednesday, Guardians continue Cactus League play this. In fact, they're going to be in action tonight in Goodyear. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Slade Ciccone is going to get the start. So far this spring, he's 1-1, a 3.12 ERA. A guy swinging a hot bat right now is Stephen Kwan. He's got a pair of two-run homers and an RBI double over the past two games. Mid-American Conference men's quarterfinals happening today at Rocket Arena. The first game coming up at 11 o'clock. Number one seed Miami at 31-0 takes on UMass. It's going to be followed by Toledo and Bowling Green. Then later on today, Akron facing Buffalo, and Kent State goes up against Ohio. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Mary Kay, as I look at the coaching staff getting filled out, head coach, never done this before, OC, never done it before, DC, never done it before, and special teams coach, never did it before at those levels. So with all of that said, what do you think of the coaching staff?
Well, I do think the thing to remember about the staff that Todd has put together is that he brought over some of his key assistants from the Baltimore Ravens, and they ran a very explosive offense over there for the last three seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Another day without another quarterback. At least so far. But you never know, Andy.
You do not really believe they're signing a quarterback.
You never
today.
know, Andy.
Did you really wake up this morning thinking they're going to sign a quarterback?
Somebody's coming in, pal. They keep telling us somebody's coming in.
Yeah.
So somebody's coming in.
Yeah.
Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. The guy without the razor today is Andy Baskin.
That's true.
I'm telling you, you need to just grow the beard.
It's playoff beard, baby.
You just need to grow the beard.
Playoff beard.
I want you to know.
Yes.
I want you to know.
Yeah.
Andy.
Jeff.
How happy I am for you.
Thank you. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Very exciting day.
He apparently is back. Andy's greatest buddy ever, Corey Bojorquez, apparently coming back to the Browns.
Let me just say it's a great day.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. You know, there are some days if you're going to stand on the soapbox and root for one person, I root for the punter. That's who I am. Long snappers and punters. I should start a union for those guys. The Long Snapper and Punter Association, or
I'm just really happy for you.
The International Brotherhood of Punters and Long Snappers. Yes. Hang on, what are the letters?
I was going to say, you're going to put those letters together. I hope they don't spell anything nasty.
Yeah, I was worried about that too.
You never know. That's how you get yourself in trouble. Winging stuff live on the air. Woo. That's how you get. Is it you okay?
No, it's Never mind. I'll tell you in the break. Never mind.
All right. See, you got yourself in trouble.
I almost got myself in trouble. I don't want to get anybody else in trouble. Just say there's an odor of cologne over here. How's that sound?
Is there really?
Yeah, from the previous show. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds...
Just hit me.
Well, that's really interesting then. How
Thank
about
you.
that?
Yes.
Did not really realize that.
A lot of information to share with people that can't actually see other than those good folks that are watching.
We're going to talk to our buddy Daryl Ryder about the Browns coming up at noon. Cavaliers yesterday. Okay, you lost a road game.
Yeah.
In Orlando against a team you could play in the first round. It's okay.
Bane.
Yeah, Desmond Bain stuff. Sam Amico from hoopswire.com is going to join us at 11 o'clock. But the Browns apparently bringing back Corey Bojorquez.
Yeah.
Andy, I'm really happy.
We had somebody calling the other day that like his existence was on getting rid of Corey, and I'm like, what? Well, I kicked in junior high school. Even before it was middle school and it was junior high school, I used to kick there, and I was the king of the coffin corner, and I used to put it there no other sixth grader could put it in the coffin corner. So I understand the essence of punting and how important that is. And, obviously Corey's ability to get it in the coffin corner, I just don't know. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys heard what the new did you guys listen to the new special teams coordinator? He was saying that it looked like we were moving in a different direction at punter. Come on.
This is the difference that you and I have. Because he called and said something remotely not positive about Corey Bojorquez, you're off the deep end.
Oh, no, he wasn't the only one. I mean, it was the other day, too. I mean, we've had special guests sitting in for you. They were all like, yeah, it seems. I think Daryl's with us today, right? Yes, a little bit later in the show. Yes.
Glad you paid attention. I already said that.
Barely listening. Yeah, at noon.
It's on that piece of paper.
I think Daryl was another person that said he wasn't coming back. I'm pretty sure
Andy,
Daryl's only.
There are only 32 guys who really make their living doing that. They bounce around. If Corey Bojorquez had left, you know what they would have done? Signed another punter.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and guess what he would have done? An okay job at least. But by golly, you got your guy. And he's done a really nice job, so I'm happy for him. I mean, who else could have punted 91 times?
Andy Lee, when Andy Lee was the punter. Yeah. You want me to go through punting history?
No, so that's a good thing. Here we sit through free agency, and I kind of want to go over where the Browns stand right now. And I think they've made some, it's not like they've taken a shotgun to free agency. They've been very precise in their targets.
You're saying they've been more like sharpshooters.
They've been more like sharpshooters and less like, hey, there's a bird in the sky. That was harsh.
Wow.
Kayla Coljohn, by the way, behind the glass.
Wow. Okay.
It was right there. There.
That's a new sound effect. I haven't heard that yet.
I know. That was a good one.
I actually thought something real happened there for a second. Okay.
Glad nothing did.
Yeah, I was like,
would have been bad.
What's going on here?
Very precise in their free agent moves. I'm okay with that, other than the fact that it's left some glaring holes on the roster that were glaring holes before free agency started.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, there's only one spot that really makes me feel that way, but go ahead, finish your thought, and I'll chime in the other way.
If you're looking for depth at tight end, is Jack Stoll the answer? I don't think so, but that's all right. There's still time to go.
Well, is he not a depth piece behind Harold Fannin Jr.?
Okay, Harold is one type of tight end. Jack's a completely different type of tight end.
Yeah, they need a guy that can block. That's what they got.
Okay, right. Fine. They got one.
I get protective about the long snappers,
long
the punters,
snappers, tight ends, and punters.
That's right,
and fullbacks. Don't forget fullbacks.
Oh yeah, it bothers me when I look at our depth chart and it doesn't have a fullback.
Yeah, I know it does, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. Todd Monken used one in Baltimore. Maybe they'll find one.
Phew, man, you totally saved me.
I know. I thought you would think that. Clearly, the offensive line stuff is a necessary move and moves by the Browns. I get that. We'll be able to determine down the road, did they just get guys who are competent pros, or are they able to build a really good offensive line? We don't know the answer to that yet. And if anybody says, well, they've really handled that and it's been great and phenomenal and blah, 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 they don't know what they're talking about. I'm sorry. Right now, you just signed some guys who look like they'll do a nice job, just based on resume and background and age and everything else. Mm-hmm. I'm all for what they did. But, if anybody claims that, boy, this is going to be a great offensive line, too early. Stay tuned for that. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, it's there's way too early to try to figure that out. I mean, now you're looking at, if the season started today, DeJuan Jones is your left tackle, right? How much faith do you have in?
Well, right now, but we all have the first round earmarked for a left tackle.
If DeJuan's healthy and he can play, I'll be excited that, he's a big boy that's learned a lot since he's been here, and I'd like to see him succeed. I would have no problem if he's the left tackle if he can get the job done. Me too. I just don't know if he can get the job done. That's all.
Well, and I don't know that
it's not easy.
I don't know that he's going to get the opportunity to get the job done.
And really, when you're a lineman, getting the job done is not holding and not letting your guy sack the quarterback.
And staying on the field.
Yeah. 3 key elements to being a good offensive lineman.
But they're going to have to figure something out with DeJuan Jones.
And you pretty much have to eat 5 steaks at dinner.
If they don't draft a left tackle at 6 or 24, wouldn't you be absolutely flabbergasted?
At this point, yes, 100%. Because it doesn't seem like we have a left tackle.
Right. So what's DeJuan going to have to do? He's going to have to beat out somebody that you maybe don't expect him to beat out. They signed 3 guys that are going to be starters. You're going to need a right guard or a left guard.
Yes.
Or
Jenkins can play.
Howard could play guard, and you could move DeJuan to right tackle.
Yeah,
I don't
just
expect
feel like
that, but
doesn't it feel like they've kind of used Scotch tape to put this thing back together right now?
Yeah, right now, but that's okay.
We need some glue.
Sometimes Scotch tape's really effective.
Yeah, I just feel better about that construction worker that just put crazy glue on his helmet and he's now hanging from a steel beam. That's the stuff I want, right? How nutty was that guy to do that? That's the kind of stuff we need. We don't need Scotch tape. I said Scotch tape this thing together. I want super crazy glue. I want the guy that put his arms on his hard hat and they lifted him up in the air.
Well,
you know what I'm talking about.
Then that would mean probably drafting 2 linemen in the first 3 picks. But you're not going to do that because you just signed 3 guys who are going to start.
Well, 2 in the first 3 picks I'm good with. As long as there's a wide receiver in the first 3 picks, that's all I care about.
At this point,
how could it be too many? How could having too many offensive linemen be too many? No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Because you just spent big money on 3 guys.
Okay, well, go get me 2 more. I'm fine with it. You need to build depth, and you have no idea what's happening at left tackle. You really don't. You need someone that you can count on, and you're hoping they can be there for years. It just doesn't. The problem is Joe Thomas set the bar on this thing, and we're all looking for Joe Thomas again. And Joe Thomas ain't walking through that door with a bag of cheese curds. I'm telling you, or some brats.
And he'd have to start eating significantly more than he eats right now.
Yeah, you're right. You have to put some weight on.
Yeah, he'd have to put on about 90. But that's not happening.
At least.
And we're still wondering about Joel Bitonio. We'll see.
Num-nums in the garden.
If Joel comes back, it changes all kinds of things. But so far, it's been a very deliberate, intentional plan, I think, by Andrew Berry in free agency. You lost Devin Bush. You bring in Quincy Williams.
That was quick.
Well, yeah. And basically, what did you do? All right, we lost a guy. We signed a guy. Nothing against Quincy Williams. He's more familiar with the scheme they're going to run and everything else, and that's all well and good, and that's fine. All you've really done so far is work on the offensive line. Is that okay with you, Browns fans? Number to join us is 216-474-0092. It's 216-474-0092. It's okay with me because free agency is still it's in its infancy. You kind of have that first wave where guys sign right away. They agree, and then the first day of the new league season yesterday, and they get things done. Now comes the second wave of free agency. And I still think there's a great opportunity for the Browns on the offensive side of the ball to make some real moves to fix some things up. Mary Kay Cabot was on the morning show. She had a couple of things to say about quarterback, among other things, that play into what we're just talking about. What a day we're going to have right here on Baskin and Phelps. Why? Because Andy's smiling. He'll be beaming all day.
Welcome back.
Because Corey Bojorquez back in a Browns uniform.
It's all right. Flip that field, baby. Flip it. Listen, there's no reason to flip your life around when you're thinking about getting engaged. No. You know the
Jeff Thomas.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
And we'll have some of that coming up at 11 o'clock. Sam Amico, HoopsWire.com, is going to join us. We'll talk about the Cavs and what happened last night in Orlando and what could happen moving forward. Right now, talking a little offense for the Cleveland Browns. Welcome back. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin, Kayla Cole-John behind the glass. John's taking your phone calls, 216-474-0092, and then Meredith will be taking your phone calls. I don't think Jeff Thomas will be taking any phone calls.
Jeff is happy to take phone calls. Just call him on his own personal line.
You want to give out that number?
Yeah, let's give out his personal phone number. You want me
go
to?
Go ahead, Andy, go.
Wouldn't it be 555 something?
Go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm done.
Oh, all right.
Would you want me to give out your personal phone number?
Well, no, that's why I figured if you wanted to get yourself in big trouble, you could go ahead and do that.
That's okay. He would answer all of your phone calls. He's a very pleasant fellow.
So far in this free agency extravaganza, Browns have added to their offense to some extent, and in theory, a big extent, because you've signed 3 starters, all offensive linemen. You haven't touched anything else on the offense other than a backup tight end who's going to block a little bit.
Yeah.
So if Jack Stoll plays any kind of major role, I think we'll all be stunned. But by golly, you got to have tight ends, and you got to have guys who can block a little bit. So there you go.
Okay.
But right now,
did you? I'm not trying to. Did you see what Keith said about the offense? Did you happen to talk to? We talked to him before.
Fearless leader.
Yeah, fearless leader.
Yeah, go ahead and throw that out.
Well, I mean, he sent us.
He
this,
sent a little graph,
and I'm still like a little trying to figure it out. It's Kevin Cole is the guy. He's got the unexpected _points newsletter and pod.
Sure.
And of course, but for some reason, and I am still trying to figure out.
Right there.
Points-based improvement in the NFL plus minus based on off-season roster moves and draft value. Okay. Through March 11th, I are we plus 30 points? That's what it says. I'll retweet this.
He has the Browns as the number one improvement,
better
right?
than the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what? And the least improved team is the Colts. They're minus 20. He's got the Browns at
they
plus,
did
plus
keep
30.
one wide receiver and trade away another.
But still, do you really of all the moves the Browns have made this offseason, points-based improvement in NFL plus minus based on offseason roster moves and draft value, and the Browns are number 1 according to this chart. I'm going to retweet it for all of our good friends.
You know what that all means, Andy?
What?
There's a lot of scuttlebutt out there.
That is. There is a lot of scuttlebutt out there. That's
what
true.
I hear. So number 1, Browns. I'm not buying it yet, but we'll see. Draft value is something in there, so he's thinking maybe they can go ahead the wide receiver at 6. But right now, you've made improvements to the offensive line. Dandy. You've added a blocking tight end. Swell. No changes at wide receiver. No changes at running back, which is okay as long as Quinshon Judkins is okay. Good to go. I'm sure they'll bring in another running back. You never know. And the quarterback situation is the same. Now, what happens when you get to draft day, which, by the way, isn't that far away?
Right.
It's only over in Pittsburgh.
I know.
And it's going to happen before you know it. And the Browns are on the clock at number 6. Or are they not on the clock at number 6? Mary Kay Cabot, Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, was on with the morning show today and talked about Andrew Berry, the idea of drafting at 6 or the idea of moving down from 6.
Well, I think the odds are pretty good if they can find a trade partner. I think Andrew would love to trade down from number 6, and he's basically said that he's open to doing that. I think they're more than open to doing that because they need, once again, to be poised to take a quarterback in 2027 if the occasion arises. And right now it seems like they are marching forward with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, and they're going to let those guys compete for the starting job. That's what it seems to be for now.
Hard to argue with that since they haven't made a move.
No, I think she's right. If he could trade back, he's going to trade back. If
I would think that's absolutely the case. I just hope he doesn't trade back too far.
I'm still curious on a quarterback they're going to bring in, right? Outside resource. Is that what it was called? Outside.
External veteran option.
I'm sorry.
Andy.
I got to write that down.
EVO. EVO. External veteran option. EVO.
All right.
Can we just go ahead and maybe we can get a trademark on that?
No, I think the government already
We're going to
has that.
EVO at quarterback.
Wasn't the government the one that really came up with all these acronyms?
Nice word.
Thank you. It's a good thing I paid attention that one day at class.
EVO. So right now,
No.
she says those two guys. I agree. Kyler Murray is supposed to meet with the Minnesota Vikings today.
Yeah, that's got to be done.
Sure sounds like it.
Yeah, it sounds
you
like
get
it was
the
done
feel
last
for
week.
that.
Yeah.
Is he the right kind of guy for Minnesota? We don't care because we're not Minnesota.
I don't know.
I don't know that he is. Kirk Cousins, there's rumblings of Arizona. There's rumblings of a fallback for Pittsburgh.
I could see that.
You see the Raiders involved in that, which doesn't seem like a move Kirk Cousins would make. Hi, can I go to Oakland or Las Vegas, as the case may be, where I'm clearly going to eventually be the backup for Fernando Mendoza? I mean, how long are you going to keep the number one pick in the overall in the draft off the field? Not very long.
No.
So I can't imagine all that Raider talk with him is correct. Is there Browns talk with him? Do you think he's even a possibility on the board here? I
don't see why. I mean, if you've got Deshaun here, why would you do that?
I agree.
You know, and are you playing? Like everyone keeps saying,
unless you're blowing the whole thing up.
Well, we're playing for a quarterback for next year. We're playing for a dome. That's what it seems like everyone keeps saying. That this isn't about this year, which drives me crazy, insane. It's not even St. Patrick's Day, and we're already playing for next year. Are you kidding?
Well, you don't. But let me contradict that. Though you might be playing for the 2027 draft, signing 3 starters on the offensive line isn't playing for 2027.
How many guys signed long-term deals that they brought in?
What you're doing is you brought in starters on the offensive line to give yourself a chance to do 2 things, I think. Really improve your offense and hopefully protect whoever's there at quarterback, and by doing so, win games. I mean, if you didn't want to try and win games, this is no disrespect to these guys.
Yeah.
You'd throw Luke Whippler out there, you'd throw Zach Zinter out there, and wish the quarterback luck. Instead, you spend a lot of money on offensive linemen. You're not going to do that, Andy, if you're pitching the season. So because you draft
Jeff, everyone I
signed,
listen to now says, and I'm not trying to be depressed about this. It's like,
too late.
well, take a look at where we're going with this thing now, because I can tell you that if they don't have a quarterback, and let's be honest, the Browns are looking towards next year's draft. Didn't we say this last year? The Browns are looking forward to next year's draft.
Yeah, but what happened
because the
with-
quarterback class is so much better.
except for one thing,
Okay, there's the Jeff Phelps trademark. Yes.
it's back. All those guys went back to school, except Fernando Mendoza
Right.
and Ty Simpson. So those guys all went back to school,
Who are now 1-2.
which means that next year's draft class is what you were hoping this year's draft class was going to be. So I understand the idea there.
And you know what's
if-
going to happen
if
a
they
year
can
from
trade
now?
down a little bit.
You know what's going to happen a year from now? People are going to be like, you know what? I don't know if Manning's ready. This class isn't as good as we thought it was a year ago. It happens every year.
Why are people going to talk like that?
Because that's what they do every year. They talk like this. Because, I was smart at one point, but now I'm not.
Eventually you're going to have to draft somebody or develop somebody or have a guy. So it's okay if you're looking toward 2027, especially if you pick up assets.
Oh, this team is so good at kicking the can down the road, aren't they?
Yeah, but Andy, they're not doing that. I say that for this reason. Is there a quarterback available who makes you think, yep, available? Fernando Mendoza
Malik
is not
Willis was
available.
the guy. I thought Malik Willis would have been the
Yeah,
one
well,
guy.
he's
that
not coming
said-
here.
No, I know.
He went to Miami, where his former defensive coordinator and former assistant GM are now running things.
I get it. I
So
get it. I just
they-
don't. Truthfully, I don't think that quarterback that you would feel 1,000% sure about was out there this year in free agency.
Right.
Why would you? I mean,
So
there's a
why
reason
would
they're
you-
free agents.
So why would you bring in somebody to get in the way of the 2 guys who are here if you don't think they're any better? So that said, you don't spend all the money they spend on the offensive line and think you're not going to try and compete and win this
Well,
year.
you don't want Shador to get killed. right?
Or Deshaun,
You don't want these guys
anybody
getting
else,
killed.
and
Yeah.
you want Quinshon Judkins to
I
have
mean,
holes to run
you gotta
through.
put a little effort out there to look like you're a football team. You don't want things going backwards. Sideways is okay when you're going into the new dome. You don't want to be going backwards.
The new dome's a long ways away.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they just broke ground.
yeah, I know.
So I don't see any
It's
plumbing.
gonna
I don't
be
see any
here before
electrical.
oh, there's porta potties out there. You're good. Construction guys need to go somewhere, don't they?
Oh, I'm
It's not like they're running over to the airport.
Nothing against the fellas. I'm not worried about them going potty.
Oh, you were worried about the facilities about 2 seconds ago.
No, what I'm worried about is the dome is a long ways away. Are you going to punt the 2026, 2027, 2028 seasons?
Jeff, selling PSLs.
Yes, Steve.
Tom, listen, selling PSLs is not that far away. Selling season tickets is not that far
You
away.
can't have 3 god-awful seasons. That doesn't work
You're
in the
selling
NFL.
the product, bro. It's the NFL. And if your team
And
sucks,
that's why
you talk about Patrick Mahomes coming to play here. You talk about
$49.5
the Bills
million
making the run over to
Zion
Cleveland.
Johnson. Elton Jenkins, $24 million, 20 guaranteed. Titus Howard, $63 million.
It's a lot of money.
Andy, that's not punting to 2027. That's coming in and trying to compete this year. Folks, who's with me on that?
Are the Browns truly trying to compete for this year?
216
or are they just trying to keep their head above
474
water? That's really what this
I
is.
think they're trying to compete.
I think they're trying to keep their head above water to give you some kind of product to be interested in down the road where you're going to be like intrigued but yet not have a whole lot of hope.
I think they're trying to compete.
Intriguing is the goal. That's where the bar is
that
set.
all
Yes.
Is that all the goal is?
Yes. Hey, they could be good. We do this every year to ourselves anyways. Wait till next year. Isn't that what we're all about?
Mary Kay had another thought with the morning guys, and it involved the 2 guys who are here at quarterback and thinking that they are the 2 guys who are here at quarterback.
Well, he's got the chance. He's got the opportunity. And I think the Browns believe that Todd Monken and his offense and his coaching and his scheme and play calling will be really good for Shedeur. They think that, about Deshaun as well. But I think they're very, very eager to see what Todd Monken can pull out of Shedeur Sanders. So this is his opportunity. This is his moment to step up and really prove to everyone that he is as legendary as he believes that he is.
It's clearly feeling like Monken's going to get 1 year of dealing with these guys at quarterback and then reassess. Did Shedeur take the proper steps to become the guy you think might be the guy? Or did you pick up another draft pick for next year because you traded down and you're going after that guy in 2027? So far, really, really aimed shots in free agency. But you're looking at an offense that has added 3 guys and an offense where you probably needed to add 8. There's more to come.
Well, it's still early,
But
though,
folks,
Jeff.
are you okay with what this deal is so far? 216-474-0092. I am, and I'll tell you why coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The NFL landscape can change at any moment. Free agency is open for business, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
To me, the idea of signing 3 starters on the offensive line screams Browns aren't kicking anything down the road. They're trying to compete this year. You just haven't done a lot yet in free agency, and I'm okay with that. I'll tell you why in a second. I'm Jeff Phelps.
We're still kind of early in this, right? I
mean,
mean,
that's why.
Okay.
My buddy over here is Andy Baskin. You've seen other teams that have gone absolutely nuts in free agency. They've made a lot of moves. They've brought in a ton of talent so far, and the Browns haven't. And again, that's okay. It really is. And at this point, it's early. For instance, the Jets, Andy, NFL.com does a great job of putting out, little information, like a thing on where everybody is and everything else. The New York Jets have 13 players listed on theirs so far of moves that they've made so far. The Browns have 6 moves that they've made,
including the trade.
Yeah, including the trade. So
Corey isn't on there yet.
The Bengals have 5, for instance. But there's more to come, and that's one thing that's why I'm okay with where they are right now.
Yeah, but I don't have fear of missing out right now. Like many years I do. When I see things happening for other teams and they're moving and they're shaking and they're doing like this, you get that fear of missing out. I kind of feel like the Browns kicked the tires on all the big moves. They tried to get in. If they did, they did. If they didn't, they didn't make a gigantic move. But it seemed like they were active and they wanted to make a big move if they could, but they didn't. And
they haven't.
In the end, I'm okay with it.
Still good.
I don't have fear of missing out right now.
216-474-0092. Number to join us. Nelson dialed those digits, and he's with us from Avon Lake. Hi, Nelson.
Hey, Nelson.
Guys, how are you?
We're well, thank you.
A little frosty back in Northeast Ohio, but I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'm on my walk. I'm loving it.
Nice.
Nelson, what part of Canada are you from?
Oh, man, I wish.
You sound like you're Canadian.
But a little.
It sounds like you got a little poutine in there. Keep going. Yes.
Canadians are really good people.
They're nice. They're very nice.
I don't take insults to that. So Jeff, Jeff, I happen to agree with you, right? I can't imagine that any organization would put a plan together to say, let's make the moves that'll make us worse this year, right? I think the Browns have made sensible moves that needed to be made, particularly in the offensive line. Do I expect the Browns to compete for the playoffs in the Super Bowl next year? No, I'm a realistic person. But this I do expect. I expect the Browns to put a better offensive product on the field next year. And as far as the quarterback is concerned, I know not many people want to hear the name Deshaun Watson for all the reasons that we know. But out of the veteran quarterbacks out there that you could take a flyer on, if Deshaun was out there and circumstances were different, maybe it's a name that people would give some sort of a look at. And he's on our roster, and I think that he deserves the opportunity to maybe prove that he can still do it. And I think it's the shot is worth it. This I would say, and I would love to hear from you guys, the Antonio situation. I'm a little worried about guard. I'm a little worried, of course, about left tackle. And Jeff, as you always say, I'm very, very worried about receiver. I think the draft has an opportunity to give us maybe that receiver out there, because I don't see anybody in free agency that would probably come here that would give us sort of the bump that we're looking for. But, guys, thank you for the time as always.
All right, Nelson, thank you very much. The fact that they've, and Andy, it's committed $136.5 million to the offensive line.
Okay.
Now, are those guys going to be around the whole time? That's total contract value. That's not guarantees and if they get cut and everything else. But they spent $136 million to redo the offensive line. They're not done there either. But I'm still concerned that there's nothing at wide receiver. I'm shaky on the quarterbacks, but I do think that there are a couple of easy fixes to make the wide receiver group more competitive, and we talked about those yesterday. I think there are a couple of if you were able to get Darnell Mooney or Juwan Jennings or both, you bring in a professional that can come in and play wide receiver for you, and we're pretty convinced they're going to add somebody in the first 2 rounds of the draft.
Yeah.
So that would be adding 2 guys to that group to go along with Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, Isaiah Bond, and there you go. That would be an improvement. But
drafting someone within the first 3 picks is going to be an improvement. That's all you need.
Absolutely. But I don't think that's enough, if you want to know the truth, for the wide receiver group. I don't think that's enough. I think you need at least 2 more guys there. I assume you're going to draft one. I think you better sign one. And again, there are guys out there who are available right now who could come in and help you. Mooney, Jennings, Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel, Keenan Allen, even at his age, can still play.
You still could bring in another catching tight end.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
I
or
think
draft one.
I think I think you're going to have to. And remember, everybody likes Harold Fannin. Harold was not a first or second round draft choice. You can find guys who can play later in the draft, but you got to do that. And Andrew Berry's track record isn't stellar when it comes to bringing in people outside of first round. You could make the argument it's not even stellar.
You probably
in the first
could
round.
Take another running back in the 5th round if you needed to. You got
Andy,
one that's you need 3 running backs.
There are running backs. You have 3.
Do you? You have Sampson and Judkins. Judkins might be hurt, so you need somebody else.
You keep disrespecting my man Rocket Sanders.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Anybody who's got the nickname Rocket.
All I see is Tracy Morgan. Rocket? I don't know if you've ever seen that skit.
I actually like Rocket Sanders. Big, strong, fast enough.
So you're not bringing in anyone?
No, I'd still bring in somebody.
Okay.
But you don't, I hate to say this, you don't have to spend any kind of a real asset on a running back. For a 4th running back, there are guys out there available right now. You can just go get one. Guys, running backs need teams more than teams need running backs. Jim's in Strongsville. What's up, Jim?
Jimbo.
What's up? What's up, Rocket Phelps?
How are you, sir? Thank you very much.
I'm going to make that a thing now.
Go.
Rocket Phelps?
Yeah.
Rocket?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, they're building. They don't play a football game for 6 months. They're building. They're doing what they have to do. I think you're kind of both a little bit right. Yes, do I think the Browns, look, there wasn't a quarterback here that was going to make a significant long-term impact on the team in this offseason. So that kind of limited what you're going to do. But you still needed to build the offensive line. We sit around here all the time and say, you can't rebuild this. You can't rebuild it in an offseason. Well, you can't rebuild this. You can't rebuild a whole offense in an offseason.
No.
So they're going to have to – they got 2 off seasons to do it, this one and next one.
I agree with you, Jim. But I think you can make it much more competitive. And
I agree with you about
Hollywood Brown's
receiver,
out there.
right?
Hollywood Brown can play wide receiver in the NFL. Christian Kirk, when he's healthy, can play wide receiver in the NFL. I'm not saying any of these guys are going to go to the Pro Bowl, be an absolute stud for you, but they can go find a competent wide receiver to come in to complement the guy that they're going to draft to go along with Jerry Jeudy and Cedric Tillman. I mean, I'm not worried about it as long as this list of wide receivers doesn't go away tomorrow. And I don't think it will.
And they still might do that, Jeff.
Sure.
I mean, that's
Agreed.
the whole point.
Yep.
And Andy, I get your look. I am as because I invest in. I have investments in the season tickets and all that.
Right.
I get it, man. It makes me sick and it turns my stomach.
I'm with you, man. It drives me nuts. I mean, to sit here and think that everything's playing for the Dome right now is silly.
Well, I don't go that far.
I don't either.
Dome.
I've heard it. I can't tell you how many times I've heard it. I can't tell you. And maybe because
from anybody who could actually dictate that?
No, just fans believe that the team is doing this.
I disagree.
And I think part of the reason is if you have any kind of experience as a sports fan in this town, you saw what the Indians did at the time, and they built towards the stadium, and it worked 100%. And maybe there's just some hope in that because we saw what happened with the baseball team when they did that. Cavaliers weren't exactly the same story, but
That's just playing with fire. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. I look at and again, nothing's official and nothing's in stone yet. But when I hear even numbers thrown out there about PSLs, I'll be honest, as a season ticket holder, man, it gives me a long, long pause. So I think they got a lot more. I mean, they have to be competitive when they start selling that stuff. They cannot just open the stadium up. It's a lot of money, guys. It's a lot of money for nothing.
And Jim, that's another part of the reason they've got to start putting a competitive football team on the field. They can go out and compete for a playoff spot. And
thanks, Rocket. Thanks, Andy.
Yep, there you go.
Thanks, man. I want a nickname. Come on, Jim.
AB.
Nah.
Not enough?
Aaron Boone once dubbed me that. I don't know. I guess maybe that's good enough.
I wonder if Andrew Barry would WAB.
No. I mean, come on, man. Manager of the Yankees.
You're not a thought partner.
The manager of the Yankees once gave you the nickname AB. You got to stick with that.
Well, that's because that's what his nickname was, Andy.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's still kind of cool, isn't it? If you like the Yankees. I don't really like the Yankees, so maybe it isn't that cool. I don't know.
At the time, he wasn't the manager of the Yankees.
No, he was just AB. The original AB.
Okay. You good with that?
Yeah, I could be AB. All right, I'll live with it.
I don't think they're building
I don't
toward
need
the
a
dome,
number
by the way.
after it either.
I agree with Jim. You've got to what you don't want.
It's not the building, it's the PSLs, it's the tickets.
Exactly. And you can't expect and there will be some. You can't expect an overwhelming mass of fans to suddenly say, "Oh, we have a new building, we're back in." If the team hasn't been competitive leading into that. And they've had
But look, Jeff,
3 and 5 wins.
But you just said what the bar was. The bar is just competitive. It's not playoffs. It's not Super Bowl.
To me,
it's competitive.
To me, competitive is we have a chance to go to the playoffs. That's
you're saying that when we turn to the month of December, the graphic says in the hunt.
In the hunt.
That's all you need.
Either that or, sitting pretty.
I'll take either one.
Yeah. We'd need a new designation, though. They don't put sitting pretty on the graphic.
They're in. That's better. I'll take that.
That's a lot better. Daryl Ryder is our Browns beat reporter. Daryl's going to join us at noon. From hoopswire.com, Mr. Sam Amico going to join us coming up next. If it was a first-round playoff preview last night in Orlando, you might want to be a little concerned. We'll hear from Sam coming up next.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Is it
Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Cavaliers went to Orlando last night. Temperatures were in the upper 80s. Didn't matter because they were inside and they lost. Does the loss matter?
Good question.
Well, it is a good question. I'm Jeff Phelps. That's Andy Baskin. Let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's the man in charge at hoopswire.com. You can read Sam Amico's coverage of the NBA all over his fine website. It's hoopswire.com, and Sam joins us right now. Hello, Sammy.
Hi, fellas. How are you?
We're just great. Thank you very much. So last night, the Cavaliers go to Orlando, lose a contested game, a good one. Jarrett Allen didn't play, but Franz Wagner still out for the Orlando Magic. And right now, if the playoffs started today, it would be the Cavs against the Magic in the first round. And I'll be honest, I do not like that matchup at all. What do you think?
Yeah, you like the Toronto Raptors matchup a lot better, but they've fallen down to the play-in area, Toronto. And listen, Orlando is a team, even though they've had their struggles this year, they kind of play playoff-style basketball most of the regular season. And by that, I mean they're physical, they defend. They've got, when Wagner comes back, they've got two, if not true all-stars, borderline all-stars, and Wagner and Banchero. So, yeah, that would be a tricky and tough matchup. I like the Cavs, obviously, in a series like that, but we saw a couple years ago, even though the lineups were a little bit different, the Cavs or the Magic gave the Cavs fit. So, I think we saw last night that it seems like Orlando always does a pretty good job on Donovan Mitchell too. So, yeah, I mean, if we're speculating who could be a potential playoff opponent, I would think that the Cavaliers would prefer the Toronto Raptors as opposed to Orlando.
Is Desmond going to be the bane of our existence when we get to the playoffs?
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
All I could think about was Batman last night, especially when he hit that bucket late, that three-point, that off-balance three-point shot that was kind of the backbreaker at the end of the game. I'm like, why is this guy able to do this to us?
Yeah, listen, sometimes guys just get hot. I don't know that that's something that would be a major concern game to game.
Okay.
But
that's what I was hoping too last night as I was watching. I'm like,
Andy, the one he hit at the end where he was fading to the side and threw it up there, and I'm like, that's the shot you want him to take, and it just happened to go in. So, yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned with seeing that again.
Sam Amico joining us, hoopswire.com. I think I'm wrong on this, but as I was watching last night and I'm seeing what's going on, and Jarrett Allen sitting there on the bench, I thought, this team is this team fragile? Is this team, one injury, one guy being out away from having any issues? I think I'm wrong on that. But when Jarrett was sitting there, I just thought, boy, there doesn't seem to be a lot of room for error here. What do you think, Sam?
No, and on one hand, you're right, Jeff. They're role players. Listen, role players always play better at home. And I think in that game last night, we saw that. To me, it was just like, you're not going to go 82-0. You played pretty well. Your defense probably wasn't as you probably weren't as motivated as you should have been most of the night defensively. And you're on the road, and you still had a really good shot to win if it wasn't for some amazing shot making by Orlando at the end. You just put yourself in a little bit of a hole there. So, listen, I think as long as James Harden and Donovan Mitchell are on the floor, they're going to have a shot against anybody. But they're going to need one of the two big guys, most nights, as most teams would. You want your core out there, So on one hand, yeah, Jeff, they you're always one injury away from something, going downhill fast. But at the same time, I do like their depth, especially at home. I thought Thomas Bryant played a great game last night. I thought Sam Merrill played a very underrated game. They've got to get, I don't know what it is, but they've got to get Jalen Tyson going again. I think that'll help them quite a bit. He's not been very good since the All-Star break. He's not been terrible. He's just not been the guy he was before the break. So they've got some things, they've got to figure out and protect themselves for the event that there is an injury. So I just think this is a team that they've got, when they put it all together, they could really go places.
So what is that? Are you looking at a 9-man rotation for the playoffs? Or is that too much?
Generally, I think Kenny Atkinson we saw last year would use 9 guys. That 9th guy's probably playing like 10 minutes, but a lot of it depends on your playoff matchup. A lot of it depends on, how much success you're having. But it's usually, as Mike Brown used to say, probably 8.5 guys, of which I quickly asked him, how do you play half a guy?
Yeah, how'd that go over?
He laughed and said, I just slice them right in half. But I don't know that, by a half, really, you mean this guy's playing 10 minutes, 12 minutes. It just depends. A lot of it, you play a big team. Thomas Bryant's going to probably see more minutes. He's got plenty of playoff experience. You play a smaller team, then all of a sudden you're looking at maybe Craig Porter Jr., who didn't play last night. So I think, but by and large, Andy, it's probably 8, maybe 9 if you can squeeze another guy in.
Sam Amico joining us from HoopsWire.com. The Cavs last year were the team to beat in the Eastern Conference. I look at the Eastern Conference right now, and I don't think Andy thinks that the Cavaliers are the team to beat. But is there a team to beat in the East? Is it Detroit? Is it Boston now with Jason Tatum back? Is it the Knicks with Mike Brown splitting guys in half?
I think just based on what we've seen since the All-Star break, it's probably Boston, which is kind of stunning when you think about, how they went all season without Jason Tatum, didn't really skip much of a beat, lost Porzingis and Horford and Drew Holiday, and they just revamped the whole starting 5 other than Jaylen Brown. So they've looked really good. They're doing the same thing that they always do. People key on Brown and Tatum. And you have guys like Sam Hauser and Peyton Pritchard, and those guys hitting threes, and that's a killer. Derek White, obviously. So I think that's probably the team to beat, just because they've had so much experience in the playoffs, won a championship and all that. Whereas Detroit, listen, they've had a fantastic year, number 1 seed so far. And we've said this for years, Jeff. Young teams, they don't often do very well in the playoffs. They got to kind of take the natural steps. So to answer your question, I'd say Boston. Then I'd say the Cavs. Then I'd probably say the Knicks, and then Detroit.
Sammy, do you think Harden has settled in at this point? I thought I heard that he's still living in a hotel. So I'm just wondering.
Well, he's not going to go buy a house.
No, but
he can opt out after this year.
No, but you can get like executive housing for a month or 2 months or something like that.
Hi, I'm Andy Baskin. Do you need a place to live?
I'm just saying. I thought I heard him say last night that he was still living in a hotel. I'm just curious.
What's wrong with that? He's on the road half the time.
Well, no, I get it. But my point is, do you think he's settled in? Do you feel like he settled in last night? I was watching and I was like, okay, are we past that honeymoon period with him?
Yeah, on the court, I think he's comfortable, but I think that he's fit right in. What are they, guys, now 9-3 when he's in the lineup, or 8-3 or
That's
something
pretty
like
good.
that?
Yep.
So,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, so, and listen, they're going to lose some games sometimes. I thought last night was not a terrible loss. I just thought it was a game that they had their moments that you can't have on the road, bad moments. So I think by and large, you look at him, what I liked about him against the Magic is he didn't force anything. He's not forcing things, but there are times where it's like, okay, they need me to score, where he's able to do that. So I just think he's very comfortable playing alongside the guys. I think it's pretty evident that, yeah, he finally got some practices with them. Same thing with Dennis Schroeder, and especially we saw what Keon Ellis did this past week. Keon Ellis has been fantastic.
He looked great last night.
Yeah. So executive suite or hotel room, I think James Harden is pretty comfortable now.
Sammy, do you think it would be wrong to have an automatic review on plays that go out of bounds that even have a little bit of ambiguity in the final 2 minutes, like we saw last night? The one ball went out. Now they did slow mo it again, and it was maybe Harden did get his hands on it when it went up in the air, but he didn't think he did. And should you have to call for a replay in that situation, or should it just be automatic in the last 2 minutes? If there's any kind of controversial call on an out of bounds play, which I think is the hardest call for any referee to make, that it's just a hard call. So why not help those guys out in the final 2 minutes?
If you're going to use replay, and what's interesting is Kenny Atkinson hates replay, and he wishes it would go away. But I thought last night when they challenged at the end of the third quarter, that was their second challenge. They won their first, and there was a second challenge on a Keon Ellis foul.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't even a three-pointer. And it was at the end of the third quarter. It was kind of a throwaway play, and Keon Ellis got a T on that play, if you remember, got technical.
I think he did it because he wanted to defend his player, but
that's exactly why he did it.
Yeah.
But I just let it go. Because guess what? Orlando ended up getting the technical and then hitting the basket. So I was like, there was no point challenging that because all he was going to do is take 2 free throws. And I get what you're saying, Andy, where it was like he wanted to do it for his player, but now you only get 2 challenges. And they won that challenge, but now you don't have one for the end of the game when you really need it. And I understand, look, Kenny Atkinson, his guy wanted him to challenge it, and it was the right challenge. But to answer your question, Andy, yeah, I would love to see, if you're going to have replay and all that stuff, then get it right all the time.
Yep, I agree.
Right?
Good
so,
call.
Yeah, automatic, just like in the NFL where they do it on all scoring plays. Sure, do it on these out-of-bound plays with 2 minutes or less.
Sam Amico joining us, hoopswire.com. Last thing. You take 43 shots from the field, you're going to score a lot of points. But if you take 43 free throws, you're really going to score a lot of points. 83 for Bam Adebayo the other night. How'd that sit with you? I know the folks in Washington weren't real crazy that he was still in the game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, is he a top 30 player in the NBA? Probably not. He's probably right on the edge there. And now he's going to go ahead of Kobe and behind Will. But you don't want to take things away from people. I mean, even if he only had 60, it's an amazing game. But there's a lot of questionable stuff that happened in that game. You saw people missing free throws on purpose so that Washington would get the ball and they could foul him and they could get the ball back and get it to Adebayo. So you hate to take away. I don't want to say that. I mean, he obviously had a masterful performance otherwise, but the way they went about him getting to the 83 points was very gimmicky, and I've heard multiple times now since that Adam Silver is not happy with how that all played out at the end there.
Huh.
Adam's not happy about much these days,
no.
Is he, Sam? Well, hey, buddy, thank you very much.
All right, guys, thanks for having me. We'll talk to you soon.
Sam Amico, hoopswire.com, hoopswire.com, Sam's website covering the National Basketball Association. Sam said the Celtics are the team to beat in the Eastern Conference. I think it's hard to argue with that. Then he said the Knicks, or he said the Cavs, and then the Knicks, and then the Pistons. Makes me wonder, Are the Cavaliers a team to beat in the East? Or are they just a team in the Eastern Conference this year? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
switch to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements.
Tired of waking up exhausted? That dad bod weighing you down? Let's get you back to the old you. If your energy, focus, and drive aren't what they used to be, your hormones could be out of balance. At Mentality, we'll dig into what's really going on, then build a personalized, science-backed plan using hormone therapy and peptide treatments to get your brain and your body back on track. So stop telling yourself you're just getting older. Book your appointment now at lowtusa.com. Right now, all new patient labs are covered in your treatment plan. That's a savings of $250. Go to lowtusa.com.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show, Baskin and Phelps, from 10 to 2, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Just had Sam Amico from hoopswire.com with us. And Sam kind of gave us a rundown on the Eastern Conference that I agree with. He said he thinks the Boston Celtics are the team to beat right now. They're playing really good basketball, and they get Jason Tatum back. So that works for them. Then he liked the Knicks and the Cavs. Cavs actually second. And then the Pistons. But I look at the standings in the Eastern Conference right now, Andy, and I look at the quality of the teams in the Eastern Conference. And I have a hard time thinking that the Cavs are the team to beat in the East or even a favorite in the Eastern Conference. But I say that along with this. I don't think there is a favorite in the Eastern Conference outside of perhaps Boston. I think Sam got it right. I think Boston has played really good basketball. They're now just 3.5 games behind the Pistons, and they've been on a real nice stretch. They did lose to San Antonio, but they've been winning basketball games, and now they get Jason Tatum back, and they have time to polish it up and be ready to go for the playoffs. I don't think the Cavs are the team to beat, but I do think that they're in a group of, and I'll even expand it. I think they're in a group of maybe 4, 5 other teams outside of Boston in the East that have a chance to win this. And I do think the Cavs have a chance to win it. And I think this postseason, this playoff run, could be one of the most competitive we've seen in a real long time in the Eastern Conference. I think Detroit, Boston, New York, Cleveland. I like Orlando, and I think Jamal Mosley is a good coach. I don't think that this is Miami's year, but you know what I think about Eric Spoelstra. You can't count that guy out.
No, and they're feeling pretty good. When you have a monumental game like they did the other day, it's kind of one of those.
Something.
How many times have you seen a team that had a guy that, like, especially in baseball? I don't know if it works across sports, but you get a guy that throws a perfect game, and all of a sudden that team is kind of propelled for the rest of the season because they got a good feeling they do that, or somebody reaches a mark like Bam Adebayo did. Adebayo.
That's a tough
game. 2 days ago with 83 points in a game. That propel you. I mean, that team in that game just felt like they could just hand him the ball and he could score. That's not going to work in a 7-game series.
No.
But I clearly think that since Tatum came back, Boston just became the number one without a doubt. Boston is the team to beat in the East now that he's back, as long as he stays healthy.
I also think Toronto could be a
I said
pain in
that
the
too,
butt.
but as soon as I started saying that, Toronto started to dip off.
Yeah, I know. Well, they heard you.
Yeah, maybe they did.
They weren't,
I don't know.
They weren't the least bit. Oh, no, Baskin's on our bandwagon.
Well, they're a half game out of that
We're in
6 spot
trouble.
right now. And, Miami, they'll
Orlando,
teeter.
Miami, Toronto, they're all right there.
Yeah, they'll all
so-
teeter. I look at this and I'm like, okay, it's Boston. Let's try to stay away from them. If you can. It was easier like earlier this week when you were only a half game back on the 3 spot, but now they're a game and a half back. What do they have? 8? How many games do they have left? 26 and 44, 66. So less 82. So you look at it and
that's pretty good math. Real quick.
Well, I didn't actually do the math. I just told you what you had to do to get it there. But I just thank you for laughing at that. I just think they need to get to that 2-3 spot now because you don't want to be on the same side. Because I think Boston's going to overtake Detroit down the stretch here.
Might.
They're 3.5 back.
Might.
I think you want to be on the lower side of the bracket. You want to be away from Boston, even if that means, you're on Detroit's side. That's okay. I can live with that. Because I didn't feel bad about 4 being on Detroit's side. So why would I feel bad being at 3 and having them be at 2 and then being on the other side of the bracket?
But I also think, and again, I think the Cavs have a really good chance here. But I do think that Detroit or Boston or the Knicks or Orlando and maybe Toronto could knock off the Cavs if they happen to meet in a playoff series. But the Cavs could beat all of them as well. So I just think it's going to be really competitive. Jeremy is in Fort Worth, Texas, home of great steaks. Hello, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, guys. I was born and raised in Cleveland, though. To answer your question before the break, I don't think the Cavs are feared. I think they're a nuisance in the East. That's it. I think teams view them as a nuisance. I think Mobley is soft, and I think he brings the team down. And I also think, for some reason, it feels like they have a problem in the locker room. If you look at Boston, their locker room's intact, they're resilient, and they're coached well. But there's just something about the Cavs that is not working. And they're fragile, and they're not resilient. Now, that's one thing. One thing I've loved about it is I've loved the way that Donovan Mitchell has received Harden. I was hating on Mitchell early in the season, but I really do like that. But I can't. I'm done with Mobley, and I think they're getting outcoached. And I think they're fragile.
18 points, 13 rebounds last night. What do you expect from him, Jeremy? What do you want?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. But why is it every time I'm turning into sports radio after a Cleveland lost, I'm hearing Mobley's name? He's mopey. He's soft. He gets pushed around. When you put Allen in the game, Harden elevates Allen because somebody on the floor has the other bigs back, and that's what Harden provides. Mitchell never had that. But there's something about the way Allen plays with Harden on the team. So I don't know. I agree with you. Mobley's a good basketball player, but he's not a good fit anymore. He's just not. And some of those other guys on the team that are seeing minutes, those guys need to be developed because they're ballers. They're open gym ballers. And this team is an open gym balling team if they'll just let it and get coached. But there's something in the locker room. I don't know. And there's something about Mobley.
All right, Jeremy. Thank you very much. What I think of Evan Mobley. I think he's a really good basketball player.
Do you think there's a problem in the locker room?
No.
I don't either. I don't. I mean, obviously, when you bring 3 new guys in, you're going to have chemistry questions. I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. It takes a little time to get those guys, integrated into the system. That's all.
Do I wish Evan has developed into a 24-point, 13-rebound a game guy? Yep. How many of those guys are there? I don't know if he'll ever get there, but he's not the problem. if there is a problem, he's not it.
No.
Ken's in Brooklyn. Ken, welcome, dude.
Good morning, guys.
Mr. Mayor?
First of all, I want to just talk to this tournament time before I get to the Cavs.
Oh, sure. Just take your own platform there, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
All right. There's one thing that everybody needs to know is that the best 68 teams don't get in the tournament because you got these one-bid leagues that play these tournaments, and they can play a tournament, but the team that finished first in the conference after 5 months should be going to the tournament.
Amen,
Period.
Ken. But you know why they play the tournaments.
Yeah, it's about dollars, but you know
That's
what?
correct.
You know what, though, Jeff? Some of these real small conferences, there's nobody at the games. So I don't know how they make any money. Okay,
Ken, it's that thing called television.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying though, Jeff. You got leagues like the Patriots sending their sixth best team in the Missouri Valley, and all these other. There's a SoCon. They're not sending their best team, and I think it's really stupid.
Couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, now let's get to the Cavs. You know what, Jeremy? You don't know what you're talking about. You really don't. Everybody would love the unicorn to be better than what he is, okay? But there's one thing that is definite, Jeff and Andy, is everybody that complained about J.A. is an idiot. Because you can see in the last couple games that J.A. meant a difference because he's not there. And what have I said all year, Jeff? What do we need?
Let's see, Ken. I don't know.
What Coach Luke always said, got to have the bigs.
Oh.
They need – I know it's a long time from draft day, and I hope it's a long time that we
they
play.
need two more, don't you think, Ken?
They need at least one more because you can see it right now. Thomas Bryant has done a good job, okay? But now Dean Wade's a problem for me because Dean Wade doesn't realize how good that he is, and I think he defers to everybody. Okay, and he needs to when he got the ball, he needs to go to the basket with authority. He doesn't have to sit out there and shoot threes. He needs to go to the basket. But you're right, Jeff. They need at least one more big.
Agreed
they have
completely.
got to. And you know what? Whatever happened? What's happened to Naquan Tomlin?
He's disappeared out of that rotation.
Yeah, he the last couple of games he could have been a big help, I think, especially when Jalen has been off the last couple of nights. He's tough. He can ball, like this Jeremy was saying. Other than that, Jeremy don't know what he's talking about. But I just would like to know. I understand he's got a lot. Kenny's got a lot of guys right now. And as far as the locker room, I think the guy is totally nuts.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
The one thing that Kenny's doing, and Ken, you get it, I get it, but I don't know that I agree. He's playing a lot of smaller lineups.
Yep. Yep, and you're right. I don't get that either. I'd have
Tomlin's getting minutes for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially when Schroeder wasn't anything last night, and Sam was off a little bit last night, and I got a donut out of Wade. Tomlin would have been a nice guy, especially when you don't have Jalen putting in baskets either.
Ken, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, Ken in Brooklyn. Ken knows his stuff. Of course, we agreed on things, so maybe that's part of it.
That's why. It's amazing when someone says, Jeff, you're right, and then all of a sudden the conversation goes perfectly.
Jared Allen sat there and watched last night, folks, and the Cavs lost. Is that a coincidence? Ken doesn't think so. I don't either, but it was just a road game against a good team, right? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Auto Show Rebound.
facing Buffalo, and Kent State takes on Ohio. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind, weeknights at 11.
You need more about the Browns. You know you do. Where are you going to get it? Well, you can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Daryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and in the draft. Yep. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan. Speak of the devil, I think Daryl's with us at noon, isn't he?
Why, in fact, he is, Andy.
We are right around the corner from talking to Daryl Ryder.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Daryl is coming up at noon. We're talking Cavaliers right now. And they went to Orlando last night, lost to the Magic. Could it be a playoff preview? Sure, why not? Right now they're sitting 4-5 in the Eastern Conference. Would it be a competitive playoff series? You bet it would. I think it would be a really good series. Could the Cavs win it? Sure. Yeah. I would think they would. Could they lose it? You bet they could. I think Orlando's a pretty good team, especially if they get Franz Wagner back. He's been out since early February with a sprained ankle. Jeff's in North Olmsted. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Hey, Jeff.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good.
Good. So, before the season started and, going into it, we knew we had some injury concerns, right? Especially with guys like Max. But as I was telling the gentleman who took my call, this year we have not seen this team fully healthy for any stretch all year. So it's really hard to anticipate, exactly how we say Eastern Conference bound, which I still think we are. But I don't know what the ceiling of this team is even going to look like. And furthermore, with the guys being injured, especially guys like Jared, you're noticing it right now, and you hit it the nail on the head when you made the comment that the interior game was starting to look fluent again, and now it's kind of looking like we're backtracking. We took 44 threes last night and made 17 of them, right? I think 38% or whatever the numbers were.
And how many were at the end, too,
I know, and if you look at the box score, it was pretty even. Rebounds were even, fouls. We both shot poorly from the free throw line. I mean, last night killed us, too. You got Evan going 2 of 7 from the line in big moments. And, the frustrating part about all of this, and I know we've touched on it a couple times, is that having a deep rotation is a good problem for Kenny to have. The problem is right now it's so inconsistent with these rotations. If you look at the only position in our starting 5 is a small forward that's no starter is playing more than 20 to 25 minutes from that position, but yet all 4 of the other starters are playing an average of 32 to 36. I like Dean Wade, and as the mayor just said, he is playing way too timid. 2 shots from your starter last night, and I know he plays great defense, but at the end of the day, that stuff generally isn't showing up in the box score. We got outscored on the wing 48 to 17 last night. I mean, that does matter. It's exposing that 3 spot.
And Jeff, if you're Dean Wade, you're out there to knock down 3-point shots and to take the open shots. So you have to take the shot.
You're 100% correct. He took 1 3 last night. It's like, if that's what your game is, that 3-and-D game, then you've got to get shots up. There has to be some type of volume to it. It just seems like since he's come back, he's played really timid, and I appreciate the mayor for bringing that up. Either way, it's just another game. It's our first loss to Orlando this year. Mm-hmm. You're right, Jeff. I do think that will be a tough series, but I think it'll be a 4-2. I almost feel like the Cavs are playing a numbers game right now with this seeding, and I really do feel like they are trying to avoid Boston at all costs. But still, it just feels like down the stretch here, I don't even know if we're going to see full capacity until the playoffs. And as crappy as that sounds, that might just be our reality, And
Jeff, you might be right about that. You might be right. I don't think they're trying to avoid Boston. I don't think you can do that.
I don't think they can either.
Yeah, it's just going to go the way it's going to go. And if you get into the final week of the season, all right, maybe you can try to avoid somebody. But there's a problem with that. You might try to avoid somebody, and then somebody else will knock you off.
Don't mess with the basketball gods.
Thank you very
That's all
much,
there is
Andy.
to it, yeah.
Kevin is in thriving Cuyahoga Falls. What's up, Kevin?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Hey, what's up,
very
Kevin?
well.
You know, I think these last few games have been a spotlight on how valuable Jared Allen is to this team. Going 1-2, basically getting out-rebounded every game. And I know last night it was even up. However, let's also throw in the fact that Orlando had double the offensive rebounds that we had. So, Jared Allen is a force to be reckoned with. I think coaches figured out a great way to keep him and move him in this lineup at the right times. His game's been elevated immensely since Harden's joined the team. I mean, it's been night and day, which is a good thing for us. So, am I going to have, heartburn over losing a regular season game to Orlando with Jared Allen gone? No, not at all.
Yep, I agree.
If Allen would have been in, different story. But with him out, I mean, let's be honest. Freaking, we made De Silva and Carter Jr. look like all-stars last night. I mean,
yeah,
that would never have happened.
De Silva was knocking down those shots, wasn't he?
Oh, my gosh. He was. I mean, he looked like a perennial all-star out there.
And remember, they didn't have Franz Wagner last night, who arguably is their second-best player.
Yep.
So,
I just think this was a huge, whatever you want to call it, spotlight, whatever, for everyone that's an Allen hater, man. That you need to rethink your position, because I think these few games have shown us how important he is to this team. And frankly, I think when we get him back and have Mobley on the court at the same time, we are going to be a major force to reckon. And whoever has a take that a guy posted a double-double is the reason we lost, please get out of here. Come on. You don't blame a guy that posted a double-double for the loss in the game last night. I hate to say it, Dean Wade just didn't show up, and that's part of why we lost. And Andy's favorite part, chucking the threes up at the end, man, it got ugly. So,
Kevin, thanks. Thanks, buddy.
You know what, though? They were hitting, though. That's what made it interesting. If they were missing, it would have been exactly what he just laid out, but it wasn't.
Adam is driving around town. What's up, Adam?
Adam.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Andy. How you doing?
What up?
What up? Hey, I was just curious. If you guys could go back to the 2021 draft, would you guys take Scotty Barnes and Franz Wagner over Evan? Or do you guys like Evan's D that much better than the offense that those other two guys can bring to the table?
I remember in that draft, the guy I wanted was Evan Mobley. And then the guy I liked second most in that draft was Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh.
I liked Kuminga in that draft. So I wanted one of those two guys, and I was hoping it would be Evan.
All right.
Who else would you be looking at? Suggs? I'm just trying to think who else is in that draft.
Suggs was right there. Yeah, Orlando took Suggs, and they took
Jalen Green was in that draft.
Yeah, Jalen Green. I was just wondering if you guys would take Scotty Barnes or Franz. I think
Scotty's a great all-around player.
Evan.
Scotty's more typical NBA player in what they're looking for these days, Adam. A guy who, in fact, here.
Hey, I would have taken Cade Cunningham. How's that sound?
Full disclosure. Ready?
We could have got him.
That would have been nice.
Yeah.
But I wanted Evan Mobley. He was my guy because he's 6'10". Scotty Barnes, I play fantasy basketball. I know you're stunned at that.
Shocker.
He's listed by Yahoo as a guard and a forward and a center. So he can play any position in your fantasy league,
right?
Which is the way that the NBA loves those guys. You can play anywhere. So he's terrific. I'd still take Evan Mobley.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
All right, Adam. Thank you very much. I know you hate it when I talk about anything fantasy.
I love when you
learn
talk
a lot
about fantasy.
Well,
Yes,
it's interesting, though, isn't it? I mean, that's the versatility that Scotty Barnes has, where he can play
Did you win? Did you at least win your last game? Or no?
I'm in the playoffs.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Do you have to do anything silly if you're coming last place?
No. No, we don't do stupid stuff like that.
All right. Thinking maybe, I don't know.
No. We don't do stuff like that.
I'm not walking down that road.
No. Jeff's in Chardon. Hello, Jeff.
Jeffrey.
Oh, that last caller saying Jared Allen is a force of nature made me lose my mind. Jared Allen fails to show up in important games, regular season, definitely in the playoffs. We've seen that for, 3 years or 4 years now. His numbers, he pads the stats in meaningless games and almost meaningless minutes. And if you actually watch him play, He never scores contested baskets. Almost never, and almost never gets contested rebounds.
You don't feel, do you think he's playing better with Harden? Let me just ask you that before you keep going. Do you think he's playing better with Harden?
His numbers look better, but again, it's because he's getting open layups, open rebounds. That's it. And when a team contests,
that's the idea with a big guy, though, Jeff. You don't want Jared out on the floor shooting threes.
No, you want him inside. You want him contesting layups or rebounds, rather. You want him contesting and fighting and being physical inside. He is the opposite of that. And the only way he gets his points is with open layups. Now, credit Harden, credit the offense. I get it. Anybody can do that.
Anybody can't do that, Jeff. Anybody can't.
Any defense that will be physical with Jared Allen will shut him down.
Well, apparently nobody's been physical with him since about late January.
No, they have. Look at the last, and I don't remember which game it was when Allen didn't show up. He played, and I watched the game.
He played 21 minutes against Detroit, and he's been out with an injury since.
Who was it before? What did he do against Detroit?
He had 8 points in 21 minutes.
Right, in 21 minutes.
Right, because he's been out since with injury. So you want me to go back? In the month of February, he averaged 22 points and 11.5 rebounds a game. God, he sucks. God, he sucks.
I'll say this. I understand
3 points and 11.5 rebounds, but 2 of those games with James Harden.
I understand the hesitation that is in his mind. I'm nowhere near where he's at, but I also can tell you that watching him play with James Harden has been fun and enjoyable.
Well,
and they're moving the ball, getting him to open. Someone's got to get to an open spot on the floor, and it's opened up all kinds of things for him. Both the big guys.
Here's the thing.
As long as they keep moving.
To me, Andy, it's this. Jared Allen is a 6'9", skinny guy. Okay? He's a lean, skinny guy. He is not a bruiser. Evan Mobley is a 6'11", skinny guy. He's not a bruiser. If the Cavs wanted bruisers for their big guys, they should have gone out and signed Jonas Valanciunas. Mm-hmm. Bring him in. Get Steven Adams. Instead, the Cavs have big guys who are lean and are not bruisers. So don't expect them to be. And don't even ask them to be. That's not what they are. It's not what they do. And it's up to Kenny Atkinson to figure out how to best use them. And I think he's done a pretty good job of that. Don't blame the player. They are what they are.
Blame the person that hired the player.
Well, but I'm not blaming anybody.
No.
They're terrific players, but they are what they are. They're lean, skinny guys. They are not bruisers. Jared getting in trouble with Jeff and Harden because he's making open layups?
Stop, Jeff.
Thank God for getting open. We appreciate that, Jared. Thank you. That's what his job is.
Wait, you mean you don't have to shoot a 3 every time?
Well, he doesn't shoot them. Thank you.
Wow, how does that work?
I appreciate that. Look, I understand. Wilt Chamberlain, force of nature. All right, Shaq, nobody's going to stop him. Well, will somebody stop Jared? Yeah. Great big bruiser guy might beat him all over the floor. What are you going to do about it? Trade him? Go ahead and trade him. Go get a bruiser. See if it's a better fit. But don't get mad at the guys for not being big physical presences in the paint, because that's not what they are. They're skinny, they're active, they're mobile, and they're skilled. So give them credit for what they are. Don't hold against them what they're not. And if they want to, put on 25 pounds, come hang it with us. Daryl Ryder's our Browns beat reporter. He's going to join us next right here on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports. Radio, 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station. Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You know, you can always listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's good to know, Andy.
That's why I'm here, Jeff.
Thanks,
why I'm
dude.
here.
Really good to know. That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. Hero Ryder is our Browns beat reporter. He's going to join us momentarily. Officially, by the way, the Browns have released David Njoku and Wyatt Teller post June 1st designations, so you're going to save a lot of money. Browns break up Njoku's dead cap hit into $9.5 million in 2026, $14.7 million later. A lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money. Are you okay that they're moving on from some guys who we like and who played well? And I say Wyatt Teller. You know, Wyatt did a fine job here. They released Jack Conklin this morning.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, we expected that, but it's official. David Njoku's on his way.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to watch him play somewhere else, don't you think?
Well,
him and Bitonio would be the two hardest.
And Wyatt Teller, I thought Wyatt was
Joe,
outstanding. I liked Wyatt a lot when he was here.
It didn't work out, though, did it?
Well, of course it did. He played really well.
No, I mean for the future, not right now. I'm talking about just like I don't understand what happened at the end of the season with him.
Well, let's find out. We'll ask about Wyatt Teller with this man, Daryl Ryder. He's our Browns beat reporter. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, hi.
Hi, Daryl.
Hello, boys.
So, no David Njoku, no Wyatt Teller, no Jack Conklin. They're moving on from players that played really well here for a period of time. Is it one of those things where maybe a year too, you'd rather be a year too early than a year too late? Or is this the right time to be moving on from some guys who were really critical pieces, Daryl?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's the evolution of rosters. Usually 6-7 years in one spot is the limit in a lot of sports, not just the NFL, but baseball and in the NBA. You see that a lot as well. So I just think it's a matter of the roster being in transition, roster and money management being in transition. So the writing was on the wall with Wyatt Teller toward the end of last season when he got benched, and they kept rotating him in and out of the lineup, which led to him getting hurt. So the writing was on the wall there. And then, David Njoku, I think that, money thing, as well as the emergence of Harold Fannin Jr. So, yeah, this is just all part of the process of year-to-year roster management.
Are you happy with what they've done in the offseason so far?
It's been okay. I mean, they brought in a couple starters for the offensive line, filled in the holes that they created and needed to fill. Replaced Devin Bush in rather rapid fashion. I don't know that they're dramatically better than they were a year ago, but, if they had to play a football game on Sunday, they could.
Where does DeJuan Jones fit, Daryl?
I don't know. I mean, it depends how healthy he is. He's not been able to stay healthy, so I don't know that he, quite frankly, fits anywhere other than being a reserve role player.
All right, what do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to fulfill the destiny of bringing in another quarterback, or are we sticking with what they got here?
Kind of feels like that they're sticking with what they got for now. But there's always time. The bigger names that people were hoping for certainly not going to come to fruition. I don't think Kyler Murray's coming here. I think there's a pretty good chance he ends up in Minnesota with the Vikings. But, whatever quarterback they bring in here, I think is going to be of the journeyman variety. And, probably going to be setting up a three-way competition if that's the route they go. They are going to add a quarterback, though. They have 3 on the roster. You always have 4 in the offseason, so they're going to add another arm, whether that's through free agency, the draft, or undrafted free agent.
Daryl, does anybody intrigue you for that role? Or do you think they just need a body?
They just need a body.
Okay.
I'm not intrigued by anyone. I'm not even intrigued by the guys they have outside of Shedeur Sanders. So it feels like they're in quarterback purgatory right now. And the best hope out of it is that Shedeur Sanders shows that he can do this thing this year, and then you don't have to worry about it in 27. The team itself is in purgatory. The organization right now is trying to begin the process of selling very, very expensive PSLs for the new dome in Brook Park. This team does not win. You've only had 4 winning seasons since they've come back in 27 years. So from a fan standpoint, they're a bad investment. And I don't think that fans can stomach, another season in which they end up with a top 3 draft pick, because it'd be, 3 straight years of just awful football. They're kind of caught in between. They want to win games, but they might need to lose games. Because I think getting another 2027 draft pick, is a first-round pick, I should say, is going to be really difficult. Teams around the NFL don't seem to be willing to part with those as easily as years past, because everyone's anticipating that this is going to be a big quarterback class, right? And, well, to get one of those, you got to have a high pick. But, the Browns don't want to go through another season where they are in position to have a top 2, top 3 pick. That means that their fans have had to suffer through yet another miserable year. But if you win 6, 7, 8 games, well, then you're stuck in the middle of the first round. And what does that get you, right? So, and I think that part of the anticipation that they had with trading down with Jacksonville, letting them draft Travis Hunter, and sliding down to 5, and you take Mason Graham, was that, okay, well, we're going to have 2 first-round picks in 26 and be positioned to go up and get one of those quarterbacks. Then, of course, the Jets had their big fire sale at the trade deadline, and they collected a bunch of first-round picks. So the Jets can outbid the Browns for whatever they want to do. I feel like the Browns are caught in no man's land right now when it comes to where they are as an organization, where they are at the quarterback position, and winning versus trying to, field the best team that can lose your way into another top pick in the draft. They're not in a great spot right now.
Daryl, what'd you think about the Ravens backing out of the Max Crosby deal?
I thought it was Bush League.
Was it more Bush League because they were able to pick up?
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, everyone knew that's what they were doing when they backed out of it. It was. Everyone knew what was going to happen, and then guess what? It happened, and then there was the reporting that came out that they were negotiating with Hendrickson with Crosby in their building.
Although DaCosta said, Eric DaCosta, their GM, that we wanted to pair Hendrickson with Max Crosby.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, okay.
His words, not mine.
No, I know, Jeff. I don't want to accuse him of lying, but he was lying. But yeah, that whole press conference yesterday was a farce too.
Nobody's more gutted than Eric DaCosta about this.
I know, just totally tormented by that. Meanwhile, they were able to sign a comparable player while keeping both first-round picks. They're a franchise that, if I remember correct, I don't think the Crosby trade would have been the first time ever they traded a first-round draft pick. So they get to keep both of their picks, get a comparable player, and get him cheaper. Yeah, okay, yeah. Eric DaCosta's gutted.
He's gutted.
Okay.
He's gutted.
And you know who their team president is, right?
Yes, his name is Sashi.
Sashi put the paperwork in the shredder before it got sent to the league office.
That's a pretty good line, Daryl. Well done there. Let me go back to the Browns for a second.
You do know who the advisor to the owner, Steve Biscotti, is, don't you? Do you know who their advisor is?
Hugh Jackson.
Ron Shapiro.
Oh boy.
Mark's dad.
Yeah. Well, he was a big-time agent.
Eric's father-in-law.
Well, yeah. Honestly, though, I think they got some good advice. I mean, it worked out really well for them.
Well, it did, didn't it?
I mean, Max Crosby's been through a bunch of surgeries recently.
Keep your picks, get a guy.
Yeah, like it actually worked out well for them, which is very disappointing.
Daryl, I want to go back to the Browns for a second. They've missed out, if you want to phrase it that way, and I did, sorry, on some of the key wide receivers who have changed teams so far in free agency and with trades. However, there are still some competent pros out there. If they sign one of those guys, draft a guy in the first 2 rounds, add them to Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, Isaiah Bond, whoever else might show up, are they okay at wide receiver?
No, I mean, listen, they were never spending big money at that position this offseason. I feel like that they're going to draft 1 or 2 more guys here. Yeah, maybe they signed a second, third, fourth tier wide receiver to throw in that room, but they were never spending big money at that position this offseason. So, I honestly, Jeff, I'm not surprised that we're sitting here a couple of days into free agency and they haven't added to that room yet, because I never really felt that was a priority. What was priority was offensive line, and they signed a couple of guys and traded for a guy, right? They brought in a blocking tight end. They needed another tight end, and he may not even make the team. We'll see. So they replacing Devin Bush. So Andrew Berry addressed all the areas that I thought he was going to address already in free agency. And again, that doesn't mean that they're done, because I don't think so. I think again, some lower tier free agents are definitely on their radar. But I really feel like the significant wide receiver room or additions to the wide receiver room are probably going to come with one of their first-round picks in the draft.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He is our Browns and Cleveland beat reporter. You name it, he's covering it. But all over the Browns. With the additions on the offensive line, Daryl, I'm thinking a little out of the box here. Does that have any impact on what they might do at 6? Because, you needed at least 4. You signed 3. But does that change their thinking if a tackle is there at 6 that they really like? And what I'm thinking is leaning defense, because there could be some really good defensive players on the board at 6.
I don't think anything that they've done to this point, Jeff, materially affects their approach to the draft.
Okay.
In fact, I think what they've done might even tee up what they want to do in the draft, which is a left tackle and a wide receiver.
Okay.
So I think that nothing has changed with the moves that they have made as far as altering those plans.
Hey, Daryl, looks like we got a punter, huh?
Yeah,
I can't
wait
happy.
I know, I can't wait to hear Andy mispronounce his name for yet another 12 months.
Okay, Bruder. Are you done? Cruel.
Yeah.
That was cruel and unusual punishment.
Also factual.
Corey Bjorkes.
Just say it faster, Andy.
Corey Bjorkes.
Nobody will get it.
If you go through puberty, where he's Bjorkes.
Add puberty to speed, and that's what you get right there.
I don't even care at this point. He's
not going to lie.
It's easy.
I like the dude. What's the big deal?
Bajorquez.
Likes him so well, he can't pronounce his name.
Bajorquez.
No, that's the first time you've ever said it that way.
That is not true.
Kayla, it's the first time he's ever said it that way.
Yes.
Oh,
he says it with 2 syllables every time, and he misses the middle one. I don't want to say it by itself.
Corey Bjorkes.
Just call him Corey.
That's what I. Hey,
CB.
Who's had his back? I don't care if I say his name wrong all the time. Who has said I want? And you said the other day he was gone. You thought they were going in a different direction.
I posted the video this morning. If you listen to Byron Storr during his introductory press conference, first off, when he mentioned all the players he was excited to work with on special teams, which included Andre Schmidt, Corey Bajorquez was not listed. And I'm not saying that was intentional, but I did, pick up on that.
Well, Schmidt is a pillar of the team.
Yeah, I know. I mean, what a find by Andrew Berry, right?
He's a pillar.
Is that what he dug up that free agent kicker?
Cornerstone, that's what it is. Cornerstone.
Dug up that free agent kicker.
Yeah, and then I posted the clip from Storer when he was specifically asked about Bojorquez. And if you listen to him, first of all, he sounds like he's afraid of his own shadow. But set that part of aside for a minute. But if you listen to what he said, it did not sound like that was a ringing endorsement that they were excited to bring back Corey Bojorquez.
Well,
now,
they paid the man. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, okay. By punter standards, I guess they did.
Yes, they did.
But I was just as surprised as you were, Andy, because reading the tea leaves, it sure sounded like they weren't.
It's not that I was surprised. I knew he was the man. I knew they were going to keep him, and I knew that you were just just speculating hot air the other day. That's all.
Okay. And as long as you've been able to mispronounce his name for this long, you might as well keep it rolling.
I got news. Exactly. I just don't care. Don't care. Everybody knows Corey's our punter. He's a pretty good dude.
CB.
We're going to sit here and debate whether he can hit the coffin corner or not, whatever. But, I mean, it is what it is. They got a guy that can flip the field again. That's all that really matters.
Daryl, how's Quinshon Judkins? And is he going to be ready for the start of the season?
Yeah, I would think that he's going to be good to go. I think a lot of these guys coming off injuries should be in good shape come training camp. But yeah, my anticipation is that Judkins will be out there week 1 if he's healthy.
See them
assuming he doesn't suffer another. You know what I'm saying? Like he should be fine from his current recovery, and then hopefully he doesn't have any setbacks along the way.
Do you see them adding anybody there at running back? I like Rocket Sanders myself.
Yeah,
I don't mind having him around.
I kind of feel like that. Again, that you're at the point of roster construction where you need to be fiscally responsible. You don't want to spend a whole lot of money, and right now, Sanders would be a very efficient player to have on the roster, not only from on the field performance, but from a salary standpoint as well, because he doesn't cost you a whole lot of money. So, again. I anticipate they'll add a running back here this offseason, but that guy I think will be competing for a job during training camp.
Darrell, let me ask you another question here.
Wow.
The Dome this week and the funding for the Dome and the temporary injunction because of the lawsuit, what does that mean? What does that mean to the fans? What does that mean, period?
It just means that the state cannot pull the from the unclaimed funds to finance any stadium project. I like how the Browns are taking the headlines for this.
Yeah,
the
there's
Guardians,
like 15.
The Cavs.
Yeah,
the Guardians, the Cavs, the Bengals, the Blue Jackets, all are asking for money. Toledo's got a stadium project that they're asking for money for.
Wasn't the new the new soccer stadium we were asking for a little bit too?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but the Browns are the headliner because they're, as of now, they're slated to get the biggest chunk of it. But all it means is that while that lawsuit it plays out in court, the state can't use those funds, and so that didn't mean, because some people were taking it as, the judge struck down what was passed with the budget last year. That's not what happened. All that happened is that the judge said the state can't touch those funds until this lawsuit has been resolved. So,
but just tell me if I'm wrong on this, Darrell. It did say, though, that judges normally don't give that kind of injunction there unless they think the lawsuit has a chance of winning.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's going to get played out in open court. And look, the lawmakers that came up with that idea, a lot of people say that the Browns came up with it. They didn't. All the Browns did was ask for this state funding, $600 million for the project. And if people remember, you had 3 different proposals. The governor wanted to tax gambling. I think the House wanted to issue bonds, which then would have affected the state general fund and what they could do with state credit and all that kind of thing. And then the Senate came up with this idea, and they ultimately went with this idea of creating this stadium performance fund, $1.7 to $1.9 billion out of a $4 to $5 billion unclaimed funds fund, money that had been sitting there for over a decade, using that, borrowing from that to fund these projects, and then at the same time using tax revenues from these projects to then backstop the fund. Basically that right now the state funding aspect is on hold. The Browns are putting forward for the stadium $1.2 billion plus cost overruns. The city of Brook Park, I think, is around $400 million. I don't have my pie chart in front of me. And they're already digging the hole. So there is some time for the state to come up with their contribution. But yeah, if the lawsuit does get won and this gets struck down, then the state of Ohio has to come up with a different way of coming up with that $600 million that they agreed to.
Daryl, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Daryl.
You betcha. It's Corey Bojorquez.
You got it, Daryl.
Thank you, Daryl. Daryl Ryder.
Daryl Rudy.
Brought to us by Scheibe Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I think I disagree with Daryl just a little bit on one thing that he said, and it was what the signings might do for the Browns come draft day. Just a little tweak on what Daryl said.
I'd love to hear it.
We'll tweak it next. Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps, my buddy over there. The smiling Andy Baskin.
Boom. Yes.
The smiling Andy Baskin.
Boom, Adebayo.
My buddy Don just sent me a text, and he said, I disagree a little bit with Daryl, too. And Don and I disagree with Daryl on the same thing. Daryl Ryder was just with us. We appreciate Daryl's time. Daryl's always informative. He always busts your chops, so that's always fun, too.
He thinks he's busting my chops.
I think you did a pretty good job today.
He talk about busting chops. Ken Carmen busted his this morning. Woo! It's all
Really?
over. Yeah.
Really?
I don't want to start any wars.
Well, here's where I slightly disagree, just slightly, with Daryl. And it might not be any disagreement at all, but a little bit. I think by signing and or trading for 3 starting offensive linemen, I think the absolute urgency to take a left tackle at 6 isn't there. Now, could they take a left tackle at 6? You bet they could. And if their top guy is sitting there, I hope they do. I hope they do. And if they think there's one wide receiver in this group that's better than everybody else, and he's sitting there at 6, and he's the top guy on their board,
take him.
I hope they take him.
I do too.
However, they haven't made any additions to the defense. None so far. Okay, none so far. They replaced a linebacker with a linebacker. They replaced a veteran who came on actually and played his best football, probably Devin Bush, with a guy who's been around.
Okay,
in Quincy Williams, and that's fine. But you haven't made any additions to the defense, and you have a new defensive coordinator.
Okay.
If David Bailey from Texas Tech, the pass rusher,
who may not make it there.
If Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State,
who may not make it there.
If Sonny Styles,
who may not make it there.
Well, that's 3.
Okay.
There are 5 guys who are there are only 4 guys going to be taken ahead of when the Browns pick, Andy, who are going to be a surprise. Fernando Mendoza is going number 1.
Right.
That means I just listed 3. If Arvell Reese, that's 4.
Probably won't be there, but I agree with you. Yeah.
Some really big time defensive player is going to be on the board when they pick at 6. Somebody. And if the Browns have that guy much more highly rated than they do anybody at left tackle or anybody at wide receiver, they should draft that defensive player. Let me go back 2 years. Our buddy Tyvis Powell, who we work with on the Browns radio network, before the season ever started. Remember Jim Schwartz's first year as defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
And they came out and they were number 1 in yardage allowed, fewest yards allowed in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And they rolled it back.
Didn't make any changes.
And
right now they're scheduled to make 1 change.
Before the season ever started,
yeah,
Tyvis said, we're sitting here for the first game, and he said, I don't like the defense. If you go status quo, it's never good. You always have to tweak and get better. And guess what happened the second year with Jim Schwartz? They weren't nearly as good.
No, I think other teams see it.
And the team won 3 games.
I get that.
And that's why, though I do think they will draft an offensive lineman in the first or second round, and I do think they will draft a wide receiver in the first or second round, I'm very open to the idea of drafting a defensive player at 6 because I think the strength of this team is clearly the defense, and I want it to keep getting better. And Myles Garrett's not getting any younger.
I just think in those first 3 picks, they must walk away with at least 1 offensive lineman and 1 wide receiver.
Sold.
That's it.
Sold. I'll agree with you on that.
And I'll even go 2 and 1 either. You know what? If they went 2 wide receivers and 1 offensive lineman, I'd probably be okay with that too. I would tend to be more
are Lynn
leaning
Swann
towards
and John Stallworth available in the same draft?
I don't know. Let's give them a call.
Get a couple of Hall of Famers.
I'm also okay with 2 offensive linemen and 1 wide receiver. They need to take care of that now.
I wonder about the offensive line, and
one and their best defensive player.
I was with you on the 2 offensive linemen, but the fact that they've signed 3, traded for 1, and then signed him. The fact that they brought in 3 starters, I think, diminishes the need just slightly for that second starter on the offensive line. However,
I need an offensive lineman in your first 3 picks.
Without question.
Okay.
And I think you need a wide receiver in your first 3 picks.
Yeah. So,
but the order of it doesn't matter to me anymore. If you can get a stud defensive player and enhance the best unit of your team, Andy, because is JOK coming back? Sure doesn't look like it. He would imagine if JOK was on this defensive unit.
Oh, you wouldn't even think it. You wouldn't have had to pick up another linebacker.
Well, but you always need to tweak and improve.
Yeah, but
they tagged Ronnie Hickman, so he's coming back. You would assume,
right?
I would. It's just if one of those key defensive guys is available at 6, I'd be hard pressed to pass him up. If the Browns have him rated higher on their board,
I mean, I can't stress it enough. They have to get another offensive lineman.
Well,
we
yeah.
all know that.
And they will.
They have to get another wide receiver.
But would you be
Those are the
okay
only
if
two
they
things
took him
they
at
have
24?
to do for sure.
If they took the offensive lineman at 24, you'd be okay.
You know what the best case scenario would be? Trade 6, move back, get another first-round pick either this year or next year, and
still get your lineman or wide receiver
you're still
or,
gonna have,
or defensive player.
Just make sure you still have 3 picks in that top, 37? Is that what it is? Something like that?
Yeah.
So
better yet, get 4.
I'm okay with it. The question is who's coming up for 6 and who's going to be available at 6 that they'd basically be trading away. Would they be trading away Caden Proctor, or would they be trading away another?
Andy, I'd look at those defensive players. I think if anybody's going to trade up for anybody in this draft, it's going to be one of those defensive players. It's not going to be a quarterback.
Well, Caleb Downs would be a prime target right there. Like I would
CBS.
Think so. CBS has the Browns trading with the Cowboys at 6, so they could take Caleb Downs, and so that would be the trade with the Cowboys, and the Cowboys then would give up. I got to see what they gave us.
Where are they?
I don't know. It still has the Cowboys taking a pick at 20. So I don't know what they would have got for that, but you got to get a first rounder this. You'd have to get a first rounder this year to do that trade. I don't know. These mock drafts are what they are. They're mock drafts.
They're fun, is what they are.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I always enjoy those.
So this would have us taking Jordan Tyson at 12, which I'm totally fine with. Are you kidding? He's a great wide receiver. Take him in a second.
Some injury issues have popped up
I'd
that
still
we're
take
hearing
him.
about.
I'd still take him. I wonder what else they got.
I would too, by the way. I would too. But just keep in mind, this is the time where things happen and you hear things about guys and
here's the other one.
Might give you pause.
I mean, from what I had heard, they came back from Combine in love with Monroe Freeling. Now, is that they're saying they're in love with him to drive up the price?
Monroe?
I don't know.
How about
but
an engagement
that would leave him at 24. If you got Tyson and Freeling, I think you'd be pretty happy, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And it looks like in this scenario, you made a trade, so you picked up something else.
Forgive me. It's because of the positions they play, and they're both highly thought of. If you stay where you are, you're going to get a highly thought of whatever at 6 and a highly thought of whatever at 24. I mean, that's just what it's going to be.
But I can totally see them bouncing back out of 6 and trading. Is there anybody in Cleveland doesn't think that they would trade away the pick? Of course they would. They're the Browns. They would trade away that pick in a minute.
And would you think about a defensive player at 6 based on already signing 3 offensive linemen, trading for one and then signing them long term? I think defense at 6, folks, is more in play than it was before free agency began. It's Baskin and Phelps right here on The Fan.
Hey.
the market for another wide receiver trade?
We're really pleased with some of the younger players that we have in the sense of, Jerry's going to be a big part of it. We were pleased with Isaiah's rookie year. That doesn't mean that we can't add to the arsenal.
Hear all of the latest breaking news coverage on your home for Browns football in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
For kicking around the idea, best player on the board for the Browns at 6 is a defensive player. Do you take him or not? I say yes. I'd say yes
too. Why wouldn't you?
If it's real close to a left tackle, maybe you take the guy in position of need and just leave him there for a decade. But man, if there's a gap, man, I'd enhance the best unit on the team. Put another edge rusher out there. Get another.
If it's a Buckeye, it's a slam dunk because no one's going to be mad about that.
Well, who cares where they went to college?
You can say that till you're blue in the face, and I'm telling you.
I've never been blue in the face.
Okay, well, today you may be blue in the face.
Happy to.
Because I'm
going
to tell you that Browns fans can swallow a Buckeye on defense at 6 easier than they would be able to swallow anything else. Because most Ohio State fans, most Browns fans that are both, have watched these guys play. They know how good they are, and it's easier for them to accept a guy from Ohio State or someone who might be from Ohio than it is to accept somebody they haven't been watching all year. That's why I say that.
I disagree.
And that's truthful.
I disagree.
We can
I don't think
disagree.
anybody cared that Mason Graham went to Michigan.
I'm not saying about guys that went to Michigan that went here. What I'm saying is it's easier for Browns fans that are also Buckeye fans to be in favor of taking a player at something that may not seem to be an exact need right away if they're an Ohio State Buckeye. Because I can't tell you how long we sat here, and I've watched all these guys from Ohio State have great careers over in Pittsburgh, and everyone sit around here and go, why didn't the Browns draft them? They could have that guy. Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they do that? And by the way, you get a little bit more leniency when you're an Ohio State Buckeye here from our fans, whether you believe it or not. I'm telling you it's true.
I don't believe it.
Okay.
Joe's in Cleveland Heights. Hello, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
You need to believe it, Jeff.
I don't, Joe. I don't care. I don't care where a guy went to college if he can come in and help the team.
No, I don't care but Andy's right in what he said, because you have a big, strong, besides Columbus, this is the biggest city that roots for Ohio State, and the fans watch them up here, and they're good. It's not like these guys are bad.
Yeah, we're not talking about bad players here. That's the other thing, too.
Yeah.
No, you're definitely right. But I did want to call and agree with you, Jeff, on the fact is if you do have one of those defensive guys and those names that you read out, and like you said, Mendoza going number 1, and you got 4 of the guys, and one of those guys are there, yes, to me, you have to take them. Those guys are game changers. They can play on the field, and you look at the whole way that this division's been built. Besides Cincinnati, when you have a good defense, it keeps you in games, even if your offense does struggle. Even like last year with the Browns not even scoring that many points, the defense kept them in a lot of good games. Some of them they lost, but still game-changing players on defense make teams better. And I understand we need wide receivers and linemen, but if one of those guys are there, you have to take them. You have to.
Joe, I
call
agree
the
with you on
day,
that.
Joe. Call the day. Thank you, Joe.
Why is that? Because he agreed with both of us?
No, more me than you.
Marvin is in Cleveland.
All right, I'm going to throw you a curveball on all this that will aggravate our fans.
Marvin.
Yes.
Hey guys.
Hey, man.
Question for you. Does the NFL salary cap kind of work like the NBA, where you can go over like the first tier, and if you go over, there's a penalty to pay?
No. There's no penalty to pay, and it's not. It's not the same.
There's no structure like that.
I don't know how. The only way you can, I'll ask Daryl because Daryl's like all over that, but I can't imagine you can go over. And if you could go over, it would have to be probably just to bring in league minimum players because you've had so many injuries.
That's why they're restructuring contracts all the time. They just do.
No one goes over.
Financial gymnastics.
Yeah, they just don't do it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I was just wondering, there's a guy out there we still need to get via free agency. Then we can still bring some of those guys in from the draft. I just want to improve the team fast as possible, right? And if they can do something like that creatively, I thought that would be good. But okay.
Okay.
All right, Marvin. Thank you very much. I will say the financial aspects of all of that, not exactly my strength, but I know that they can. They always seem to find a way to get somebody in.
The NFL salary cap is a strict league-mandated maximum amount, which was $301.2 million per team in 2026. All 32 teams must stay under to ensure competitive balance, with penalties including fines, voided contracts, and lost draft picks. It's a hard cap based on the league revenue. Most teams use restructuring bonuses and dead money to manage it. That's how it works. So,
they never seem to have a problem signing somebody they want.
No.
Chuck's in Chardon. Hello, Chuck.
Get ready for the curveball. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes.
I wanted to comment just briefly on, who to draft and when. I think there's probably in any draft, you might agree, a couple possible game changers. Obviously, I think you take them. Doesn't matter what position. But correct me if I'm wrong. In today's modern NFL, the name of the game is to be able to run the ball 3, 4, 5 yards on first down or second down, with the idea that on third down, the edge rushers don't have their ears pinned back. We have a chance to complete a small pass or run again for a first down. As I watch the Browns this year, when the other teams know we have to pass, we can't get separation, the safety drops back. To me, we need tackles, and we need guards, and we need centers, and we need. In an ideal world, I agree with you guys, or I'm sorry, I think it was you, Baskin. I like the idea of drafting someone from Ohio State or the Big Ten, only for this reason. They've played in cold weather in November and December, and I think it makes a difference. I could be wrong, but I think guys who grow up in the Midwest, rough it out in the snow, do a little bit better in December in Baltimore or Cleveland. That's the way
All right, Chuck. Thank you very much. Didn't seem to bother Nick Chubb.
One guy. There's nothing wrong with pointing out the fact.
Webster, Slaughter, or Ozzie Newsome.
Jeff, there's nothing wrong with pointing out the fact that it might be an easier transition if you're from the Midwest to play in a Midwest city. It's not that hard. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I do believe it's easier to do that. Maybe there's a little bit of adjustment. I mean, do you think guys that grow up in Florida like playing outdoors in the cold weather? When you have the dome, what's the difference? It's not going to matter anymore anyway. But right now, I think there's a difference. And by the way, I mean, yeah, we've had some cold games, especially that one Icebox game was at New Orleans, that was like brutal. But I generally, and as you've said before, it feels like the seasons have shifted. Some of these games in December aren't as bad as what I think I remember being as a kid, going to the games as brutally cold as they were. Now, the lakefront's a whole another element because you got, obviously the lake and the elements of that are different than a stadium that would be inland.
Not in 2029, Andy.
It's true. It's a good point. Well, you may have to turn the air conditioner up.
I think once a guy's in the league, it doesn't really matter. Oddly enough, they
figure it out.
The guys go to Green Bay and figure out how to play outside, and guys come here or go to Pittsburgh or go to Buffalo, and they seem to figure it out.
They do, but it might be easier. And just if you grow up here and you're used to it your whole life, it's got to be easier. That's all.
How easy was it for you this winter, sir?
For what? This winter? I hate it.
Exactly right.
I know it. It doesn't. But I know how to adjust. I know how to drive in it. I know how to. I mean, those are your daily stresses that you don't think about when you're living in Florida. Now, if you've got to drive from your house to Berea through snow that you've never driven through snow before, you're adding a little bit of anxiety to your life. Now you're bringing that to work with you. And these are all little things that shouldn't make a difference because they're professional football players. But it's the reality of being a human. Thank you.
By the way, tomorrow the Browns are going to make
extremely deep.
2 of their new guys on the offensive line and 1 linebacker available. Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, Quincy Williams expected to speak with the media tomorrow. So won't that be fun, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jim is in Wyndham. Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Home of the Bombers.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Home of the Bombers, right? I think Jeff is on the right path here when it comes to the best available. I think that the signing of the Williams, the linebacker, sort of maybe puts off Sonny Styles, but I think if Caleb Downs there, I think you take him without even – you don't even waste that 15 minutes. He's there at 6. You turn in that card as quick as possible. And you get a guy who's going to be on your team for 12 years and be one of the better players on the defensive side of the ball in the league. You just can't pass up a generational talent like him. Now, I don't think they have anyone ranked in the top 10 that's a wide receiver or an offensive lineman. I don't think there's anyone really that you want to take with the top 10 pick. Now, if they can trade back and get another pick somewhere later in the first round or maybe next year, then you do that, and then you take your offensive linemen and the teams or whatever. Or if a lot of wide receivers there, you do that also. But I think Caleb Downs is the pick if he's there at 6.
Jim, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Website that does a great job on, real great job on all the draft stuff and everything else. And they have, for instance, positional rankings already for the 2027 draft. And
great.
Right now, it's NFL Draft Buzz. Their number one prospect overall is Caleb Downs. Their number 2 prospect is Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, who's expected to be a big-time talent. Then they have Reuben Bain, the defensive end from Miami, Fernando Mendoza, David Bailey. Then they start drifting off a little bit. But the top guys in this draft, Andy, it seems to be a little heavier D. And I wonder who's going to be there at the time. And again, if the Browns' best player on the board is a left tackle and that guy's sitting there at 6, just take him. Just take him. But if by chance anybody starts dropping a little bit and there's an opportunity there, I could see, I wouldn't be the least bit disappointed. In fact, I'd be pleased if they added to that. Jeff Shudell covers the Browns for the News Herald. We'll ask Jeff what he thinks about all this and more. Coming up on Baskin and Phelps, he joins us next.
game of the day, Kent State will take on Ohio at 6:30 p.m. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I am Jeff Phelps. My buddy is Andy Baskin. Jeff Schudel from the News Herald covers the Browns. Is going to join us momentarily right here on the show. The draft is coming up in late April. It's in Pittsburgh, so we're about a month away from that, 5 weeks. Andy, it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting.
I'm half tempted to go. I was actually thinking about going over. I think it'll be fun.
Really?
Yeah.
What would be fun?
I know that when it was here, it was fun. It was raining. Yeah. Unfortunately, the pandemic was going on, but you could see.
You don't have those.
You could see the potential of what the draft was going to be all about. And I do think Pittsburgh will do a good job hosting that. I know we always want to make fun of our brothers to the southeast of us, but I think they're going to throw a pretty good party for this thing. It's a great football town.
Iron City all around, Andy.
As much as it pains us to say it, it's a great football town.
Pittsburgh's a great city.
It's a fun city.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
just like ours.
It's like ours, but not like ours. The hills get a little shaky down there, and you're driving along the rivers, and you miss the lake a little bit while you're down there. But okay.
I will say, looking their baseball ballpark is just beautiful, and looking out of the press box there and seeing the bridges and all, it's really good.
Yeah, the only time I've ever been there was for a Billy Joel concert. So
really,
yeah, I missed baseball. I think they had a really bad rain delay game that you were filling in for me. So,
gee, I don't remember.
I do. Oh,
I don't remember walking back from the ballpark to the hotel at 3:00 in the morning.
Sometimes you got to put a little hard work in there, Jeff.
Yeah, that was great fun. All right, I'll tell you that. That's for sure. A
bad day at the ballpark is still a good day compared to having to do hard work.
Isn't that the truth?
Yep.
The general consensus seems to be that if when the Browns drafted 6, if somebody's there, Andy, that you go ahead and draft a defensive player if he's the best guy there. That's the general consensus, no?
I agree. Take the best player available, right?
Now you said you had a twist at 6.
I do have a twist, but we may also have another twist in the world of sports here soon. But I'm looking at it, and what happens to Ty Simpson? Suddenly, when you get 2-3 weeks out before the draft, somehow, some way, a quarterback always seems to rise from where you thought they might be drafted. Now, most of these mock drafts I've seen, I don't see Simpson going either late first round or early second round. And, there's talk that the Browns like Ty Simpson too, but do they like him because they want someone else to like him at 6? And if you're going to draft a quarterback, you're probably going to do it where you're going to put him in a position where you just go get him. I don't think they've got to draft Ty Simpson at 6 to be able to get him. I don't. But
you probably won't get him at 24.
So you might have to move up a little bit. You may have to put together your second first-round pick and your second-round pick to move up in the first round. Would you be okay with that? To grab a player that you think might be worthy. I'm not just saying Ty Simpson. I just think that, if you really want that quarterback and you think he's the guy, why wouldn't you draft him as soon as possible? That's the hard part. So I think Ty Simpson, when it's all said and done, could be the wild card in this entire draft. If not for us, for somebody else. Because somebody else is going to need a quarterback and want to draft a quarterback, and they'll roll the dice.
Well, it could be the Jets. They brought in Geno Smith, but there's thought that they'll bring in another veteran quarterback and compete there. It could be Arizona, although Kirk Cousins is rumored to be maybe in line for Arizona. That's one thing there.
Do you see that as the wild card, though? Can you see it's not even about Ty Simpson. It's about who's the second best quarterback in this draft. And
well, I think it's Ty Simpson.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people,
according to what everybody's telling us.
Right. So he is a gigantic X factor. Can you imagine going through the first 20 picks of the draft with only having one quarterback selected? How does that happen?
Ask Kenny Pickett in his draft.
Saying it happens every once in a while, but my point is that someone's going to get desperate for a quarterback. Please don't let that be the Browns.
I would agree with that.
Someone will be desperate.
Well, somebody will be desperate, and somebody will trade up. But I don't know if they'll call in that much. You know what I mean? I don't know if somebody's going to try and go up that high. Now, if you think he's the guy and you think it's good to go, then that's it. Hey, by the way, upset over at Rocket Arena.
Huge upset.
The Miami Redhawks are out of the Mid-American Conference tournament. They have lost to UMass 87-83. First loss of the season for the Miami Redhawks. So much for the MAC getting 2 teams in.
There's no way you lose to the 8th seed in your own tournament. They're not getting in.
I doubt that they're getting in.
Wow. How about that? You talk about it. You argued about it for weeks here about what would happen to Miami if they could keep going forward. And now Miami loses to the 8th seed. Wow.
Yep. I hate conference tournaments. There.
Wow.
I said it. Hate it. Miami deserves to at least get to the conference championship game.
Yeah, but now everybody who's using the strength of schedule and how bad their schedule was
is going to say C,
and that's why they don't belong there.
Yep. Let's go to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the Browns and everything else in Cleveland sports for the News Herald. He's done it for decades, and he does a great job of it. He's Mr. Jeff Shadell. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hey, man.
Hi. Hey, guys. How are you today?
Good.
We are well. Thank you very much. We're sitting here debating all things Browns in a good and bad way. I want your thoughts, first of all, Jeff, on something we've been talking about for a little here. You'd be okay. We know they need wide receivers. We know they need offensive linemen still at a left tackle. Would you be okay if best guy on the board for the Browns was the defensive player and they drafted him at 6?
Yeah, I would be fine with that. I've been listening to this debate you guys have going on. I'd be fine with Caleb Downs. That would make me very happy.
If you had your druthers right now, what are you doing at 6? And I don't even need a name. Just give me your position.
Well, let's put out a couple names. I think it'd be a tough call if it came down to Carnell Tate or Caleb Downs, and not just because they're both from Ohio State, but either player would, I think, improve the Browns dramatically.
What about an edge rusher, Jeff? And there are a couple of good ones in this draft.
I don't know if I would do that with 6. I think if some of those players would probably almost be on a par with each other, and if that would be the case, I would take a position of need over an edge rusher because Carnell Tate, I think, would make Shedeur Sanders look a lot better. And I think Caleb, don't you think? And
yeah,
Caleb Downs
right. I think you're right.
Would make the defense even better than it is now. So I think that's why the Browns would wait until they're on the clock to possibly trade down to see who is still left when it would be their turn.
We sit around and we kick this thing around and we go back and forth and with the draft compared to free agency. Do you think the Browns have done their due diligence and got done in free agency what they need to do with getting these linemen and one tight end and a linebacker?
I think for the most part they're done. But I want to say this. I don't know how much better the offensive line is now than it was, because I would be really lying to you if I said I know how good Jenkins is. I know how good Zion Johnson is. I don't study guards or centers. So I can't say they're dramatically better than they were before this, but they did go into the free agency targeting the offensive line, and they felt that they had to improve there. So I guess we have to trust Andrew Berry and the personnel department to say that they are better.
The one thing I wonder about, Jeff, it's exactly what you just took me right there. Okay, so they drafted 3 guys who are going to start on the offensive line. Are they better than Ethan Posick? Are they better than Wyatt Teller? Are they better than Jack Conklin? Now, they're healthier, but are they better?
And you have to wonder, right, with the Texans gave up a starting right tackle for a 5th-round draft pick. Does that ring a little alarm? And Alden Jenkins is coming off an injury.
And they got rid of him with an injury designation. He failed the physical.
Right. And I assume, though, that the Browns I don't think you could give a physical to a guy that you're going to sign in free agency. But the Browns apparently believe that he's healthy.
You know, the other thing, Jeff, Zion Johnson was part of an offensive line that almost got Justin Herbert killed.
Right, and the Chargers declined his 5th-year option. He was a first-round draft pick in 2022, and they didn't think he was worth giving the 5th-year option to. So that rings alarms to me. So, like I said, this doesn't necessarily mean they're better just because they got different guys in there.
Do you think the Browns are a better team today than they were before they made the trade with Houston? So, just in general, everything they've done so far as we start to lean towards the draft. Are they a better team now?
If they're better, I don't think they're overwhelmingly better than they were, because of those questions I raised on some of those offensive linemen that they have signed. And is Quincy Williams better than Devin Bush? When you look at the money each guy is being paid, probably not. But Bush left, and so they had to get somebody else, and they moved pretty quickly on Quincy Williams, and Mike Rutenberg's coached him, so I think he had some influence on that signing.
The top, and Jeff Shadell joining us from the News Herald, top wide receivers have already changed teams, Jeff, but there are still a bunch of veteran free agents out there at wide receiver, clearly a position of need for the Browns. Anybody really strike your fancy? Would you want to see them sign 1 or 2 of those guys before you pick up one in the draft? Well, what's your stance on this at this point of free agency?
I would not mind them signing another one. Now, I know that you're big on Cedric Tillman, Jeff, but for one reason or another, that poor guy cannot stay healthy.
Isn't that the truth, Jeff? I keep looking back to when Jameis was throwing him the football and thinking, it couldn't have been all Jameis, could it?
Well, let's look at it, Jerry Jeudy. And then I think when you say that, maybe it was a lot of Jameis, because if those 7 games that Jameis Winston started in 2024, if you look at Jerry Jeudy's numbers from those games, he had more than 70 yards receiving in 6 of those 7 games, and in 3 of them, more than 100 yards. And this past season, he had only 2 70-yard games in 17 games. So I think that Jameis Winston, I'm not saying the Browns should go get him again, but I'm just saying that those numbers that some of those receivers piled up with him made a big difference.
What should they get at quarterback, Jeff? Or are they good to go?
I can't believe that they're good to go. I think they need somebody else. I heard you guys talking about Ty Simpson before I came on.
Yeah.
But I would be stunned if they picked him with the 6th pick. You know how it is with quarterbacks, though.
Yes.
Quarterbacks are always overdrafted. Not always, but many times quarterbacks are overdrafted. But Shador would say he was definitely underdrafted. But
I think he might have a point.
Yes. And so reaching for Ty Simpson at 6, no. Would he still be around at 24? Maybe on a talent level he would be. But as I said, quarterbacks often go higher than they probably should.
Jeff, I'm just curious. Okay, so the regime changes at the end of the season, right? And guys that were making decisions are no longer there, and it's Andrew Berry and it's Todd Monken right now, and ownership. Is this team going in? I know I asked you if they're better than on the roster-wise, but is the franchise going in the right direction? Do you feel like just this little stamp of what we've seen so far from the new regime? Do you feel like this thing is going in the right direction, or has great hope of going in the right direction?
I think it probably is going in the right direction, Andy. And some of the other changes they made, I think getting George Warhop as the offensive line coach is a big, kind of maybe under the radar, good addition, because he was here coaching the line when Joe Thomas was playing. You think about this, George Warhop survived 3 coaches.
True. How
often does that happen? And because he was here with Eric Mangini, Pat Shurmur, and Chudzinski. So that says a lot about him. And you think about, he's the 4th offensive line coach in 4 years. That doesn't happen very often. And so I think that's a big addition for the Browns.
Chris Tabor is the only other guy that can survive that long, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah. Yes.
Jeff Shadell joining us, covers the Browns for the News Herald. Jeff, I can't wait to see Todd Monken in action, because Andy and I have kicked this around, and everything we talk about with the offense, especially when it comes to the Browns, always goes back to, well, I wonder what Todd Monken thinks about this. Do we have any idea what he thinks about the quarterback spot other than what he said in his opening press conference when he talked about mobility being such a key thing?
Well, I'll tell you what, I really wish we could have a spy camera in his office.
Yep.
But when you look at the different quarterbacks he has worked with, going back to his college days, I think that he really does know how to get the best out of these guys. Now, how good is that with Shedeur Sanders? We really don't know. And so I don't think the Browns are going to make a big plunge for a quarterback this year. But listen, I heard you guys talking about, if you win too many games, they're not going to get that shot at the quarterback in the draft next year. We have short memories if we don't remember them saying, that 2026 draft is going to be loaded with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We're going to get one then. And that's what they were saying when they made that trade with the Jaguars. They thought they'd set themselves up for a quarterback this year, and that's not going to happen.
Jeff, thanks for your time today, buddy. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Follow Jeff's work in the News Herald. Does an outstanding job of covering the Browns and everything else going on in Cleveland.
The News Herald does a great job. Not only, Jeff, you're outstanding with your stuff, but the high school stuff
high school
is great
coverage
too.
How about, hey, Andy, real quick, Gilmore. How about your Gilmore hockey team?
Big weekend. St. Ignatius is good too. They had a great game against St. Ed's. St. Ed's gave them a big battle over at Brooklyn last weekend. But it was great. It was just seeing 2,000 fans at Kent State University on Friday night, and then seeing another 2,000 fans over at Brooklyn Ice Arena. So hopefully both of these teams going down from Cleveland can make an impression. It's been a good year for the team that I follow, but it's been a good year for the other team too. So we'll see what happens.
Thanks,
all right,
buddy.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Jeff Shadell joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Just as Jeff joined us, we had the upset of upsets in the Mid-American Conference men's basketball tournament.
Wow.
What does this do for the dream of an undefeated team with one loss?
Someone needs to get Chris Rose a tissue
Getting into
now.
the NCAA tournament. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
radio.com/SPORTS.
Free agency is here, and 92.3 The Fan has you covered with all the rumors, headlines, and big money signings from all around the league. Stay connected all week through our local coverage, brought to you by Exteriors Plus.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps along with Andy Baskin. Thanks to Jeff Schudel for joining us there. Always good to have Jeff with us and his perspective on the Browns. Always on the money. He's been covering the team for decades. Like more than 3. I think it's more than 4. Might even be 5. So, Jeff, thank you very much for being with us. Over at Rocket Arena, yep, it happened. The undefeated Miami Redhawks, undefeated no more. They lose to the Minutemen from Massachusetts, coached by Frank Martin, former Bob Huggins assistant coach. And UMass advances. Miami out, Andy, and Miami out in the first round of its own conference tournament. They were undefeated, hadn't lost a game all year. Now they lose one game, and I think it would be stunning if they make the NCAA tournament. Just based on what we know about the NCAA and the way they look at strength of schedule and all.
It is the worst case scenario for the Mid-American Conference.
Yes, it is.
It is the worst case scenario because you were hoping that, Akron has the best numbers as far as getting to the NCAA tournament. You were hoping that you probably were going to have Akron and Miami meet in the finals. If Miami loses to Akron in the finals, you're 30. What are they? 31 would have been 32, 33, right?
I would think
they would have been 33-0.
If Akron and Miami met in the finals, and Akron won that game, I would think the MAC would have had 2 teams in the tournament.
Yeah, you can't lose. I mean, they're the 8th seed. They lost to the 8th seed. That's bad. And when your strength of schedule is brutal compared to the rest of the country, all of the naysayers are going to eliminate Miami of Ohio.
I can't stand conference tournaments.
I'm okay with it.
Why?
Well, because normally if you're a good team, that you're going to make it and you're going to make it to the finals. And it's not, you shouldn't, good teams don't lose in fluky ways, especially against their own conference and their own conference tournament.
Well, that wasn't fluky. They just got beat.
No, you know what? They've been close to getting beat the last couple games.
Well,
too.
They've had several, last-second game winners.
And I know Chris Rose didn't want it, but I was hearing from folks about the way that when they won at Ohio, that it wasn't exactly classy at the end. Some of the things they were doing, but that's not the point.
That doesn't matter.
No, but there's karma and there's just stuff like that. I know you don't believe in a lot of that stuff, but I just think that sometimes, it's just they have no chance. I'm just telling you, I think Miami's going to get knocked out, no questions asked.
I don't think they get to the NCAA tournament.
I don't think so either.
No.
They'll be at some other tournament, which is a shame.
It's
a shame because they had a great season. Do you know how hard it is to run the table in the regular season?
Especially in a conference like the MAC, Andy, where, it's really competitive. And we just saw. But, I saw a lot of MAC games in person this year. And teams that you don't think about, that come to the top of your mind. For instance, Buffalo, who Akron plays. Akron beat them twice. Buffalo was tough. I thought Central Michigan was really good. And, there are some players, there are some moments, and you just think, wow. And that's why it's so tough in the MAC, because it's a pretty deep league.
It is a meat grinder, and they don't get credit for beating each other. Like I asked John Gross yesterday. Yeah, it doesn't. You can say their strength of schedule is bad, right? Because of who they're playing. But
you mean Miami's?
But the problem is that you have to somehow, some way, someone's got to figure out a way. Why is someone's team's strength of schedule better than another team? So there's got to be preconceived notions that you're putting into a formula that's saying that Duke, North Carolina, like all the great teams of all time, right? Like they're going to be it's a harder win for a school to win at them. So I know they're numbers that figure this out, but it's also preconceived in some ways.
Well, it's the schedule that the schools put together, Andy. It's the schedule that the schools put together, and their out of conference schedules have to be more difficult. They have to be more challenging, and that hasn't been the case oftentimes in the MAC, and that's certainly cost them. And that's, Miami. I think the number I saw, they strength of schedule was ranked 351 in the nation.
So, but how do
that's
you
brutal,
how
man.
do you how does that determine mathematically? Like, how you have to say that when you're
I don't
playing,
know
a
the
team's got to
formula.
be given
I just know
what I'm
it's
saying?
but I know it's a big deal. I mean, that's what they go by.
No, I know it's always been a big deal. Well, Rick Boyage is on tomorrow too. He's going to help. But tomorrow, it's like,
and Rick is
the former head coach at William and Mary. He was a longtime assistant at Ohio State. He was the interim head coach at Ohio State. Then he went
and
to
an
go work.
executive in the MAC.
He was an executive in the Mid-American Conference. He was an executive at the Big Ten. He ran the officiating crews for not only Big Ten, MAC, and then other conferences too at the same time. He has been with us before. He's knee deep in all of this stuff and totally understands all of it. So it'll be interesting to have him on tomorrow. I feel bad for Miami because they did have a great regular season. It's virtually impossible to be able to do what they were able to do. They did it, and now it's a bad loss. It's a bad loss.
This is Miami's preseason schedule, real quick. Okay. Old Dominion, Trinity Christian, Air Force, Mercyhurst, Arkansas Pine Bluff, UNC Greensboro, Indiana East, Maine, UNC Asheville, Eastern Kentucky, Wright State, and then they hit the conference season.
So some of those teams have made
threw in Milligan, who they put up 135 points against.
Where's Milligan?
He's on an island. They're trying to get him off of it.
U.S. had a pretty good hockey player at one point named Jimmy Milligan, but I don't know of any other. I went to Milligan Elementary School.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Well, by God, you got your own college name for it.
Yes.
So that worked out well. And that's why Miami is going to be sitting on the outside and not getting into the NCAA tournament. I hope they get in, Andy. That would be sweet. And see, this is the problem for me. They deserve it. Sorry, you ran the table in the regular season. I don't care if you're playing Milligan. You ran the table, and then you ran your conference table. You lost in the conference tournament. Well, that's why I hate conference tournaments. You play the entire regular season. You know who the best. What
I hate is
the
when
best two teams were Akron and Miami.
I know.
And Akron's only loss in conference was at Miami. So how about playing on a neutral site and seeing who the best team is?
That's fair.
Which is what we were hoping for.
I just hate seeing the 7th or 8th team be rewarded from a major conference to get in. That's
I agree.
That's ridiculous. And they always get knocked out.
I agree. Hey, if you missed a moment in our show, our conversation with Daryl Ryder or Jeff Shudell, Sam Amico, you can go back, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We go to spring training next on Baskin and Phelps.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books of Westwood One Sports. The Pistons host the Sixers, and Philly is in a bad way right now. Joel Embiid will miss his 12th game in the last 14 contests. Shocker. Paul George is still suspended for PEDs, and Tyrese Maxey's now out for 3 weeks. The Pistons found themselves in a slide, having lost 4 in a row before blowing out the Nets. I think they continue to take out some frustration on this pathetic Sixers team. Big spread, but I think Detroit wins by 30. I'll lay the points with the Pistons. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away.
lessees are just $2.99 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple.
39 months, $29.95 down plus fees due at signing. No security deposit required. 7,500 miles per year. Includes all incentives. Offer ends 3/31/26.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. This spring training report brought to us by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates. Guardians rolling toward opening day, Andy. It can't get here soon enough. I'm pumped about baseball season. The one thing that I've thought about spring training for the Guardians so far is this. No surprises. There appear to be no surprises.
None. It's been very...
Yeah. And I think that we're going to sit. The only thing that might be a surprise, it would appear that at least for now, Stephen Kwan is going to be your opening day center fielder. Doesn't it feel that way?
It seemed weird. They tried to sell it like they were just kind of kicking the tires on it, but it never felt that way.
No.
Everybody else was kind of reporting at it like he was going to be the starting center fielder, except for the team. The team was kind of like, well, we'll see how it works out here.
As a Gold Glove winner in left field, Andy, I'm going to set the bar so low it's ridiculous. At the very least, he'll be a competent center fielder.
Oh, for sure.
What I think he'll be is a really good center fielder.
Yeah.
And what's more valuable, a really good center fielder defensively or a really good left fielder defensively?
Oh, center fielder every time.
Exactly. And if you're Steven and you're hoping to cash in with a contract, you probably want that on your resume as well. So my guess is he was all for it.
Yeah, could you imagine if they're out of it late in the season and they're looking to trade him and he ends up getting traded and he's like, well, where he's going to play left fielder. He's not going to play center field. Okay, well, whatever. Who cares?
Right.
He's going to make some cash.
I would think he is going to make some cash. The way things stand now, fingers crossed, Chase DeLauder has had a very good spring.
Mm-hmm.
If that guy's healthy, he's your starting right fielder. And I so hope that he can get 500 at-bats, 550, everyday player. I hope he's out there every day.
Okay.
And if he is, Andy, I don't want to buy in too much to the whole plan here, but let's do it. He's one of your top prospects. And if you can put a power bat in a corner outfield spot, that's the idea. And I don't care if it's a young guy who finally gets his chance or if it's a veteran that you signed who would, you weren't going to sign the top tier guys. So you'd have been signing some journeyman outfielder to come in and hopefully do something close to what Chase DeLauder is capable of doing in their minds this season. So I hope DeLauder is healthy. I hope he starts. I hope he gets 550 at-bats. That's a nice addition. And then left field, you figure it out?
I mean, what else?
Is it George Valera?
Yeah, I mean.
Is it a platoon out there, which is quite possible?
I don't know. Can Kafis move over there?
I don't know. The problem is Valera hits left-handed. Kafis hits left-handed.
Yeah. Does it have to be
Ralphie
a problem?
Velasquez, who's had a nice spring, is going to go back to Columbus, you can be sure, and will be a phone call away if something happens. And then you're going to have Rhys Hoskins and Manzardo, I would assume, platooning at first base and DH.
Yep.
You're going to have Rocchio and Arias up the middle.
Yep.
Until one of them falters or Travis Bazzana is deemed ready.
That's true.
If I had to bet how it's going to play out, my guess is when Bazzana's ready, Rocchio moves to short, and Arias either gets traded or stays on the team as the super utility guy and plays a lot of spots. Because remember, he's played, if our memory serves me right, he's played every infield position, and he can play the outfield. So that's a guy. But then you're going to have him. You're going to have Schneemann. The odd guy out here, I would think, Andy's going to be Nolan Jones. If Nolan makes the team, he's going to make the team and then have to produce reasonably quickly in the first 6 weeks of the season, I would think. And if he doesn't, my guess is he's not going to be around.
Tomorrow's going to be tough. Friday, it's going to be tough. Bo Naylor going up against Team USA. It's going to be hard to see that. Canada against the United States, the World Baseball Classic coming up.
I know I was crushed when Matt Festa was pitching for Italy.
It's okay. Came through for us last night. We needed them to beat Mexico. Come on, man. We needed them to beat Mexico.
Nolan Jones is hitting 115 this spring.
Logan Allen pitches for Canada, too.
You think Jones has a chance to make the team? Why
do I have to say yes? There's a part of me that says why, and then there's a part of me that says yes.
I kind of think they're going to give him one more chance, and if he doesn't hit, he's going to be done.
He seems like the guy that'll be gone at the end of the first month.
I wonder how David Fry gets used this year. Does David get
Schneemann
used?
mean anything to you? I mean, how many utility guys can you have on the same team?
Well, he plays catcher.
That's the key.
He's recovered from Tommy John surgery.
He can hit. I mean, when he could hit, he could come up with a big hit.
He's not the defensive catcher that Austin Hedges is, but he's a significantly better hitter.
I love Hedges, but man, it's hard watching him when he's in the lineup and he's hitting
You know, he actually hit early in his career with San Diego.
Yeah, but we're not early in his career. He's
hey,
sorry,
letting the facts get in the way of a nice little narrative there.
I just don't want to look at a lineup that's hitting under 200 again. It's hard. It is hard to look at a lineup, go to the ballpark because you're there because of the starting pitcher every night, and Ramirez and Kwan in the beginning of the season, right?
They're going to keep 3 catchers?
No, he's got to be able to play another position.
Well, Hedges can't.
No, I'm not talking about Hedges.
Fry can.
Fry.
I would think Fry slots ahead of Hedges, only because he can hit.
At catcher?
Yes.
You're not cutting Hedges.
I don't think you are either.
No.
That makes me think they're going to carry 3, which sounds ridiculous, but I don't know. Because
Fry
David
DH.
Fry. Well, and keep in mind, David Fry's a right-handed hitter. They don't have enough of those.
Fry could play third if you need him to.
Fry came up as he was a shortstop in college.
Yeah,
he can play all over the place, and his arm is healed, from everything they say. But he was going to concentrate on playing catcher this spring and early this season.
So why can't you keep him as your utility guy?
Well, you can, but I would think that he's going to play ahead of Austin Hedges behind the plate. Could be wrong, but Hedges is a great defensive catcher. Maybe we're getting late inning replacements. I can see Stephen Vogt managing the heck out of these games where
I can too.
Pitching change. Okay, we're going pinch hitter, and then the other catcher's going in. Late in the game, here comes Hedges.
I'll buy it. You don't care about World Baseball Classic, do you? We got a great big.
Well,
night.
I was talking about our team.
I know, but I'm also talking about. We'll see him tomorrow.
Well, that's great.
USA Canada. This is like every time I turn around, we've had these epic battles against Canada in different sports.
I didn't see this, but a buddy of mine told me. Italy beat Mexico.
Yeah, big one
and
last
beat them
night
up,
for
and
us.
that's why
Yeah.
the U.S. gets in. But this is where the World Baseball Classic is different than Major League Baseball. Apparently, Vinny Pasquantino for Team Italy, every time they hit a home run or something, they would make espresso and take shots in the dugout.
I love it. I do not love it.
Isn't that way too much fun?
You didn't love the mensch on the bench for Team Israel? Oh, there you go.
Oh, my God. All I know is if you look at the other, and I was bored last week. I looked at rosters and just was going through all the different rosters and seeing guys, major league players all over, WBC, including on Team Italy. So Team Italy has a ton of major leaguers on it. Good for them. Thanks for beating Mexico. Gets the U.S. in, keeps it even more fun for everybody. So that's not a bad thing.
I can't remember who it was. I was looking through somebody's lineup yesterday. It was on Instagram. And half the guys on the team, they just kind of play baseball every once in a while. But there were engineers, electricians.
On which team?
I can't remember what team it was. That's why it's bothering me. What team was it?
Certainly enhances the story.
You're a jerk, man. I want to say it was Croatia. Not Croatia. Not.
They have Croatian baseball leagues.
Maybe it was Croatia.
I could have been.
I just there was an electrician. That's why it caught my eye because
Bennigan always says you should vacation in Croatia.
One of the guys was an electrician. I was like, man, if this was softball back in the day, my dad probably could have played. But The World Softball Classic.
Okay. That
Thank you.
Croatian update. And the spring training report brought to us by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck and Quinn Legal Associates.
Thank you, Italy.
Ladies and gentlemen, why are we smarter? After 4 hours of basking of Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Kayla Coljohn, who did a great job keeping everything on the rails today.
Thank you. I am smarter after today's show because now I know what Andy would have looked like at 18. I met little baby Baskin.
Yeah, he's not really a baby, but yeah, okay. I'll buy it. Tropical Store made his way downtown
And
today.
he was never 6'2 or 6'3.
No,
I was wondering where he got the height from.
I was projected. He got his athletic ability from his mother and brother-in-law, who was a pretty good wrestler.
Meredith.
I'm smarter because I've learned that even though the Browns have had the exact same punter since 2022, Andy Baskin still cannot pronounce Corey Bajorquez.
I thought you weren't even here for that.
Oh,
I mean, you weren't even here for that.
Andy.
No, you weren't.
You just didn't see me. I snuck in, and you didn't see me. But I also hear you try and say his name on the Browns radio network as well.
And
he
no
has
one gets
been here
mad.
since 2022.
I don't care, Murdrith. Thank you, Murdrith.
Okay.
You keep plugging away, little buckaroo. You'll get
Yes,
there one day.
Murdrith. Yes.
Okay, Andrew.
I don't mind
AB.
that. Andres would be okay. I
Wrap
like
it up.
Andres.
Let's go.
Jeff, I'm smarter because of you today, because somebody on the web yesterday said that how come no one says they're smarter because of me and you at the end? Jeff, I'm smarter because of you.
Oh, and nobody ever says they're smarter because of us.
I just said I'm smarter because of you.
I'm smarter because of you, Andy.
See, there you go. Now you can't say it anymore.
And I'm smarter because the idea of drafting a defensive player at 6 didn't disgust people today. And I honestly think signing 3 starters, bringing in 3 starters on the offensive line plays a role in that. I do. We'll see. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Good night, Corey, wherever you may be punting. Welcome back to the Browns.
What a day.
Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. Afternoon drive next.
The United States team is moving on in the World Baseball Classic. Thanks.
then realized you could do.
The reports that it was a done deal, but obviously it wasn't
was a
true.
done deal.
It's not a done deal. He had to pass a physical.
Yeah, that's by the way, every trade in the NFL is a done deal.
Wait,
Sounds like she has an anti-Jared Allen agenda.
I can't what?
Agenda? I definitely went Boston there. Yeah, she's got an Jared Allen agenda.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Thursday, everybody.
You wanted to do a Happy New League year.
You know, when you only get it once a year, and did we get it all out yesterday? I think not. But that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing for us today. If you're watching along on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And hey, like those videos because we like to be liked around here. And Meredith on the 2020s. Am I remembering that correctly?
That's right. Yeah, I think that's correct.
All right, Meredith Kane on 2020. So we got plenty to get to on today's show. But hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
We're doing good. We're here.
That sounds about as good as we could do on a Thursday. Yeah. It's Thursday though.
Oh no, we're hard charging into the weekend. We're feeling good about this.
That was such a like a cube monkey type guy. It's Thursday. Hey, first Friday. We made it. And it's like there's still a lot of the work week left, guys.
Yeah, there are. I will tell you the two things that you fall back in on Ohio that are just the laziest like things you can do is what's the weather like?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
And we do.
That
and
happens a lot.
I can't say that I don't. And two is what day of the week is it?
Yeah. It's coming from the guy that did a whole thing for Hump Day every single Wednesday.
Yeah, well, that's different.
No, that was different.
That's
okay.
reminding people we're halfway there, much like Bon Jovi.
Is that what that is?
But when you're also like, it's Thursday, and then it just kind of hangs
Someone's got the case of a Monday.
Yeah. But you notice I don't bring up Monday. No.
You sometimes do. What do you mean? Or am I just thinking wrong about this?
I could be gaslighting you.
Maybe.
There's a decent chance I'm gaslighting you.
I feel like I'm not consistently, but I do feel like there's a decent amount of the time you're like, it's I got those Monday vibes.
I will tell you.
You're dictated by the weather and the day of the week, though.
100%.
So like you're saying it's lazy, and I get that, but your attitude shifts, your mood changes.
Yep,
a lot of you is dictated based off of those two things.
And it's totally lazy. I'm just owning it. You have to understand the amount of times that I've been on like the other side and somebody's like, how's it going, Nick? And I'm like, oh, it's a Tuesday. And immediately walking away, I'm like, if I could punch you in the throat right now without blocking myself, without if I could just, I would.
Wait, we're punching yourself for saying it's a Tuesday? Okay, yeah, because all they did was ask an innocent question.
Because at some point, I've just become Flanders.
Yeah.
At some point, I've just become
that's the big concern in life.
Boring, middle-aged guy. And I'm more than that, damn it. I'm not, but I'm more than that,
You're more
damn
than
it.
that.
But speaking of more than that, damn it, be nice if the Browns made a move at quarterback any one of these days.
Any one of these days.
Or we could just get a little rumor. Can I get a little rumor innuendo?
So some taste is all we're looking for. And so that's why I think we started to get some nibbles, maybe some bites when it comes to the Kyler Murray discussion. We've gotten no bites anywhere else, though. If you're looking for a Mac Jones bite, it's not really existent. Hell, even the Anthony Richardson stuff, earth to that conversation, don't know where that one's gone.
I almost feel like the Shador, Deshaun stuff that's been floated out now for 6 weeks by the many satellites the Browns have floating around nationally and locally. I almost feel like that's been just a big trial balloon for everyone.
To see how comfortable people are with it?
And I think what the Browns have surveyed is how completely anesthetized Browns fans are.
I was going to say,
and they're like, well, if you're not going to make us do it, we'll do the thing that is counter-logical and just honestly wasting a season. We'll do it.
If they want to, from a perception standpoint, they can get away with it scot-free. Because the reception has been, all right, Shador versus Deshaun it's been met that way from yourself. First off, not that meant. I might be falling in the camp of, if that's what that is, that's what that is. I think
that's meant.
I might be the people you're talking to here, and that's okay. I'm fine with that because I just want to see. I want to see Shador play football, and so I think that they've told an interesting line because they've hit the people that want to watch Shador play football for a season and see if he can do something with a better offensive line and some better pieces. And on the other side of it, they've also satisfied the Shador sucks crowd because then those people are like, well, we're lined up for a 27 draft pick then, and this is going to all but guarantee it. Like this is. They're getting away scot-free.
All right. Are they sizing everybody up, or have they just sufficiently bopped Browns fans over the head and left us in a coma with so much bad football that people are just resigned to the fact Think about it. The NFL is a giant hope machine.
Yeah.
Geno Smith's homecoming for the Jets.
That doesn't bring any hope.
No, Jets fans are excited about this.
Drunk Jet fans, maybe. Not real Jets fans.
FAN is excited about this. Jackson Dart had about 4 good games last year. Giants fans think they got the next Eli Manning.
Now, there's some real hope. There's some real hope there.
Every year, 32 teams come up with the great drug that the NFL sells, which is hope. And the Browns have found a way to get the most loyal, hopeful fan base in the world to be like, fine, Shador versus Deshaun, whatever.
I think it's because, and we can debate this later on, because I don't know if it's true, but I feel like people think there's some sort of big mega plan that is being executed here.
Yeah, the plan is there's no plan.
And well, that's kind of what it's felt like the entire time, is that there's a plan, but then it's not really a plan. And then we're just kind of off in the middle of nowhere. But now that we can kind of see it, it's like they're kind of stuck with 2 paths to go. Either Shador is good and then great, and that's awesome, you're off to the races, or he stinks, and then you got a draft pick in 2027 with what's supposed to be a loaded quarterback class. Like they've backed themselves into a corner where it's like, if you just can make it through this year, you're going to have some answers you like. And we've waited through so many bad years, I think we're signed up for it.
Or we've watched them screw up every quarterback plan they have had.
Well, that's another part of this. The trust is definitely gone.
The only thing that is going to get fans excited is if you reincarnate Otto Graham, or maybe, I don't know, clone him and bring him back into the fold.
You want like a Ted Williams frozen head situation?
Or we just reverse age Bernie Kosar by about 40 years.
Now we're
That's
talking.
The only thing.
Now we're really getting somewhere.
We just get science behind it, because outside of the messiah of quarterbacks, there's just people are going to go, well, he might work somewhere, but it's going to fail here.
I'm thinking about how Tom Brady cloned his dog. Can we do that to Bernie?
Well, I think we have to ask Bernie first.
I
don't think he'd be against it.
I don't. Why would Bernie be against that of all things?
Like,
I feel like Bernie's on the cutting edge of a lot of things
because
here.
Bernie would still be Bernie.
Yeah, no, he exists.
He would be a younger clone that gets all the money and all the ladies and whatnot.
He'd get some of that bread would get broken off. Yeah, I can't say about the ladies side of things.
That's what it sounded like you were
I was
saying.
thinking about the money side of things. Like,
you get 20% commission of everything.
Listen, if they make a clone of me, I'm getting 10% of whatever that clone makes. Whatever future job that is that clone has.
10% for your DNA?
At least 10%.
I'm going to need 50%.
Well, I don't want to get greedy with it.
I do.
How many clones can I make?
It's my clone. It's my DNA.
How many clones can I make of myself? I make 10 clones of me, and all of a sudden I'm on Easy Street.
Michael Keaton made 3 in Multiplicity, and it went, every one of them balled his wife.
Would it be depressing or expected to have your clone outperform you?
In which way?
Like having a better job, a better better career, basically a better existence than what you currently have.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
Are we supposed to expect that out of our clone?
I think so.
Like there's a world that exists where 10 clones of myself just accomplish absolutely nothing, and this is the very best I ever could have done.
But the Browns do not have a quarterback plan until proven otherwise, and that's embarrassing. Because, and I really do think, like, it is a little infuriating to watch people who I know are super damn smart and who I listen to every day. Like, Ken, Kyler Murray's not better than what you had. You have to be deluded beyond reason to believe that. Do you understand the low bar that was last year?
Yeah, last year was a low bar.
If you're thinking, well, anything that is durable and quality is better than last year on the offensive line, and you'd be right, by the way, you have to say the same thing about the quarterback room. It was non-functional.
Well, yeah.
None of the and by the way, that's not on the quarterbacks. It's on what happened with the quarterbacks. But yes, you can there are better quarterbacks out than what you have. But this idea that you have to come back to, well, it's not a franchise quarterback, so it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. These things do matter. And you do have to have a certain amount of something in a quarterback room, and they don't now. I like the idea of Shador playing this year and Shador beating somebody out. And I understand that might be the best thing you can have to really understand what is Shador and give you path of like, hey, this quarterback can grow into something, right? That doesn't mean Shador and Shador alone should be the quarterback. But everyone is so anesthetized, and the Browns have just beaten you over the head with how bad and hopeless their offense is, that just everybody's just kind of going along with it. And this is the definition of insanity beyond the one that most radio people then use as a cliche. And we also love the word microcosm.
I don't know about the insanity part of this because it's not. We're not doing the same thing over and over again. But like the difference here is that I feel like
it's a quarterback room to nowhere, and they know it.
Well,
that is the same thing they've been doing.
Last year was 4 different quarterbacks, and we didn't even know who was going to start by the time we got to training camp.
There's 2 quarterbacks, and it's a bridge to
nowhere.
It's
not the same plan. It's very, very different.
Yeah, but both have probably the same efficacy rate, right?
I don't necessarily believe that. Shedeur always has a much higher ceiling and a much higher ability than what I believe Kenny Pickett had. Joe Flacco was 1 year and done, and that was it. Like that wasn't selling you anything, and it doesn't mean that Shedeur is selling you this great thing either. The reality is that Shedeur might go out there and just absolutely stink up the joint. And I think that's kind of where a portion of the fan base wants/expects to have happen, but it's like this boom or bust idea that just I don't know, hovers over this decision that I feel like a lot of Browns fans have just become comfortable with.
It feels like passing the buck. And I will say, I think to anyone who says Shedeur versus Deshaun is a salient plan, all I hear is that you want to tank.
That's exactly right.
Here's the problem. Every other spot on this roster, they're not tanking. They're not tanking with this offensive line. As of right now, they've got 5 or 6 guys that actually could start on an offensive line. They didn't have that last year because of injuries and everything else. That defense is too good to tank. So this idea of like, well, I'm cool with the 1 year tank. It's like, no.
That defense won 3 games and then 5 games last year. Like, I don't know if we can call them too good to tank.
With a non-existent offense.
Yeah,
if you're even marginally better, you're going to go from a 5-win team to a 7-win team. That's not
marginally better, but where have they gotten
not marginally better? That was wrong phrasing out of me. Anything, you can take any step into solvency offensively and be a dramatically better offense. You could be the 26th best offense in the NFL this year, and you would be a dramatically better offense than last year.
We've got a lot of the same pieces that we have last year. The only difference is the offensive line, and even within that, it's not as if they didn't put together some sort of awesome Pro Bowl everywhere line. This is just it's an acceptable line, but this isn't the greatest thing we've ever seen.
The Browns aren't even going to be in the top 3. Shouldn't be in the top 3 odds. If we factor in the entirety of the roster, the quarterback thing's going to be a big thing, and I understand that. If we factor in the entirety of rosters, from outside the quarterback down, they have a good roster. Yes, you need a wide receiver. What the hell do you think they're going to do in the draft? Yes, they probably need a left tackle. Well, that's what the draft is for. Yeah, they probably need another pass-catching tight end. Yet again, the draft. Like, the needs on this team are not what they were 2 years ago when this not a rebuild, transition to a transition year started. The only need is quarterback. And I get it. Like, I get that the idea is, well, these quarterbacks can sink or swim. Yeah, but guys, if we have a chance of going 7-10 with Shedeur, I'd rather see if there's another quarterback in that room that can push him that might also give you the chance to do more than just 7-10.
I mean, listen, I'm not out on Kyler. We've talked about this before. Kyler is the only person I'm interested in, not named Shedeur. But if you told me I had to have one drive to win a game, out of the quarterbacks that are listed, I'm taking Kyler Murray over Mac Jones. I'm taking Kyler Murray over Anthony Richardson. I'm taking Kyler Murray over all the other quarterbacks that you can come up with. But I think it stops right there. And so, like, again, am I interested in the Kyler Murray discussion? I am. I think a lot of people think it's on life support. Some don't. We'll get to that clip in a second. But the reality is, I think a lot of Browns fans have understood Shedeur versus Deshaun seems where the Browns are at, and we'll see if they make any changes. But if that's the case, it really is not an awful case in my opinion.
Name me a worse quarterback room than those 2 quarterbacks.
That's not the point. The point is no.
Yes, if it is the worst quarterback in the room by very definition, that it is a dumb plan.
No. Again, what is your big plan though? Your big plan is the idea that 2027 draft is essentially what you're playing for, and then if Shedeur is awesome and that pops up out of nowhere, then you're in a good spot too.
Yeah, but you're a 5-win team and you're better. You're already better than the 5-win team last year.
First off, you don't even really know that for certain that they're already better because they made a couple changes in the offensive line. Last year's offensive line stuck.
Didn't you say that the offensive line plan, you really like what they're doing?
No, I said it was fine. I didn't say I really liked what they're doing. I said it's fine.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. I mean, it's
they're
not some sort of drastic change. They're just getting a lot of praise
for the offensive line around Cleveland, and then we're going, but the whole thing's awful.
Well, it's one component to it. And also, who's to say they didn't take a minor step back at some point on the defensive side? When you lose Devin Bush, Myles Garrett is getting older. A lot of pieces in the defensive line is getting older. And you have a brand new defensive coordinator. Like, you have a brand new coaching staff, brand new everything. Like, I don't know that it's a certainty that this team has gotten leaps and bounds better by any metric of it. So, like, if the plan is you're playing for the 2027 draft, and if not, Shedeur comes in and is great, I think a lot of people have accepted that as that's an all right spot for the Browns to be in. Is it great? No, but 5 wins wasn't great either. Like, they start from a position of suck to begin with anyway.
216-474-0092. Do the Browns actually have a quarterback plan? I refuse to say that Shedeur and Deshaun, and again, understand me here, this is about Deshaun, it's not about Shedeur. I refuse to believe this is an actual quarterback plan by a serious NFL franchise. It is by the Browns, though. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Joe Thomas joining us at 3 o'clock, Hall of Famer and legend for the Browns. We'll get his take on Joe Bitonio potentially being done here. Some of the moves the Browns have made in the Todd Monken era as well. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll get into more of the Browns overhaul and how the pieces fit together. But 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Do the Browns actually have a quarterback plan? And throw a little hope on that Kyler Murray to the Browns fire in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on
The NFL landscape can change at any moment. Free agency is open for business, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Feeling squirrely today.
Yeah, me too.
But in like a good squirrely. Yesterday was feisty. Today I'm feeling.
You got a little feisty there.
The first segment?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's just good old-fashioned American fun.
Yeah, I also think of that as just fun.
Yeah. That is probably at the heart of why the show works, is that your and my idea of fun
is yelling at each other.
Is arguing with each other. Like,
I don't know why. It is a sickness. I do enjoy it. I shouldn't enjoy it as much as I do, but I do.
We had a very well-intentioned listener yesterday who was frustrated at our 520 segment. Now, mind you, most of yesterday's show, we didn't necessarily, we weren't on the same page on everything, but we didn't really yell at each other. But that must have been the one segment he listened to yesterday coming home, and he's like,
Yeah.
I just got off work, and I don't want to hear you guys yelling at each other. And I was like, this is the one time. Just bad selection out of you, because the other times we're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and I don't know how the rest of the day is going to go. Usually we get like one pretty big one a day. Is kind of what it feels like. That's usually our quota. The rest of the time, it just is what it is. I think we disagree on this quarterback situation right now, and that's all right.
Now, I think we can go to the trust tree with the nest, though.
All right, what do you got?
Because I do think we can sprinkle a little hope, and although it's Florio hope, which means it's made up. But Mike Florio was on with a PM team.
That's Pony and Mueller, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh.
And he was on yesterday.
They're on in the PM.
And their names are Pony and Mueller.
See, it's wacky. It's wacky.
Oh,
see what they do with these names?
And he talked about the market for Kyler Murray.
Pittsburgh and Cleveland are the only other places. And the only reason I mention Cleveland, they are so damn obsessed with analytics that they won't be able to resist the possibility of getting a guy who was the first overall pick in the draft for $1.3 million, because that's going to be the deal. It's going to be the Russell Wilson deal. 2 years ago, Kyler Murray's due $36.8 million from the Cardinals. He'll take $1.3, presumably from the Vikings, stick the Cardinals for $35.5 and move forward. But there's really no one else at this point.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's so much of the driving behind Kyler Murray to Minnesota is that I don't think a lot of people look at any other spot and say it makes sense. I think he makes sense in Pittsburgh. I think he makes sense in Cleveland. And I think if he was open to being a backup, that's the other kind of part of this, where I think it was John Gambadoro of Phoenix Radio said he's going to talk to some teams that have backup spots available too. Everyone's pointed to the Rams. I think theoretically those make sense, even if I think there's more risk there than there is in Cleveland.
I just think it's interesting. There are a couple things there. One, Florio pointing out the idea that when you actually look at the market, there's only a couple teams that are still involved in this, and obviously the Browns are one of them. Like, that list has dwindled down immensely. But I love the idea that, and this goes back to even Shedeur being taken in the 5th round. What does this team love? As an analytical team, what do they love? They love value. And Kyler Murray at $1.2 million is an extreme amount of value. And so it doesn't make sense if the Browns at least never checked in and explored the option of Kyler Murray.
And I think this is maybe the other point that I don't think is talked about enough. I don't think it makes sense if Kyler Murray doesn't check around as well. Now,
I think that's kind of what today is about, in my opinion.
I think you're right. Just coming out of this Minnesota thing, it seems like they want Kyler to battle with J.J. McCarthy for the starting job. And I just don't think Kyler, as what I think is the clear and apparent best quarterback available on this market, and I think he's better than Tua. I think he's better than any of the chumps that have already signed. I think he's clearly the best. Yeah. What's hurting him is there's not a lot of spots left open compared to 3 days ago. Oh, well. But I think Kyler should be looking for a spot that is either a guaranteed starting job in 2026 or the promise of a guaranteed starting job in 2027, which, guys, people keep pointing to at the Rams. The Rams can't guarantee a damn thing.
I wouldn't trust the Rams anywhere with this conversation, by the way.
Because Matt Stafford could change his mind at the end of the season.
I don't know, win league MVP again and decide, hey, this is a lot of fun. Let's keep this thing going. I think the teams that are realistic, I think the Browns have to be there only because we can give them the one thing that the other teams can't right now, which is a promise that you get to start at quarterback right away. And I think Florio brings the Steelers into the equation on the basis or the idea that Aaron Rodgers wouldn't be coming back to Pittsburgh. And then I think Kyler becomes a real play for Pittsburgh, which is another little kind of wrinkle to all of this as well. It doesn't help out the Browns, but if you're Kyler, wouldn't you want to wait and see what Rodgers ends up doing as well?
Yes.
I mean, it feels like just as good of an option as any that we're talking about is Pittsburgh for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, the only thing is, people have pointed out maybe he could go back up Rodgers. I think there's a big difference in backing up Matt Stafford.
Rodgers. What?
No, I've actually heard this.
I'm sure you've heard
because
it.
He's going to make 1.5 regardless.
Yeah, no,
But going and getting a year in McCarthy's system.
I would do it if I was the Steelers. I would never do that if I was Murray.
Yes, because you shouldn't have to.
You shouldn't have to.
I think you're on the same level as Aaron Rodgers is at this point in his
if
career.
you're going to go to the Rams, you're going to go to one of these teams to learn under somebody or kind of hang out for a year or so. You're doing it with You're doing it with McVay. You're not doing it with I like Mike McCarthy. I think higher of him than most people, but you're not doing that with Mike McCarthy.
But this is to kind of sling it back to the Browns here. Who the hell knows what Kyler really wants and what – because, again, all the stuff that's been driven has been from the Minnesota side of things or people speculating about the fit. There has not been a lot about, what actually matters in a situation to Kyler Murray. I think it stands to reason that he's going to want a guaranteed starting spot. And I think he deserves it compared to the starting jobs that might be available right now. I will say, from the Browns side of things, I need to hear they made a real effort to get Kyler Murray. It makes too much sense. Mm-hmm. And this goes back to the quarterback plan. I'm trying not to 3 days into free agency, 4 days into free agency go, they don't have a plan. I did just say it. In fairness, I did just say it because it's starting to feel like they have no quarterback plan. I'm hoping that I'm mistaking their lack of tie to any quarterback. It's actually patience, and they're waiting to see if somebody that they like shakes free. You should be talking to Kyler Murray now. And I need the Browns. I really need them to seriously consider this. I'm not telling you Kyler Murray is a truly great quarterback. I'm not telling you that Kyler Murray is going to change this franchise 10 times over. What I am saying is he's better than anything you have right now, definitively. What I'm saying is he is a serious NFL starting quarterback in the NFL, which you've not had since Baker Mayfield. And I think of all the guys that have been available this offseason, he fits the right age and he fits the right pedigree.
Well, and he fits the right contract, and he fits the right amount of compensation in return, in that you're not giving up any trade value. He fits a lot. He just checks a lot of boxes.
And there's a probability that he could be more than a one-year starter.
Yeah, definitely. I don't put a ceiling on him the way some people do.
This to me would be a mature decision by the Browns. And again, you don't have to pursue him like you did Deshaun Watson. I get that. But do I think you have to make a call, sit down with Kyler, and do I need Todd Monken to be on board with this? Yes. And if you don't, I'm going to accuse you of being an unserious organization.
So where I'd say the door, I think, is cracked open just a little bit, a hair at least, enough that we need for this conversation to exist, is, Pelissero's report last night that he's going to talk to 3 to 5 executives or whatever that ends up being. He's not just talking to backups and potential backup situations. I just have a hard time thinking that the Browns aren't at least in on those calls and are just a complete no. It just, from what Florio says, based off of how this analytical team works, it just makes too much sense for them to look at Kyler Murray and say we need to be a part of that.
Then I need to hear it.
Well, I don't know that you're ever going to hear it.
Yeah, but
I don't know that you're ever going to hear it. It can't be because they think they got to be delicate to Shador. That can't be a good enough answer, and it can't be because they have to worry about Deshaun Watson's feelings. These are just the type of things they just move in silence with.
Yeah, but that's dumb. There's no need to. I like that, like the move in silent thing. Oh, you got turned down by Kyler Murray. No one's going to be mad at you if you get turned down by Kyler Murray.
I hope at the end of the day, I hope we find out a whole list of everyone that Kyler Murray talks to. The reality is, and how these situations typically work, Kyler Murray will find out one team that was really, really close, and then we'll find out if it's the Vikings, let's say, that the Vikings who ended up getting them were, all about it and everything else, and then the story will just go away.
But I do think, to continue on with the conversation about Kyler Murray going and being the backup somewhere, the only spot that makes sense is the Rams. And the reason why it makes sense is there's at least the probable chance that people think Matt Stafford's going to retire after this next year. Outside of that, any other spot, and I've seen people talk, well, he should go to San Francisco and then they should jettison Mac Jones for a pick, or he should go here, or he should go here. No. This idea that going to L.A. is a risk-free endeavor, it's not. There is risk, but that's the best spot because of McVay, because of the future opportunity, and because you're going to get paid $1.5 million. Otherwise, I'll still say there's less risk in coming to Cleveland and starting this year than there is being the backup for Matt Stafford in LA.
I think the thing that people miss, especially with a quarterback like Kyler Murray, I think too many people are associating the coaching convos we had and trying to make it work for quarterback. So, for instance, when we talked about Mike McDaniel and then him ending up not being the coach here because he wanted to go be an OC for the Chargers under Harbaugh, and it's like, yeah, maybe you regroup and then next year you're a head coach for a different team, and that's probably a pretty good idea for you, right? But why that works is because McDaniel's got 30 years to go ahead and rehab his image and then figure out his next spot and then put it all together. He's got a lot of time. As a quarterback, you don't have a lot of time. And as Kyler Murray, as a shorter quarterback at that, his career's going to be done at 33, 34, 35. He doesn't have this long runway to exist in the NFL. Like, he's got to get on the hop here. He can't just be wasting years.
Also, if in a year's time you've sat in L.A. and Matt Stafford decides to play in 2027, your mythical contract is going to be yet another prove-it contract, whereas if you actually play in 2026, now there will just be a did you play well enough to get that next contract, which could be $100 million. It could be a Daniel Jones or a Baker Mayfield or a Sam Darnold type contract.
Sure, and if you made me bet today, I'd still say the Vikings are the choice that he ends up making. But I think the door being cracked open and some logical reasons why the Browns would be at least in on these conversations. It's interesting because he could have easily at 4 o'clock yesterday just signed on the dotted line with the Vikings and made that it. He's not doing that.
Is the door not as closed on Kyler Murray to Cleveland as people think? And big news. It looks like we got a decision in one of the biggest ongoing stories in the NFL. That leads off Quick Hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
page. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Joe Thomas, Hall of Famer, joins us in about 17 minutes here. I get to congratulate him on his picanha, which I ordered before the cabin last year. That ended up being quite well. Actually, no, I think it was October that we did the picanha.
Okay, it was a while ago.
Yeah,
Haven't heard you do the picanha in a while.
All I know is that we got a very nice picanha from Hall of Fame Beef, and it was demolished by the Wilson family. And that, you might think, well, Nick's going to eat most of that, and that is what happened.
Yeah,
But the others, they actually have restraint.
The others.
Yeah. So when we're battling over picanha, it's good stuff.
Are you making it sound like it's like a fight? Like as if like we only.
Well, I have some food aggression issues.
If you don't win the battle, you don't eat tonight.
I'm like a Labrador.
Okay.
I can get a little. You go near my food bowl, and I will bark. I will growl a little bit. It's just a warning.
I like your food bowl having your name on it. That's what I heard. Rumor is your food bowl's got your name on it. Nicholas, it spells it out.
Well, it wouldn't be Nicholas. That's two. That's
where you go classy. Oh, yeah, it just says Big Daddy. It says Chompers on it, right?
Fat ass. Let's get to quick hits. We're having fun.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's quick hits.
I don't know what. We're having fun.
You like pointed. I don't know what was going on.
Max Crosby has officially weighed in on the failed trade to the Ravens, saying on Twitter he's a Raider and he's back. The Raiders have since reportedly told everyone he's not going anywhere. If you are the Raiders, are you secretly happy Max Crosby is all in on being a Raider again?
He just doesn't have a choice is kind of the idea here. I don't know, because if you're the Raiders, you really just wanted 2 first. That's your reality. You wanted 2 first for him to be out the door. Now you don't have that.
I mean, I think the Raiders' initial hope was that he would stay. And then enough times he had said no that they had to make the move.
Well, part of that was correct. They were just they were listening to his demands.
Yes.
Unlike Myles Garrett in the Brown situation, where the Browns just were like, well, we just don't care about your demands at all. The Raiders are like, all right, you don't want to be here. We'll listen to that. But ultimately, I do think there's something that they're scared of within the medicals, and I do think that there's something they're scared about long term with how this ages.
I think if you're the Raiders, you can be upset about the way the Ravens handled themselves and the fact that now you have to kind of gloss over whatever awkwardness there might be with Max. In the end, if you've got a future Hall of Fame edge rusher that's going to stay in the building, that's still young enough to be part of this retool, like they've added enough, and with beyond Fernando Mendoza, a nice draft pick or 2 beyond that. It's not as if that they're miles away from being a good team. They're stout in the trenches now, and they've got a chance. Again, chance is relative, but can they be much more competitive next year, be in the middle of the pack next year, maybe take a jump 2 years from now when Max is still young enough to be Max Crosby? Yeah,
I think they're worried about the timelines. That's the big part of that. I would imagine. I heard people yesterday suggesting we're going to do this in June, July, and August. We're just going to have these convos get ramped back up. I don't know about that. But if it doesn't happen, then we're definitely going to have them next offseason, I feel. Omaha! All right, America. They escaped the WBC controversy and what could have been a debacle. Italy and Vinny Pasquantino, 3 home runs for the Pasquatch. Yeah. And they go ahead and take down Mexico. How invested in this game were you?
I really wasn't.
No, once you found out that they were good?
Well, no. It was more that I was a little irritated that America was put in this position anyways.
They shouldn't have been put in this situation.
And I kind of decided, like, well, I'm not going to watch another team bail them out or fail to bail them out because then I'm just getting pissed at America again. I'll just wake up tomorrow and see if they're still in it. They are, so we're back on America, baby.
I kind of loved, and
like
by the way,
left.
Not only back, they are now the presumptive favorites to win the WBC and all of this, which is just. But I love the approach, and there's so many people that obviously play Major League Baseball on Team Italia, and part of the idea was like Pasquantino. At the end of it, was like, hey, listen, that's for you, America. Like I live in America, I play in America, I'm American at the heart of it. Like I'm going to do this for Team USA, even though I'm doing it for Team Italy.
That I didn't like. Do it for Italy.
If you really wanted to do it for Italy, if you really wanted to do it for Italy, he would have just made sure that the tank was in, and they both went up to the plate and just held their bat up at their shoulder for 8 innings, and then let Mexico score a run in the 9th.
But I will tell you, they're no longer my favorites. to win. No.
Oh, not. Oh, yeah.
No,
What team are now your favorites? Are you now Team Japan?
Hate to be that guy. Got to be Team Japan. I'm not going to have to worry about them dogging a game in the WBC, right?
Well, so you're anti-American is the point.
That's not the point. I want America to win. I'm not going to pick them to win. They took their eye off the ball already. And listen, I hope they learned their lesson.
They took their eye off the ball already.
They did.
I don't know.
They complete that Italy game. They should have kicked the crap out of them. They clearly.
I agree.
They were
DeRosa fumbled. It wasn't about being hungover.
Yes, they were.
DeRosa didn't know the rules.
DeRosa said the boys got in late.
He didn't understand the rules.
Clearly, yes, they're both wrong. By the way, DeRosa's a dodo head for not knowing the rules, and the players clearly celebrate the win over Mexico too much.
Can I just be honest?
You may.
Way too many things that are just making us be like diehard patriots right now when it comes to we had the Olympics, then we have the WBC. I think we have the World Cup coming up this summer. They're hitting us with a lot of go Team America in a row here. I like to spread those out. I like
to spread your patriotism out by a while.
I like to hop in and then hop out and then hop in and hop out. This is forcing me to really seem like all I'm watching is Team USA events.
I'm listening to a lot of Bro Country right now. Listen to a lot of Lee Greenwood.
You're not listening to any Bro Country right now.
Anytime I see a socialist, I just see
all you do is make
red.
Fun of Bro Country.
But not anymore, because I'm an American. And I'm proud.
I thought you were rooting for Team Japan.
I didn't say root. No. I've said I'm rooting for America.
My takeaway was you're rooting for Team Japan because America left. They took their eye off the ball.
No, you said earlier Team USA is still the favorite to win the whole thing.
They are. Well, Vegas says that. I don't say that. Vegas says that.
I'm counting Japan as the favorite to win because I can't trust this American team yet, but I am rooting for Team America. I feel like this is a very nuanced take, and you're trying to boil it down to I'm just some godless not American. I won't have that.
I want you to go America all over their ass. I want you to continue to just scream America, red, white, and blue.
No. Omaha! Country star Luke Combs. Listen to a lot of him.
I do like Luke Combs.
Yeah. I liked him better when he was fat. He's a big sports fan.
He's still fat.
Yeah, he's less fat now. And he's kind of got like an uppityness about his fat.
He's still very heavy.
He literally said the other day that he thought being fatter, younger in his career hurt his career.
I saw the clip. Yeah. I don't think he was wrong, by the way.
I don't care. The point is, he's now identifying himself as not fat. Not a great move if you're still a little chunky.
What do you mean identifying yourself as not fat? Like he's going around telling people I'm not fat anymore?
I think he's talking about...
I saw the clip you're talking about. I looked at him. He still looked pretty chunky.
Yeah, but he's not identifying as fat, and I got a real problem with that.
He also has his beard. His beard is kept in a very, unkept way. Like, I don't know what he's going for here.
So Luke Combs went to App State, and he appeared on Bussin' with the Boys podcast this week and talked about whether he contributes to their NIL collective.
There's not a ton of money coming in and out.
You donate?
That school. I'm not donating.
You're an NIL guy?
I'm not donating. I feel like I need some concessions.
What do you want?
I need some assurances.
What do you need?
Player contracts. 2-year, gotta have it.
Guarantee it.
Have to have it.
Okay.
1 year's not enough. I just don't know that in the portal era that we're in now, that a school like us, and this is going to be such a hot take, I'm going to get absolutely eviscerated by our fans. I would love to see us go back down to FCS. Because then there's a chance that you win a national championship.
That second one is such a loser mentality.
Yeah,
However,
that's not great.
Do you like his stipulations?
Yeah, I've told you before, I'm all about contracts in college football. I think they make a lot of sense, but I would do them like how baseball contracts are set up, and it also has to work both ways. If you outperform your contract, tough. That's the contract. But if you underperform your contract, well, then tough for the team. Like, sorry, you still get that money. Like, that's the deal I want set up.
I'll do ironclad 2-year contracts for players when we remove outs for coaches and they are legally mandated to keep their job for as long as those players sign their contracts.
I'm fine with that as well, but again, it's one of those things. Like, then that again, if it's going to work both ways, then that's fine. But the coaches then have to do, if it's a 2, a 3, 4, 5-year deal, whatever that is, then you have to stay put for those amount of years. But that's what I want for the player, and it's not 2 years necessarily. The cool thing I like about this plan, that I have at least, that is different from what Luke Combs is trying to sell everybody.
Some are saying it's a better plan.
If you make it a 1-year deal, it's kind of like you're betting yourself in many ways. 3-year deal, not betting on yourself as much, but there's still a risk a part of that. And so, like, I can't stand where college football has gotten with all these agents involved and the amount of just moving that exists and the idea that kids, they don't get a starter role, so they're immediately just on to the next school. We got to get something in line that way.
Sounds so old. Also,
that's how I feel about it.
Does Luke Combs really have the power to add stipulations to App State? I'm not trying to be a snob here because I'm not worth this amount of money. He's only worth $20 million.
You just
so
Google,
how much
did
is
you
he
just
going to
Google his net worth? Is that all that happened there?
Yes.
I've taught you this before. At least I thought I taught you this. The Google net worth is not accurate.
What about celebritynetworth.com?
Yeah, that's not.
Is that not accurate?
That's not a reputable take.
So
on
where do you go for your net worths?
First off, I don't go to Google for net worths.
You don't net worth?
I don't go to Google. They're not accurate.
Where do you go?
They're just guesses.
I guarantee you look up people's net worth.
I don't have.
You're obsessed with money in a way that I'm not.
No, but I don't have no, I'm not obsessed with celebrity money at all. I'm obsessed with my own money because I just think that's smart to be. But I'm not obsessed with celebrity money.
Let's see. Penn Live. Country star worth $20 million. Still lives in small town. Why Luke Combs is still frugal despite fame. Net worth $20 million.
Yeah,
lot of reputable places.
One person said $20 million, and they just kind of went with it. That doesn't mean it's reality. The man is selling out arenas at this point.
The point is, his net worth's $20 million. How much you really getting out of Luke Combs?
Probably not much. That's probably why he's making the take. He feels embarrassed that he hasn't been able to contribute as much. He's like, all
right, you're not going to get my $250,000 or one leg from a defensive back, as we call it.
He frequently ranks among the highest paid musicians in the genre. How
much did he make last year? Google it. You got to Google it?
I'm telling you, if you Google it, it's not going to be answered. It's not going to be accurate.
You can find out how much a tour makes, though. There are stories on like Paul McCartney and how much he makes a tour a year. I'm going to assume they can make it for Luke Combs as well.
I know the assumption isn't there for Luke Combs because you can do that for some of the bigger people. Luke Combs is a massive star in many ways, but he's not Morgan Wallen. Like I can look up Taylor Swift and how much she made in the Eras tour. I might have a harder time with Luke Combs.
All right. Combs logged a $5.8 million gross at Cowboy Stadium in Arlington for a sold-out show.
For one concert, he made $5.8.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're 3 other concerts away from hitting his net worth.
But it doesn't mean that he's actually good at investing.
No, that's true.
I believe you taught me that.
That is true. You can always just spend a bunch of money and not be worth the $20 million.
Ah.
But you see how the logic doesn't work here?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I refuse to.
I know you do. All right.
We're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
That one sounded normal.
He wore his Wicked Hoppy shirt today. We're here for a good time.
It's a Halloween shirt, and I'm wearing it in March because I almost said zesty. That wouldn't have made sense. Hey,
sometimes.
Hey, we're having fun.
I don't
Joe
know what
Thomas,
you did in college.
Browns legend. Everybody does in college. But Browns legend and Hall of Fame
Not
beef
everybody.
entrepreneur. Pretty sure everyone does. We'll ask Joe Thomas about that. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The story of Mr. Whiskers.
And was the league out on Malik Willis? I'll explain why that wasn't the case at all.
It's the Emerging Podcast Team presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. It's Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. We are now day 4 into NFL free agency, day 2 into legal free agency. A little slow on the Browns front. The last move they made was bringing back Corey Bojorquez, who now, was it now year 4, year 5? Some people still can't say the name. That's Andy Baskin. That's just, I'll just say it. It's a shot at Andy Baskin.
Yeah,
It's
I
Bojorquez.
don't even know how he comes up with his random hockey. It's like Bjorquez?
Yeah. And by the way, if you can say any hockey name out there, but you can't say Bojorquez, we judge you. But we got to get to the Cavs' loss last night of the Magic coming up in this hour. But it is our esteemed pleasure to head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, talking some Browns off-season stuff, potential Joel Bitonio retirement, not official, but we'll see where that's going to go with his former teammate, Browns legend and Hall of Famer, and Hall of Fame beef, the man behind the beef, as we say it. Joe Thomas joins us now. Joe, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you on here. I think Andrew Berry, I really like what he did with the offensive line, and I got some hope about this team going into 2026 because of the offensive line. Walk us through your thoughts on the guys they've added here and how maybe this can be different than last year in the trenches for the Browns.
Well, it's going to be an entire line change. You were talking hockey as you were calling me in here, and that's going to be what it kind of looks like right now for the Browns offensive line. They did a great job acquiring Titus Howard from Houston. They brought in, before that, my offensive line coach, who I had the longest during my career, George Warhop, one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL. He was fantastic with me, and he's gone on and done great things everywhere he's been. He's got experience with Titus Howard, so he knows what he's all about, and I think he's going to be a huge addition for the Cleveland Browns, not only George, but Titus. And then I thought they did a great job. Zion Johnson, guard, Elton Jenkins, who's a guy who I got to see a lot up close in person, being that he was with the Packers. 2 really quality guys, great run blockers, and I think they fit with what this offense is going to try to be. And that's George's mentality has always been big, tough, physical, in-your-face, smash-mouth type offensive lines, creating holes in the running game, giving your quarterback time and space in the pocket. So I think it's going to be a totally relooked offensive line. We'll see what happens with Joel Bitonio. But overall, I think they made some great moves shoring up that offensive line, which, is probably the biggest question mark going into this offseason with as much turnover as they're facing.
How hard is that to get as many new pieces to this offensive line and then just be expected to hit the ground running week 1?
Well, I think it's tough, but what they're doing smartly is they're adding veterans, right? Veterans are a lot better, clearly, because of experience with just being able to get plugged into a situation, especially guys like Titus who have experience with George Warhop and his line calls and what his expectations are. So it's a lot easier for those guys to just plug and play than it is for a rookie who, he doesn't know his butt from a hole in the ground when they show up, even though they might be first-round draft choices. So I think that when they were able to add those guys, that was huge, especially when you look at free agency as a whole, was really not overvaluing. I will say properly valuing the trench players finally, with a bunch of guys getting paid humongous money that probably a lot of people had never heard of. But in the NFL today, offensive line especially is one of the hardest positions to fill. There's just not as many quality players around as there used to be. And a lot of times you're going to have to pay a lot of money to get them. So I think the Browns did a great job getting a lot of good value, turning over that entire offensive line.
Joe, is there a through line of a trait or traits that of like the great offensive lines you've either played on or witnessed in football?
It's always about smartness, right? It's how intelligent are you? How quickly are you able to adapt and overcome a situation that comes up on the field? You got 2 or 3 seconds between a line call that's made and being able to be ready to go execute and work 5 guys together as one to be able to change assignments, double teams, all those things that come into being an offensive lineman. So the first thing you got to have is you got to be really, really smart. All the great offensive lines that I was on when we had Joel Bitonio, Alex Mack, Mitchell Schwartz, John Greco, like we were all smart guys first, and then we were all okay athletes who could kind of overcome that because we had great technique. We understood where we needed to be. Our eyes were in the right place. Footwork was always on point. We were working together as a unit. And so if you can get smart guys that are fundamentally sound, you can build tough guys. You can build the strength a little bit in the weight room. You can add a little weight if you need it, depending on what you want. But they got to be smarter. They can't play the position.
You mentioned Joel a couple times there. How do you think this ends? Do you think he retires? Do you think he goes to another team? Or does he come back one more year for the Browns?
I would be surprised if he goes to another team, to be totally honest. I mean, he's played his whole career in Cleveland, and I think talking with him, being one of my best buds, I think he understands the value that is to just be able to walk away with a lot of pride that, hey, you know what, I started in one place and then I finished in that same spot. And I think the value for you personally is huge, but also I've talked to him about how much it means to me that, you know, I got to go into the Hall of Fame as a Cleveland Brown. There was no question marks. There was no wondering, is he going to go into this team or that team? And, you know, even though we didn't finish successfully on top like I had hoped and thought we would be able to with turning the team around, like I still have a lot of pride knowing that people come up to me on the street, whether it's Cleveland, Ohio, or Wisconsin or somewhere else, and saying, you know what, it's pretty cool that you were loyal to one place. There's not many guys that have played their entire career for one franchise, and it's becoming more rare every single year with the amount of free agency moves and things that are happening in today's NFL, and I think he values that. So I think if he does decide to play another year, which I have no idea if he's going to or not, I would expect it to be back in Cleveland.
Joe, I know you're on the record with a lot of very other smart people that you think Joel is a Hall of Famer, but you've also spoken about the kind of plight, the uphill run that the guards have to make the Hall of Fame as opposed to other spots on the field. I know I'm asking you this as an offensive lineman and as a Hall of Famer. Why don't guards get, and centers too, interior offensive linemen get the Hall of Fame love that maybe they deserve?
So I see there's kind of like four tiers, right? There's kind of like quarterback tier. All right, everybody knows a quarterback, right? They have the name, they have the reputation, they have the stats. Then you got the other positions, right? Like Myles Garrett, he's going to walk into the Hall of Fame. Everybody knows about him, but he's got the stats. You got receivers. You got guys that can accumulate stats throughout their career to get recognition. And there's kind of the third tier, which is where kind of tackles, defensive tackles fall. You either don't have stats or the stats are all not that meaningful, and so a lot of it's reputation-based. But you play a premium position, you get paid a premium, and so you get a lot of notice and notoriety throughout the league for having the big contracts, for being sort of the glamorous line position. But then there's the last tier, right, which is kind of down there with the Corey Bojorquez's of the world, the specialists, and that's where the guards and centers are, right? Even the top guards in the league who are maybe getting those contracts, people just don't know about them because it's not the sexy position. It's not the guy who's on the edge blocking edge rushers one-on-one. And so really you got to be a nerd of the game to really like appreciate great guard and center play. So typically those guys, their merits of whether they get voted into the Hall of Fame or not are largely based on all pros and Pro Bowls. And those votes happen a lot of times on the offensive line based on, hey, was their team successful? Did they play with a quarterback that had a lot of success and we saw that he had plenty of time? And did they have a running back that put up big yards? And it takes some time to get a reputation throughout the league as a guard or a center before you do start getting named to Pro Bowls and all pros. And this is one of my points I always make about Joel. Like, largely his Hall of Fame status is going to be because of Pro Bowls and all pros. But it took him a few years to finally get the recognition he needed. So I think personally he probably missed 3-4 Pro Bowls and a couple all pros where he was playing at that level or beyond as one of the best guards in the league. But people just didn't know about him yet, right? And so I think that's one of the challenges for him. And, you know, I don't know if that'll ever be righted. I think one of the benefits of Pro Football Focus is you are able to see grades now. Now, people argue if they're perfectly accurate, but when I started in the NFL, we didn't even have Pro Football Focus. There was no grades. It was just, you know, bozos like me talking on the radio about, hey, this guy's good or this guy stinks or he had a good game or a bad game. And I may have only watched the TV copy, which is about impossible to tell if somebody did a good job on the offensive line or not. And so I think with the advent of Pro Football Focus, maybe when they're sitting in that room and they're voting for Hall of Famers, with Joel, they'll go back and they'll look at the grades that he put up throughout his career, even before he had that recognition as one of the premier guards. And maybe that'll help kind of sway some of those voters to give him the respect that he deserves.
Joe, what do you think the plan is at quarterback for this upcoming season?
If you knew, I would love for you to tell me too. But by the looks of it, at this point, and a lot can change, right? You know, we just had the combine, and there's a lot of things that can happen before the draft. But it seems like the Browns, where they sit and where their evaluation is of the rookie quarterback class, that they don't feel that one of those guys right now is worth trading up for, or that they will be able to have a guy that they love fall to them. And so they don't want to force it. So it seems that it's going to be Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders kind of competing it out. And I'd imagine they're going to add another veteran or another possible starter via trade, or like I mentioned, maybe there's a veteran that becomes available to compete in that room. But right now, especially with the new head coach, they're focused on fixing the biggest core problems on the team right now, right? And that was one, offensive line. Got to get the offensive line right, because it almost doesn't matter who's at quarterback if you just got a sieve for an offensive line. And so I think they wanted to do that, and they want the priorities to be, hey, get the offensive line right. Let's find a weapon at receiver to kind of add something to this offense, make it a bit more dynamic. And then they're feeling like, hey, we can be a better team automatically, which will give us the best opportunity to evaluate Shedeur as a young player who has had some great moments and some not so great moments. And we'll give Deshaun an opportunity to prove that maybe he is still got something left of what we saw when he was with the Houston Texans, even though he's gone through, a lot of injuries and been out of the game a lot since we brought him in. So I think that that's kind of their tentative plan, saying, hey, let's get everything else right and not force picking a quarterback right now and getting tied to that position, knowing that, hey, we're sitting a little further back in the draft than maybe we thought. And also, like, we don't really love any of the guys that might be available right now, and next year's draft might give us a better opportunity to solve that quarterback for the long term.
Joe, I know he seems to be earmarked for Minnesota right now, but Kyler Murray is taking calls from other teams as well before he makes his decision. He would be on a one-year vet-min deal because of the offset, or because of the money in Arizona. If the Browns sign Kyler Murray tomorrow, how would that change your expectations for 2026 for the Browns?
Well, immediately you have a huge upgrade at quarterback, because although they didn't love him in Arizona based on performance, probably maturity a little bit, and also the contract that he had, he's still a good quarterback. And I think him specifically, when you look back in history at other quarterbacks throughout the league and other positions, like sometimes when you got somebody that comes in with tremendous fanfare, top pick in the draft, and maybe they don't have the maturity to play great right away all the time, have that consistency, that dedication, that work ethic that you expect, and they've had some success, but it just doesn't work out. But they get released, they get humbled a little bit, they realize that when they're looking in the mirror, they're not the player that they thought they were, and that they're going to need to kind of reevaluate their commitment to the game of football and the position of quarterback. And you've seen a lot of guys go on into their second spots after having that little dose of humble pie and have amazing careers. I think Chris Carter is one of those guys that you think about, and, with the Browns' own experience, Baker Mayfield, right? Had some great moments, had some not so great moments. Didn't work out here, had to bounce around a little bit, found a spot in Tampa, and I think he gained a lot of maturity. I think now he's playing great as a quarterback. Early in the season, one of the MVP candidates. And I think potentially Kyler Murray could have a similar trajectory. So whether they get him or not, I'm not sure, but maybe they can kind of pitch him for what they got going on with the offensive line and this great defense and this ability to, kind of prove yourself on a one-year deal and then get back to making some bigger salary. So I'm not sure. I mean, I would definitely raise my expectations if he was our quarterback. Whether he's going to be interested in coming here or not, if they can pitch him on it, I'm not sure about that.
All right, what are your feelings right now? And it can change, obviously, but number 6 overall.
Well, I think, like I mentioned, receiver, we got to get weapons. When I look at the Browns, outside of now that the offensive line is fixed, or seemingly we've added a lot of pieces, I think receiver is your primary objective. You got to have weapons. We just did not have enough weapons. Jerry Jeudy, I think, is a number 2. I don't think he's like your bona fide number 1. And I think if they like a tackle a little bit more at that spot, I think a tackle would be a great selection there at number 6. If they don't love the receiver that would be available.
Joe, the wife and I have been watching a lot of Clarkson's Farm, which is a British farming reality show. And I promise you, I'm not saying this because we're on air. I've almost texted you like 3 times. We need the American equivalent for for Hall of Fame Beef's Farm, because I think you guys would kill it. When are we getting the reality show about your beautiful farm?
You know, you're worse than Siri because you must be listening into my conversations, because we had a Hoff team dinner last night, and I was sitting next to my content guy, and we've hired 2 videographers that are moving to the farm with me, and they're coming in April. One's actually coming from Germany, and we are building out a docuseries. And the one thing that Chris, my content guy, said, he goes, you need to watch Clarkson's Farms, because that was our vision. And so we've already hired the team, and we've got the plans in place. We just haven't said anything. So thanks for breaking some news here. But I'm excited about it, right? Because we're hiring a president right now for Hall of Fame Beef that's going to be able to take a lot of the day-to-day off my plate, so I can get back out there scratching my cattle on the head and going out there and making a mess like they do in Clarkson Farms. And then maybe all the Browns fans get to live what life is like out on my farm when you are farming and you're getting skid loaders stuck and you're busting tracks and you're dealing with all the fun and the joy that comes along with being a farmer and raising cattle.
Joe, I'm going to offer this for you, because on every one of these shows, there's a funny but dim, worker on the farm. I will work for beef. I'm just letting you know, if you need one, if you don't have one of those guys, I am dumb.
It's got to be a lot of beef, Joe.
And it is a big surcharge there with the beef, but don't worry. I'll enjoy every second of it.
Also, I'm kind of low-key happy that you didn't text Joe this whole big idea, because then, Joe, when you came out with this whole docuseries, Nick would have been like, I told him to do it. Yep. I was first on it. I told him to do it.
I still have audio.
Yeah, we can't give Nick credit on this one. That would have been a tragedy. I'd have to cancel it just because of that fact alone.
Joe, you guys are killing it at Hall of Fame Beef. We saw the BBC right up there. That is great to see. We appreciate your time, man, and it's always great catching up with you.
Hey, guys, I appreciate you letting me come on, talking Browns free agency. And if you go to hallofamebeef.com right now, we've got an awesome fundraiser going on where we partnered with Blood Cancer United as part of our values with my company, and then also just how I've always tried to live my life. It's you want to do good and you want to do well. So $5 of every pack of our beef jerky that we sell, which is the best beef jerky on planet Earth, might I add, goes right to Blood Cancer United fighting leukemia and lymphoma. So trying to do good and do well at the same time, guys. Thanks so much for having me on.
That is awesome. And may I say, I order the apple and cheddar Smokies very often, more than I should admit on air, buddy.
They are amazing.
Be good, buddy.
Thank you, Joe.
Guys.
Joe Thomas there, Hall of Famer, Hall of Fame Beef. Make sure to check it out, guys. Really love the Smokies, really love the jerky, really love Joe Thomas there on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to his thoughts on the Browns and a wish list in 5 minutes for the Browns on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Browns have officially announced they are retaining punter Corey Bojorquez. The deal reportedly worth $2 million over 1 year. They officially released tight end David Njoku and guard Wyatt Teller with post-June 1st designations, and the team also released tackle Jack Conklin. The Browns will not be receiving any compensatory picks if the 3 sign elsewhere. The fallout from the Ravens backing out of their deal with the Raiders for Max Crosby continues today. Raiders reportedly telling teams that Crosby will not be traded, while the defensive end has publicly recommitted to Las Vegas after he wanted out. Crosby's current deal with the Raiders has 4 years left with an average of $29 million per year. Over at Rocket Arena, Miami's undefeated season is over. The Red Hawks have lost to UMass 87-83 in the quarterfinals of the MAC tournament. Miami
Howard from Houston. They brought in before that my offensive line coach, who I had the longest during my career, George Warhop, one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL. He was fantastic with me, and he's gone on and done great things everywhere he's been. He's got experience with Titus Howard, so he knows what he's all about, and I think he's going to be a huge addition for the Cleveland Browns, not only George, but Titus. And then I thought they did a great job. Zion Johnson, guard, Elton Jenkins, who's a guy who I got to see a lot up close in person, being that he was with the Packers. Two really quality guys, great run blockers, and I think they fit with what this offense is going to try to be. And that's George's mentality has always been big, tough, physical, in-your-face, smash-mouth type offensive lines, creating holes in the running game, giving your quarterback time and space in the pocket. So overall, I think they made some great moves, shoring up that offensive line, which is probably the biggest question mark going into this offseason with as much turnover as they're facing.
Joe Thomas on the Browns offseason and what he's seen from the offensive line. And if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I think it's really interesting. If what the Browns did at offensive line, if you're left wanting based off what they did, we're kind of in a mode for me where it's like, well, tell me what they could have done differently, because the only way you could have made me like this plan a little bit more is if you had signed Tyler Linderbaum, and you can't help that he chose the Raiders over you.
At $9 million more per season. No, you can't help that. And obviously, they're doing what they have to do. You had to put more bodies into the mix. That's part of that. But I also look around and say, if you're going to build an offensive line all through free agency, you can't expect people to turn around and be like, oh, you've solved everything either in one day, because that's not reality either.
Yeah, and listen, there's no foolproof plan in free agency. Smart teams misspend in free agency. Smart teams get it wrong or have a good idea that just doesn't work out. I think I'm going to give this thing a chance. And again, to me, it's the two-phase. There's you're getting the now done, and I think you've got enough guys to say, if the season started tomorrow, you could field a competent offensive line. Mm-hmm. And then it's, I've heard people say, draft one offensive lineman and then draft maybe one more guy, and that's it. Nope. I think you need at least three guys in the draft, one very highly drafted, and then two developmental guys, so that you can avoid a situation 2 years from now where you're repeating having to replace 80% or more of your offensive line.
Yeah, you got to act like you don't have it solved yet. And it's interesting. I was listening to Chicago radio earlier today, and they were just talking about this idea that Jed Wills can be some sort of great signing and all of this, and they were just waxing poetic. Oh, former first-round pick, and I don't know what happened to that injury last year, but I'll take a guy with that type of pedigree and a guy, and I'm like, what are they talking about? And so I'm just trying to make sure we don't turn into that when it comes to a Zion Johnson conversation. And we're it's not putting a bunch of lipstick on a pig. I don't know. Maybe these guys work out, but there is a reason for why they got there. And I just the Jed Wills convo just threw me for a massive loop.
Well, the nice thing is none of the guys that they've signed to significant money deals have the tag of being somebody that you're not sure if they're going to play hard. I will say that's a nice thing when you hear about Elton Jenkins, when you hear about Howard, when these are guys that are known to kind of be, I don't want to say tryhards, but guys that are known to kind of be.
But you see how this kind of flies. Because again, I'm listening to the whole entire. They talked about it for a half hour, and people I respect talked about it, and not one moment did it get brought up anything about Jed Wills and some of those issues that we've talked about at length. And there's always hidden parts to these games that you have to know intimately if you're watching these games and knowing this person's career, and sometimes that'll just play out, and we'll see it from there.
Also, I am so down for this Thomas, whatever they want to call it. The Thomas is on the farm. Or,
I don't think you could. I guess you could.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just so excited for the idea that
Would
they're
it be
going to have
the Hall of Fame farm or something like that?
Probably. That sounds about right. Although I don't know. I mean, Clarkson's farm. So that's going to be something's farm. Thomas's farm. That would just be very derivative.
Is there an alternative to farm that you can even use? Is there something that even makes sense in that world?
Rustic.
I don't know.
Something or other.
Okay.
Yeah.
They could just be the Thomases and then like have his whole family involved.
That sounds like a show about polygamy, the kind of shows we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Meet the Merrifields. That's what that Seeking Sister Wives. That was a lot more content.
I wish
there.
you would have texted him the idea and then him come on and been like, so yeah, we were just talking with our content team and we want to make it this, this, and this. And you would have totally would have lived life thinking that he just took your idea.
I would have. The problem is it probably would have made Joe hate me because I would have just talked about it constantly about how it was really my idea. So it's better this way.
Oh, no, it's much better this way. I think for everybody involved.
For Joe and
you would have
my
asked for like producer credits. You would have been like, give me
I tried
something.
to wiggle onto the show. The whole point of that show is somebody's got to be the idiot.
I think he knows you wouldn't leave this job to go do that job, but
I can multitask.
If you how it's a farm in Wisconsin.
We got Comrexes.
Are you going to go live in Wisconsin?
That's also an hour back. That's also an hour back.
Yeah.
So so I'll basically be able to work from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then get to our meeting, which is at 1 p.m. this time. I'd lose some weight, and I'd be like Caleb, who is not the idiot on Clarkson's farm. Caleb's got a book out. He's doing comedy tours around England. The man is raking in there. He's got like 4 million followers on Instagram.
Oh, so you got high hopes this is really going to take off then?
If I was involved, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah.
I'd be the guy that drops a
really
chainsaw on his foot.
You should have sold it to him then. The idea that like if not for you, I mean, this thing is going to just absolutely blow up.
Well,
you don't
wanna
really
be
want
wanted.
to. You don't want to move to Wisconsin though.
You mean
you don't
have access to any of the beef that I want?
Yeah, but like you just moved your family a few years ago.
They can stay here.
Like they stay here.
Yeah.
That's the other part of this though. So they stay here, and then what is this like a vacation for you? Like what is?
It's a lot of hard work.
It sounds like he's going to do this. It's going to be like a daily
I'll have
thing
two
for
incomes,
a long time.
and I'll have a lot of beef, but I'll have two incomes, and they can thank me later.
You're going to raise your kids on beef.
Yes,
beef money. That is,
yeah,
beef money. I'm sure
and
you already
beef
give
as
them.
well.
Sure, you already give them enough beef.
You can be sending it home.
Yeah,
now,
that's tough.
All this being said, as we've spoken a lot about the offensive line and the quarterback there, with about 4 weeks to go to the NFL draft. Actually, more than that. It's like 5 weeks. What's one wish outside of quarterback you'd have for the Browns?
I think it's got to be wide receiver. And so, like, I think it's fun. I think earlier it used to be the debate. It'd be like wide receiver, offensive line, which route do you want to go? And now we're in a comfortable spot where I feel like you can wish for a wide receiver, even just a number one in some capacity. I don't know what trade it's got to be. I don't know. We always talk about different players involved in this stuff, but like you got to get if you gave me one wish. The genie from Aladdin came down and said, you get one. I'm making a big trade for a number one wide receiver.
So this is, a trade?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not going to be just drafting a wide receiver at 6. That's already...
you got to double up on wide receivers?
I'm making this a powerful wide receiver room. Yeah, that's part of the idea. I feel like if you traded for a 1 and then also had... And again, it's not going to happen. They don't have the stones to do this. I would trade for a 1, and then I would draft one. I would draft 1 at 6 overall, and I would do as Joe suggested. You got to give this team weapons. We don't have enough weapons.
Who's the wide receiver you would trade for?
At this point, I would like Marvin Harrison. I would like Brian Thomas Jr. But if we want to go even bigger, can I go like this is a wish list type scenario?
Sure.
I think A.J. Brown's got to be the call.
Okay.
Never going to happen.
Okay.
Financial restrictions out the you know what. But in this wish, this is what I get to make. I want A.J. Brown on this team.
I agree that it's wide receiver, but I want to see wide receiver at 6 specifically, or whatever your first round pick is. I think left tackles are getting pushed up the board in a way that makes me uncomfortable. Monroe Freeling at 24, I'm comfortable with. Caleb Lamu at 24 makes me comfortable. I understand that there's a risk component here. They might not be there at 24, and so I'm going to say I understand that. I'm still going to take the guy that I think has the best chance to impact what you've got. I don't love that I don't think Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, or Carnell Tate are going to be there at 24. And those are the 3 guys that I think give you the best chance at, like, number 1 production.
Yeah.
And I do think,
So is Tyson your guy then, or which one?
I think Tyson's my guy because I
Tyson.
think he is. I think he is the best. I think he's the guy with the best chance to be a number 1 wide receiver. If Carnell Tate is T. Higgins, that's a nice signing. That's a nice drafting. It's not the same thing as being Jamar Chase. Mekhi Lemon, that dude's just weird. I hate to do this. He's a hell of a football player and a big playmaker. The combine stuff was really weird. I'm not even talking about the reports about the person.
No,
I'm talking
just
about
the press conference.
Kind of doing like a weird, like seductive thing. I don't know. Just wigged me out a little bit.
His eyes were doing a lot of work there.
It was. It was like...
he got crazy eyes.
It was like a guy at a bar trying to seduce the entire bar.
I was thinking Adam Gase eyes. But I was thinking crazy eyes. He didn't give those off because Adam Gase's were like a wide open, wired type thing.
Adam Gase eyes were just crazy eyes.
No, but I think of crazy eyes in general
Mackay
are just
Lemons
it's
were
a red
crazy,
flag.
seductive eyes.
It's a red flag, and if you're going to use your eyes in any sort of way to try to do this whole media thing, that's probably not. I don't know. You guys watch these YouTube videos. I don't use my eyes at all.
I will tell you. I think if Adam Gase...
Maybe I need to be more seductive to YouTube.
...had crazy, seductive eyes...
See how crazy that looks?
Huh?
You look like you're about to rob somebody.
Yeah. Well, because I'm just trying these out for the first time.
The Salt and Vinnies.
If the Salt and Vinnies, thank you very much. If Adam Gase had the Salt and Vinnies, he'd still be employed.
No, miserable
as a head coach.
Miserable coach.
No, but he wouldn't be miserable because he'd have the Salt and Vinnies.
I don't think that's the only thing that was missing.
No, he needed some salt. With just I'm trying to think which one's which. The point is, he needed something other than just crazy behind his eyes. And if it was crazy sexy, I think it works out for him.
I think the crazy's the dead giveaway.
No, but you got to pout. You got to put the crazy with something else.
I think you
crazy
get. I think
cool,
you get a lot of
crazy
people.
Sexy.
You hate on Kingsbury too much to have this conversation be based in reality.
Well, that's because he's also...
All he did was give out the dreamy eyes.
Yeah, but Adam
that was like
Gase,
half his shtick. I think dreamy eyes took him all the way to being a head coach in Arizona.
This is where you're off your rocker a little
Well,
bit.
what's Max saying? What's the shaking head for?
Adam Gase was a literal savant, and we know that he got ahead because he was so ugly. Whereas Cliff Kingsbury,
I think it kind of like solidified how
got ahead
they
because
have
he's
to be.
good looking.
They have to be good at their job. Like Mike McCarthy, objectively just a slobby looking human. You're like, I know Mike McCarthy knows football.
Mm-hmm.
that guy knows football. Like, he knows.
You can be ugly and still have sexy eyes.
Oh, that's the part that I was missing, I guess.
Looked right at the camera there. Gave him the old 1 and 2. What's one wish outside of quarterback you've had for the Browns and the need for Jared Allen and a magic problem for the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan? If you're looking at new trucks this
counsel approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got back to the Browns in about 15, 20 minutes here. A strong criticism of what the Browns are doing with Myles Garrett as we are in NFL free agency. I'm sure we'll have more news coming as well. But we did, this is the only downside of being on video.
Yeah.
Roberto Shenanigans, he did take a screen grab of our old ones and twos.
Oh, yeah?
Getting the old camera a little bit of that seductive look. And so it's a matter of time.
I bet you hate that existing out there on the internet. Oh, no.
It's only a matter of time before it's on Fapello. And I just have to deal with that people
what's Fapello?
I've heard it's a website that a lot of people put content on of famous people.
What do they have?
Well, I think it's more of the.
Never heard of the website. What are we dealing with?
Well, Mac, I think this is a better one
for
you.
They put funny clips on there?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sure you don't. That's smart play out of you.
Is it just funny clips, funny memes on there?
I think it's more.
Maybe.
I think it's more of a specific variety that you get to see people in a specific state. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not saying what state that is, though. I thought memes. Is it memes?
Indiana.
Is it Indiana? They're in the state of Indiana.
Yeah.
It's just a whole. It's actually it's brought by the Indiana Tourism Board. It's
for a lot of people that want to see famous people in compromising situations.
Oh,
that's a very nice way of saying it, wasn't it? And then people are going to see the old ones and twos, and that's good. That's going to be the narrative out there.
I'd really hate if somebody, I don't know,
Nick Wilson has secret sex eyes. Great.
It'd really be a problem if somebody asked Grok to go ahead and put you in a bikini while also giving the sexy eyes out there. It'd be a real problem if somebody, I don't know, Roberto Shenanigans ended up following up on his own video and doing that. It'd be a real problem out there.
It seems like by saying what you're saying that you actually want him to do that.
I don't want to see that. No, thank you. I'm not interested.
I'm not interested in watching the Cavs lose to the Magic again last night. Segway!
Not a bad segue. I really despise this Magic team. The idea that Bane was basically an awful trade the entirety of the year, and then he showcases what he did last night, very unbecoming of them. But the problem...
Do you hate it because it actually might have gained some ground on them for the Cavs?
Well, I mean, no, I hated it because obviously the game didn't go our way. That's a big part of that, yeah. But this idea that the Magic are some sort of, I don't know, bad matchup, an awful problem for the Cavs. Like, there's a reason why the Magic want to take on the Pistons if they were going to get to a playoff series, because the Pistons and the Magic share a lot of the same problems. Neither one can shoot from the outside, and they're a team that is built on grittiness and defense. Like, I'm not sold on what they are.
I think the Pistons, I think the Magic have more scoring. I think Bane and I'd still pick the Cavs in a 7-game series or in a 5-game series. I would still pick the Cavs. But do I think this team is not a little bit, but significantly better on offense than they were?
It's really not
their first run.
Really not their calling card.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not their calling card. But to me, it's about upside. Like, I look at the Pistons and I'm like, your offensive upside is based not just on Cade scoring 30 points a game in the playoffs, but finding you another 30 to 40 points via his playmaking ability.
Right.
I think Desmond Bane can take some pressure off Paolo. And I think that is going to make them better in the offense. And by the way, I don't think they played their best basketball yet. And there's reasons behind that. But I look at that team and I'm like, I actually think they've been pretty mid in the regular season. And I think once you get into the postseason, I can see that be a team that all of a sudden surprises people.
They're 22nd in three-point attempts, and they're 24th in three-point attempts made. Like, they're in.
Doesn't that feel like a year ago that was like they were 30th?
I just don't trust that offense at all. And so like games like last night happened when that offense looks good. And so maybe this is where your brain is like, hey, they look better than they really are offensively. It's because last night, when the part that makes them dangerous is when they can actually have a game where their offense looks better than competent, which has been a big problem for them. And that's
their offense stunk 2 years ago, and they pushed the Cavs to the limit.
I know it's a different Cavs team there because we just got bullied with the length that they have, and so there's a part of that. But like this is just it's it's a different makeup, different variety, and their offense I just don't think is good enough to handle a 7-game series with the Cavs. But they're going to have a game or two. If it goes into a series, and as of today, that would be the matchup the Cavs have in the first round. If they get into a series, they're going to have a game like you saw last night where when they have the stars aligned and their offense looks better than competent for a game, that's a real problem for the Cavs.
I mean, I still think they need, inevitably, I don't even say a point guard, because what does that even mean? I do think they need a playmaker to run the offense through, and then that's going to, I think, make Bane and Banchero better. But I'm not outside of the Pistons, who I just think are such a laughable offense. I have no respect for what they could do in the postseason because of the actual guys they have on top of what the regular season numbers are. Beyond that, I'm not really kind of sleeping on anyone, because to me it's a Cavs problem until the Cavs prove it's not a Cavs problem.
I just think it felt very similar to a Pistons game to me and what the Pistons would offer, and I think that's actually a compliment to the Magic. But I just don't think they have enough. I'm not concerned with them overall. But last night was the type of game where you think to yourself, I can see how a game or two in a series would get away from them. Like, it showcased. But I also think last night was so different because Jarrett Allen wasn't there. And I just think that's a big component to all this.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. The two big takeaways are maybe the Magic will be a problem or the Cavs need Jarrett Allen. And I think both have some validity to them, even if I don't necessarily wholesale believe in either. But I think if this is where Evan Mobley is, then the Cavs, I'll lean more on last night was more about Jarrett Allen. If this is where Evan Mobley is at this point in his health and everything else, then the Magic are going to end up being a true problem in a series with the Cavs.
I think it's what the majority of Cavs fans like myself watching that game kept thinking the entire time. When you're within 5-6 points the majority of the game, and you're just you're missing what Jarrett Allen brings, not only to that offense but also that defense at times. Like Mobley could only do so much, especially when they were going inside after him. It hurt not having Allen around.
I also think I think we talk a lot about the disruptive side of things when you add. When you swap out your number one playmakers for Darius Garland to James Harden, I don't think we've talked about just the lack of court time defensively these guys have had. I know they've played a butt ton of basketball together, outside of like a Keon Ellis or a Dennis Schroeder or anything like that. But even the defensive struggles last night, it was like, man, it just looked like they are still learning to play together. Like there was an element of, I think you win the game if Jarrett plays last night. I also chalk up games like last night to be, you've played about 14 games together, and these are the kind of things defensively. I think we should expect.
You just can't play that bad defensively against Orlando. That's just not acceptable.
But do I think the size was a part of this beyond just Jarrett being? Yes.
Well, and this was even without Franz Wagner too. I mean, like imagine if he was in the series, which I imagine he would be. They're playing oddly enough in the last 10. I think they're like 7-3 without him. They're playing better basketball without the other Wagner. But that was one of the better offensive Harden games we've seen.
216-474-0092. That pause was because I was trying not to burp into the microphone. Not that I was like trying to
sometimes you move
what
on
you were
and
saying.
I'm like, all right, I guess that was a take. But that really was. That was the best. That might have been the best offensive Harden game I've seen in a Cavs uniform.
What's the better takeaway from last night's loss? The Cavs need Jarrett Allen, or the Magic are a problem for the Cavs, and apparently the Browns might be a problem for Myles Garrett. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Weather's warming up, except today, and it's time to start thinking about home improvement projects. And one of the ones we tend to forget, but guys, it's pretty up there in terms of importance, is making sure you get your roof inspected to make sure it's still keeping water outside of your home. And we know the freeze-thaw cycle that we're
that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I hope somebody brings a succulent.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up at 5. All the big stories, all the big news in football in Cleveland, Cavaliers, and beyond. Coming up at 5. Lance Reisland coming up at 6 o'clock today, Cleveland.com.
Coach Riz, nice.
Got some scouting reports out right now about Quincy Williams, the fit here, and one of the offensive linemen.
Zion Johnson.
Thank you. I knew I was going to say Elton Jenkins, and I'm like, that's not the one. And then I was like scratching for – they signed too many offensive linemen. I think we can now admit. Me trying to remember them in a 3-second clip is not going to help us.
He takes his time with these, so he didn't want to just rush it out there. I respect that out of Coach. Although I've been avoiding Coach's texts because I just don't want to talk golf with him right now. He always sends me golf things. Golf didn't go very well on Sunday, and so I'm like, I don't want to tell you how bad it went.
Is it still lingering?
Oh yeah. There's not until you can go out and play again and get it right, of course.
Man, I got to be honest with you. By about the time I hit the parking lot, I'm done with whatever my athletic endeavors have brought.
I can't stress to you the amount of time I've spent in my little makeup garage simulator that I have in my garage that is really, really about as ragtag as it gets to then go out there and look like that on Sunday. I can't. It is a disappointing thing. Yeah, very disappointing.
But it's the first one of the year. You got to have a little
I know, but
grace.
every single this happens every single off season into when we actually get to golf again.
This doesn't sound healthy. I'm just as somebody that is chronically unhealthy. This doesn't sound healthy.
No, I don't think it is either. But like every single off season, I convince myself that I've turned a corner. That all of a sudden I got it all figured out, right? Because in the sim, you're hitting perfect shot after perfect shot because it's just an even level grass, and then you get out there and it's just a completely different story, and it pisses me off every time.
You're being hustled by the game of golf.
Yes, consistently. I signed up for it. That's my life. I enjoy it, but I also hate it.
Now, we got plenty to get to, and interesting comments from one quarterback the Browns could add this offseason coming up in just about 15 minutes here. But Marcus Spears was on the Rich Eisen show earlier this week, and obviously everybody in the NFL media is trying to trade Myles Garrett, despite the fact that the Browns had their chance last year, didn't, and gave him a $40 million contract, or actually more than that, $40 million a year contract. Marcus Spears, one of those guys who wouldn't mind to see the Browns trade Myles Garrett because he thinks the Browns are maybe doing Myles Garrett dirty here.
I think he should have kept his stance and I don't want to play for Cleveland. What else can Myles Garrett give the Cleveland Browns? Like just from a football standpoint, what else could he possibly do in order to try to help this team win games than what he's done already? They have a responsibility to players like that to try to position themselves to win championships. And could you imagine Myles Garrett playing for a true contender? Could you imagine the type of conversation we would be having about him? If Myles Garrett played for a contender, Myles Garrett would be in the conversation for being the best defensive player to ever play football. Those meaningful games that everybody's paying attention to, where the viewership is 30 to 40 million plus, and people could see 95 on display like that, we would be having a conversation of, is he arguably going to end up being the best defensive player to ever play in the NFL? We can't get there, though, because he's playing for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, this year specifically, if the Browns were 12-5, and you were on Monday Night Football 3 or 4 times. You were on a couple other primetime games.
Yeah.
And Myles had a couple sacks in the postseason. I think if they were 12-5, I think Myles really would have been a serious top 3 contender for the NFL MVP. And which is very, very rare you ever get there, but that's how statistically prominent this season was. So I do think there's some validity, even if I think Marcus probably takes us to kind of a dramatic level for me.
Well, so I'm trying to figure out, I think we can, if we talk about greatest defensive players of all time, a lot of the ones we're going to bring up do all have titles to their name.
Yeah, Reggie White being the one guy I always think about.
You start there, I think LT first, and he's got 2 titles to his name.
Ray Lewis, another one.
Aaron Donald's got to be a part of this discussion. All these guys do have titles. Even if you talk about the greatest defensive player to never win a title, people go to Bruce Smith, but he obviously he was in Super Bowls. He played in big games. You know what I mean? And so like there's a component to this that I understand, and I think about this with the offensive side of the ball more than the defensive side of the ball. Like, how hampered was Calvin Johnson, for instance, because he didn't and wasn't appearing in big games consistently?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we still think about him as one of the all-time greats, but he's nowhere close to Jerry Rice, let's say.
I mean, we could have the Joe Thomas conversation as well. The fact that Joe was a first ballot Hall of Famer, it was not even a discussion whether Joe was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. If we put that on, he played those same 11 years in Denver, and he had gone to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them at the end of his career. I do wonder, again, Joe's already thought of as one of the best left tackles ever. I think if you put Joe in a Super Bowl winning team, I wonder if he is the definitive best left tackle ever.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be, that'd probably be enough for the case for him. Like, yeah, there's a Cleveland tax that is being imposed on Myles Garrett. I don't think he's wrong for making that statement, but I think Myles also recognizes that. That's why he did what he did last offseason. Like, there's a part of Myles that understands when you're talking about the all-time greats, as unfair as it is, but the Super Bowl usually comes with that.
Yeah, and I think what I find really interesting about this is I do have some level of empathy for Myles specifically, because I just think because I think he gets that Cleveland tax of playing for the Browns and playing for one of the worst run organizations in football, which is what they are until they show us otherwise. And I do think he gets penalized as much as anybody as I can remember in the NFL for what I think his legacy would be if he was a 49er right now, right? I take a little empathy off the top, though, when Myles had his chance to make his stand and then wilted. And we can talk about Myles' leverage. We can talk about, everybody made a case like Myles had no power. No, Myles never gave himself a chance to have power. He never gave himself a chance to have, to make it ugly enough to make like Micah Parsons did with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, well, you force it.
To force their hand. And so I don't want to say that removes all empathy. But is there a tax on the tax? If there's a Cleveland tax for his legacy that takes away a certain amount of how people think about him, there's probably an empathy tax because he had his opportunity. And Myles can say he knew what the quarterback plan was. It was a bridge to nowhere, much like this year. I think that has to kind of factor into, it's not exactly he's the most innocent bystander.
No, for sure it does. That's why this week with Max Crosby has been so interesting. That was Max Crosby telling the Raiders for months on end, I'm done here. You guys aren't doing it for me. You're not doing good enough for me. Like, I need to find a way out because if I'm going to be perceived as this great player, I have to get there. Now, the interesting thing about the current version of what we perceive to be the great pass rushers in the game right now is that a lot of these guys don't come with any Super Bowl pedigree. TJ Watt has never won a playoff game. Myles Garrett, we've talked about extensively. Max Crosby's in the same boat as TJ Watt's in. Micah Parsons has one playoff win to his name. No Super Bowl appearances, I can tell you that much. No conference title game appearances, I can tell you that much as well. Like a lot of the great, Trey Hendrickson, throw him in the same boat in many respects.
Khalil Mack? I know he's on the other side of his career, but Khalil Mack never came close to sniffing a Super Bowl.
What's weird about this version of pass rushers, and I don't know if it's because they just started costing so much money and it's so much of the cap, and when you're paying these guys, Micah Parsons is $45 million a year. You're in quarterback territory when you're paying these guys. If it just hampers what you can do so much, but like this generation is not. Those guys aren't winning at an elite rate.
Now, while I have said there's an empathy tax on Myles and maybe Cleveland hurt the Browns, it's not Cleveland. The Browns hurting Myles' legacy. I think it's really interesting that Myles said, I'm on board for this thing as long as we're not rebuilding. And they're rebuilding. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about what the Browns are trying to do this year.
Yeah.
And for anybody out there that is co-signing Shedeur versus Deshaun, you're effectively telling Myles that you're rebuilding. And there's a part of me that wonders where Myles lands on all that. Because, again, it might just be as simple as Myles made his bet a year ago, and he understands that, and he is happy with the money that he's making, and so on and so forth. But I do think it's interesting that Myles said, every time he was asked at the end of the season, are you still on board with where the Browns are? Are you still on board? And he said, hey, as long as we're trying to win. Well, it's a transition season. They didn't say anything about transition winning season.
Well, the timelines just don't add up for him in a massive way. That's the problem, because I think you can sell it to fans in an interesting way. Like, all right, this is another transition year. We're taking a quarterback in 2027, and then we can start to get off to the races. Like, you're going to build the whole team and then slot the quarterback in there. That can be sold in a way, but Miles isn't getting any younger by the day. Like, if you're Miles, there's an hourglass with sand in it, and it's going down.
Now, I do think this is where I can say how much I truly agree with what Marcus Spears said, but it's not a Myles Garrett specific thing as it is to the entire locker room. I hate tanking, and I hate transition years year after year, because I do think they violate a covenant that should happen between a team and a player. And I think if you are a serious NFL franchise, signing up guys to multiple years in a row of risking their bodies, their necks, their knees, their mental health late in life, brain health late in life, to transition year after transition year, I do think at some point that becomes disrespectful. And I'm not saying the Browns are intentionally disrespecting, but it's not, because this isn't just about the Browns. I fundamentally loathe tanking and the idea behind it. And even like hard rebuilds in a league built on parity. Because for 1 year, I get it. Don't like it, but get it. When we start talking about 2 to 3 years of perpetual rebuild, again, in a league built on parity, at some point that is where I think teams violate what should be an understanding of trying to win, and trying to win at all cost as much as you possibly can. So that would be, I think, a fair criticism of where the Browns are with Miles. I just don't know. Like, if the expectation was the Browns are supposed to get this all done in one off season, like that's also impossible too. And so, like, once you start this thing, it's not one off season; it's two. Well, no, I mean, but even within that, like, it's really hard to turn the thing over as quickly as you possibly can that way. Like, I know it shouldn't take forever. Well, Andrew Berry said it's not going to take 3 years, and it's going to take 3 years. Well, Andrew Berry said it won't take 5 years. He said this isn't baseball; it doesn't take 5 years. So, like, there is a difference there. But the reality is that. If you're Myles Garrett, your quickest way to winning is what? Getting a quarterback. There's no quarterback this offseason. The Browns clearly seem like they don't want to force it or do anything about it, and so they're going to take their luck in 2027 and go from there. Does that mean it's ever going to get paid off? No. Do I hate that I have to try to sit here and defend what they're doing? Yeah, it bothers me. Would I much rather have a team that just spent and made a lot of moves and got this thing figured out? Yeah, that's not what this team is doing, though. Well, I'm just telling you how I see it. You call it like you see it. That's it. The truth. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. But you know it too. That's the part that's pissing you off about the whole thing. Well, no, you know it too. Well, no, I just think they can be doing more. I think people conflate a pretty mid quarterback market, meaning they can't upgrade over what they have, and I think that's a very cute. I think it's a very cute response from the Browns themselves. Fans feeling that way. I don't expect fans to think Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. Because right now, the wheel of perception in the NFL is he isn't. I don't expect fans to think Geno Smith's a good quarterback because he had a bad year with the Raiders last year. That's how fans think. And in fairness, that's how some media thinks. To me, it's not, are those guys the best quarterbacks I've ever seen? And to me, it's, are those guys clearly better than what you have? And what you had, it's less about Shedeur and it's mostly about Deshaun. That I don't even think, I think that's inarguable. And the idea that the Browns get real cute and go, well, we got to stand pat because we don't want to overdo it. I'm like, you're not doing it at all. There's overdoing it, and then there's just not doing it at all. And that, I think, is, again, I think that violates a basic conversation, a basic thing that should be owed from the Browns to Miles and the rest of that locker room. And they clearly feel comfortable violating that for you because look at how last season went. Because they feel comfortable violating any rules of decorum. I mean, it's just like that that's my problem. Like, at some point, you got to have a bottom floor, in their mind, and they just keep reinventing a bottom floor like they're doing in the damn new stadium. Clearly, in their mind, they would much rather try to assure themselves of having one of these top 5 picks for next year, or try to put themselves in position to have one of those picks than potentially win 7 or 8 games and end up 15, 16, 17th, and then have to spend assets to try to get back up there if you can. Does being in Cleveland hurt Myles Garrett's legacy? I think the answer is obviously yes. It just goes to what degree. Does not being in the postseason, does not being a 12-5 team consistently ding his reputation? I do agree. If the Browns had won since the day he came to the NFL, I think his legacy would be on a different planet. 216-474-0092. You guys can weigh in on that, and I think we might have a way to look at the quarterback wide receiver room a little differently. Who says no? In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. If you'd like to see to be clear, an AI rendered picture of me in a bikini with my secret sex eyes, go ahead and I believe I have. Actually, let me retweet it now. So
did Roberto get one out there?
So it's actually Bonjour Bob.
Oh, I thought Grok was telling him no or something. I didn't.
He
I
then
lost
went
track.
to ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, they'll
Won't be denied.
They'll give you anything over there.
Joe saying that it's if Nick Wilson and Ross Tucker had a baby, and that baby also wore a lot of eyeshadow. I don't know what it is. If you put my picture into ChatGPT,
yeah,
it will make me look like I'm a lead singer for a hair metal band, just in the eyes, a little raccoonish around the eyes, which I don't think helps.
Just didn't need to see this. I shouldn't have looked.
By the way, shockingly accurate.
I don't know why I looked.
In the hair side of things, even in the body composition side of things, there's some real accuracy there. I think I'd look better, but not much better.
I got nothing to add here, man. I don't know. I feel bad for asking for this. Not that I don't think it looks great. You look great. That's not what I'm saying.
That's great ground cover there. Yeah, many people believe you.
I think you look great.
Here's what it's got.
Great
back pedal.
Just didn't need this in my life. Is what's happening here.
It made sure to showcase the forearms.
Not that I need any photos of any dude in a bikini, by the way.
It also made sure to showcase the guns a little bit
here.
There
we go. You retweeted that, huh?
The shoulders had to.
There's no had to. You didn't have to. Why do you feel like you had to?
Because I said, if you want to see this, this is where you can go on Twitter.
Okay.
And I feel like, guys, it's not really me. I look 3% better than that. 2% better than that.
I don't know. You tell me.
I did notice that the side of the bikini is really straining under the weight of my side boob.
I stopped looking at the photo.
That's not great.
I moved out to stop looking at the photo.
It's not great, but it kind of gets the general torso part of this right, but the body hair is really where, again, there's some real stuff there.
I don't know who's important in Bonjour Bob's life. I don't know, but whoever that is, it might be.
Me.
Whoever that is that he sees on a daily basis, I hope they come across him and wanting to make this photo.
Why?
How do you explain it?
I don't think you have to.
Yeah, no, you have to.
No, this is the beautiful thing
He's
about
got
getting
it
older.
saved in his camera roll. It's like, so what's going on here, buddy?
This is the beautiful thing about getting older. I don't have to explain myself to anyone except Vanessa.
You have to explain it to somebody. Well, if Bonjour Bob, I don't know his version of Vanessa. I don't know that exists, but he's got to have somebody that he cares about.
This man has sired a child, I believe.
Really?
I believe so. Why? That's almost as insulting as a picture.
I would know Bonjour Bob for a very long time. I did not know he was a father.
It's Bonjour Bob. There's a pleasantry within his nickname.
No, he's very nice. He's very nice. I just did not know that was a father to a human that is living on this planet. I think you're making that up. I don't think that's real.
By the way, I'm the father to 3 children on this planet. I think that discounts the idea that there's a certain amount of decorum needed to sire children.
This is the man that, because Baskin said he liked a certain had never tried a certain food, he immediately went to Walmart, bought the food, and then brought it to the radio station.
It's a very nice person.
That's a level of dedication that I guess I can respect it. He's probably a good dad. If he's doing that for Phelps, he's probably a pretty good dad. I just maybe spend more time with the kid, less time with Phelps.
Hard pass. Hard pass more.
You think so?
Yeah, more
or at
time
least doing Phelps' errands. I don't know.
Quite frankly, Andy needs some positivity in his life. Andy can get a little down. I think it boosted Baskin by 3%.
He's always traveling, Bonjour Bob. He's like jet setting all around. He's in Seattle. Then all of a sudden he's overseas. He's in Europe. And he's never once brought up a kid into this equation. I clearly get too invested into people's lives.
Are you talking about Robert?
Oh, sometimes I confuse the two of them in my head. Okay, good. All right. That makes a lot more sense. My apologies Sometimes, because they both volume tweet, I confuse their stories together in my head.
And then Bob versus Robert.
This
right?
is a great, by the way, this coming off of like maybe I get too invested in their lives. Great understanding that I clearly don't get too invested in their lives.
Yeah, but somehow
that's a good thing. No, this is a good development
if I'm Robert,
for me.
This is not a good development.
Doesn't matter. This is a good development for me because I clearly was confusing the two of them, and that's nice. That's the space that I like to live in.
Well, now that we're done insulting a lot of people that listen to this station, we thank you for doing it.
Still listen.
Let's go ahead and get to the Ty Simpson sound here. He was on Up and Adams today, and Kay wants to play matchmaker here for Ty Simpson, Carnell Tate, and a specific team in the NFL.
I want to see you and Carnell together. I know you're close, but like you keep bringing him up. So it's like...
Because he follows me everywhere. Everywhere I go, he goes.
Is there a world where y'all are on the Browns together? Could that happen? What would that be like?
That's something that you got to ask Coach Monk and Mr. Barry. I think it'd be great. They got it going up there. Coach Monk's going to get it right. You know, they got all the right pieces. If I'm able to throw the Carnell, it'd be great. It would be something that, you know, we'd always be on the same page and, you know, hopefully we'd take the league by storm.
All right, there's a lot here. One, it's Monken. And somebody needs to say this.
You don't like the Coach Monk thing?
He called Monk. He called Coach Monk. Coach Monken. Monken.
I thought it was like a Coach Monk thing. Like it was like a little.
He did, but you don't hear it as much. In the initial Monken, you hear a Monken instead of a Monken. And I just think if you're going to be a kiss-ass, you got to get the name pronunciation right. So he's kind of failing in the Flanders of it. But I know you have objections about Ty Simpson, the lack of NFL game, or the lack of college experience.
That is part of it.
Pretty mundane physical skills. If you don't like Fernando Mendoza because he's too Flanders.
That wasn't Flanders enough for me.
Oh, so that's not Flanders enough to discount?
No, that wasn't enough. Mendoza's on another level. Like I almost want to have you play Mendoza clip next to Ty Simpson clip so you can kind of see the difference between the two. You could also throw in a Kirk Cousins clip and then see what we're really driving at. Football Flanders originated with Kirk Cousins, and now it's graduated to Mendoza.
So I would agree.
That was just a man answering a question.
I would agree that I think Mendoza is a different level of football nerd.
I mean, Mendoza's he's up here all the time, and he's very excited, and he's very everything is the greatest, and all that stuff. See how zesty that sounded? And the point is that wasn't Ty Simpson right there.
That's all that really
that wasn't Ty Simpson right there. Ty Simpson, that was a leveled. That was almost like I'm trying to make this fun because I'm on with Kay Adams, and people seem like they have a lot of fun with Kay Adams, but she just kind of gave me a very generic question there.
Yeah, I will say that was the other weird part of this. I want to see you and Carnell together. There was almost like a
hint of
like love line.
Yes, a little bit. Yeah,
I was a little thrown off there.
She did it like I want to see you guys together.
Yeah, but I'd
like to see you two together. It's like, hey, what are you doing?
There are times where I can't tell if she's a warm interviewer or if she's too warm.
Well, she's just very laid. She's as laid back as I think we'll ever find.
Yeah, but like if I talk, Ty, I want to see you in Cleveland. You and Carnell Tate together in Cleveland. Can we make that happen?
I don't think we should
Those
get
are
rid
not
of
the Salt and Vinnies. That's just you squinting very hard.
And by the way, I don't know that we should. I think like part of her magic is the seductive way she asks questions. I don't know that we need to veer away off of this.
I think I wouldn't lean into it. I don't know.
I think she's already leaned into it.
Maybe,
I think
maybe I'm jealous. I can't seduce. I clearly couldn't seduce Joe Thomas earlier. Can't seduce anyone.
I'm sorry that you don't have Kay Adams appeal to you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that's not a reality for you.
Jonathan, how about you and I go to a steakhouse?
I haven't seen any likes on your grok photo in the bikini.
Why don't we?
Kay Adams does that. I'm sure it's got a lot more likes than whatever's going on Twitter right now.
Does she have the chest hair that I have?
No, thank God.
Wow. I think Kay Adams
why are you looking
in
at
a
that
bikini.
Why are you looking at that as a feature for
hair?
Kay Adams? What?
I think she'd still get a lot of likes on social media.
I'm sure she would.
There are a lot of gooners out there, friend.
But we don't need to make that a feature.
And then she would talk like this in the video. Actually, I can't tell you.
You're having too much fun, like being seductive in this today. I don't know what part of you what part of you needed this today. I'm not sure, but between the Salt and Vinnies and now trying to just like 7
I want to
questions.
know what kind of mood you're in today.
I did yesterday. I
You're
was
gonna
feisty.
go home and just be stonewalled to
today.
Vanessa.
Vanessa's actually listening right now. This whole show has been a performance for her.
This is your foreplay.
I'm not even going to get a foot inside the door, and she is just going to jump me.
She's like, I saw what happened at 3:20, and then again at 4:20.
I'm horny. You want to interview me seductively?
She's like, I happened to come across a photo on the internet today.
I swear it wasn't me. But it was. All right. Now that the Browns have potentially fixed their offensive line.
Yeah.
A little more in on the Ty Simpson side of things?
No. Why do you seem like you are?
Well, because I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. Don't make me get the seductive voice out.
Why do you seem like you are? Or why do you seem like you're trying to bait me into being more into Ty Simpson?
I just want to know.
Nothing has changed with Ty Simpson for me.
No, but it's changed from the Browns side of things. Half of the objection to Ty Simpson has been the circumstance he's stepping into. The circumstance is better now than it was 4 days ago.
The majority of why I've been against Ty Simpson is not anything to do with the circumstance he's going into. It's the idea that he hadn't played enough college football. And the idea that I don't think he was good at the college football he did play. That's the objection I have. And that part's not going to change. There's nothing Ty Simpson can do from now to the draft to change my mind on that.
What if it's him and Carnell together? Like K.
Together.
Like we're flying into a dangerous situation here. 216-474-0092. Who says no? Ty Simpson and Carnell Tate together. I do think it's going to be interesting to see if Browns fans' feelings on adding a quarterback to that room, whatever quarterback it might be, change because the context has changed within the way things are built around the quarterback.
Also, if I was Ty, wouldn't I be kind of offended by the question?
Which part?
Carnell Tate's definitely not the insinuation that they're going to be together. Carnell Tate's definitely going to be the 6th pick in this equation, not the 24th pick in this equation.
Do you think Ty Simpson gives a rat's ass that anyone thinks he's not going to be the 6th pick?
I think from a financial perspective, he should care if he's the 6th or the 24th because there's a lot of money in the differential between the two. So the insinuation there is that you go 24th overall when right now Ty Simpson has to believe he's going at least top 15.
Bonjour Bob, by the way, saying he's the harbinger of chaos. He's not going to give a rat's ass what opinions are being said about me. He takes pride in it. You got in the cage a little bit. And he said also he's an uncle, not a father yet.
And that tracks for you.
That he knows yet.
And that tracks. He gives off uncle vibes. I assumed uncle vibes.
Did not
assume parent vibes.
It's either know that one or not hat one. On Twitter saying, looks like a backyard wrestler. I can take that. My picture, that is.
Oh, okay. The bikini picture.
Yeah. Nelson saying the big sexy. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's all. And by the way, we do finally have a like on that. Yeah.
Well, there's one.
Yeah. Donnie Neely really digging that one.
Should we reach out to the person that liked it? And
there's 3 likes.
See what's going on there?
That's just 3 burners.
Yeah. Have Kay Adams seductively interview them. So you like the picture. It's not good.
What was that?
I don't know. Insulting, I think, is what it was. Ty Simpson and Carnell Tate. Who says no? And challenges for the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
The Lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We did talk about the Cavs' loss to the Magic earlier in the show and just about the two big narratives that came out of it that were Cavs specific. One that was the Magic are going to be a real problem for the Cavs in a hypothetical playoff matchup, and then the Cavs' need of Jared Allen. Probably the funniest moment from last night's game. And it wasn't until I saw the replay of it, it was clipped for social media.
Yeah.
But James Harden, when he wanted the Cavs to challenge the call, and he said, "On my life."
Yeah.
Which I got to imagine that these referees hear all these sort of like pleas from players.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how James getting that dramatic about a call and the need to challenge it and like a pleading to the ref. I don't know how the ref didn't laugh in his face.
The level of care that I need from this team, Nick.
It was objectively
That's
hilarious.
The Harden difference is that he's going to put his life on the line to try to get that call done. I like it.
Also,
good Harden spin by me here.
Also, I don't think there's a chance.
One of the best offensive games of the season for the young man.
Also,
he's the same age as me.
Has that ever worked? Has that ever worked? Like,
have they ever believed an NBA player?
Yes.
I feel like refs can. Yeah, I do. I feel like that does work from time to time. I don't know that it would have worked in this situation because it was such a big moment in the game. I do feel like if LeBron in certain instances says like, "Yeah, I didn't touch that. Don't even think about that. I didn't touch that." Like, there's a reason why he complains as much as he does.
Well, but I think
Luka's constantly complaining to refs. Why? Because he constantly gets calls.
Yes, but calls reversed. I think it's almost like, did the referees go, well, he did say on his life. He wouldn't just throw that around.
I don't know the serious nature of it all. You know, he wouldn't do that unless he meant it.
But then after the game, Donovan Mitchell made a pretty impassioned plea about the flaws in the challenge system during NBA games.
Like, those are calls that shouldn't be missed. And, the referees, they have a tough job. And I'm not naive to that, but in the same token, they're the best of the best. The same way we're held accountable to being the best of the best, it's the same thing, right? So, there's just certain things that I feel like if you keep the challenge, if you win the challenge, it shouldn't be like, all right, that's it.
This has been a pretty significant conversation, and not just in Cleveland. There is an element to me of, and I think this is the Pandora's box that challenges across all sports has opened up. We act as if there's a new, better version of perfect that we can aspire to, when in reality, there's always going to be some limit on getting everything right. And I think we've kind of lost patience with referees across all sports, that there's some margin for error that is going to happen, no matter how many challenges you have, no matter how many ways you have to get it right.
I just couldn't tell whether or not Harden was right or wrong in this scenario. That's the part that I just had a hard time with. I think maybe Harden ended up being wrong, but like when you watch the replays, do you think Harden was right or wrong?
I think it was too close.
It was too close to call. I just thought it was incredibly hard, and that's the hard part about officiating, and that's the hard part about reffing. Even when they go to these reviews and they try to get it right, sometimes it looks skewed when you slow it down. I'm thinking about the play in the AFC title game with the Broncos, where you slow it down and it becomes a catch relative to what you saw when in real time was happening. Like it's a really tough thing.
I just think the NBA's replay system, anyways, is a disaster. I don't think more replay is the right call.
No, I don't. But I don't love the idea that you get two, and if you get them right, then that's just it.
Yes,
I don't love that.
You have to cap it.
And so, but if you get them right, I think this is one thing I think that football does get right, in the idea that if you get it right, you keep your challenge and it doesn't cost you any of it. And baseball, I think, is and the only issue I have with baseball in this. Baseball's got that same logic as well for their new system that they have set up. If you get it right, you keep it. You get two challenges on balls and strikes. If you get it right, you keep it. But the problem there is that it's going to turn the game into a really long time.
I tend to think that 2 challenges across 48 minutes of basketball is enough. And if you're left wanting to challenge something else, I think it tells me that you weren't judicious enough in your decision about what to challenge and what not.
I mean, I understand that take. Like you got to save them for the important times. You got to save them for the right moments. Don't blow it in the first half. Don't blow it in the first quarter. I just don't feel like you should get penalized for the ref not making the right call to begin with. Like,
yeah, but there has to be a certain amount of understanding that the refs aren't going to get every call right no matter what sport you're in.
I know, but if it's 2 obvious mistakes early on, you get to call it on the one, but then the second one you just have to eat because the ref made an obvious mistake.
Yes.
But I got to save the other one.
Yes,
I just don't love that.
Well, I just like 3 delays in the NBA challenge. That's a lot.
I get it, and this is the gamble you're going to have.
Well, it's not even a gamble. Like I think there's an element of, and some of this is also because it's the NBA, where players do nothing but bitch up and down the court, no matter who you are, how good you are. Everyone spends more time communicating with the officials than they do even their damn teammates. And it's like,
and they do it because it typically works.
Let's say you do this, which is, all right, if you get your first 2 challenges right, you unlock a third mystical challenge. You're still going to, what's to say? Oh, well, now we need a 4th one. Like, at some point, you just have to say, this is what it is, and you have to, like, this works as well as it's going to work. Why add more to this? And the idea of getting more perfect, which, again, is not attainable because the whole point of refereeing is it is subjective.
I just hate the idea that if the refs just blatantly get it wrong, then I just can't do anything about it because I have to save my challenges for later, and I only get 2.
But that's a part of the game. Like, again, like, human error is a part of the game.
So I think that's maybe where we divide on this.
You're already able to correct 2 decisions or challenge 2 decisions. That's 2 more than you had 30 years ago.
I don't subscribe to the idea that human error is just a part of the game, and I have to accept that. Like I like the idea that if I'm invested this much time into it and this much money and resources and everything, I want the game to be called right. And so, like, if that means
that's what you want, but it's never going to be perfect, right?
Obviously, it's never going to be perfect. But like if I'm getting these calls right, if I'm challenging it, and I'm getting these calls right, I should have the idea that I get to keep going until I get wrong. And so, like, once I get it wrong. Don't hate that idea of like, all right, you got it wrong, you lost it, no more challenges. That's your lot in life. But until you get it wrong, I don't think you should not have the ability to go ahead and challenge what's going on.
I think you need to learn how to use the 2 challenges that you have. I think the NBA from here needs to be a lot more cognizant about chopping more time off. I'll be honest with you. I think end of game play, which turns into hack and shoot, I think is the worst end to games you possibly have.
The final 2 minutes of NBA games have been a problem for my whole life.
That's a bigger issue to me because of all the stoppages, and adding another stoppage at any point in the game stresses me out. Now, our Mikey McNuggets texted some guys in the NBA that he knows.
Yeah.
And all of them came back saying they wouldn't change it, and most of it was about work stoppage. So then I decided I will text people in the NBA that I know, expecting the same thing.
Yeah.
And so I texted 3 people, and I was shocked at the one who came back and said, yes. And I was so shocked. It was like, why? And then it was I'm not even joking with you, it was a body of text about how bad refereeing is, and I would think that's a bigger issue than game flow.
I mean, NBA refereeing it's awful. It's absolutely awful right now.
What refereeing do you like, by the way?
No, but I have reasons for this. The NBA refs, for the previous about 10, 15 years or so, they have been hiring people that have no qualifications to be refs in the NBA. Like, they've hired people that are friends of friends. They have put people in the NBA ref uniform that had never reffed as much as a high school game. Like, don't you think that's a problem? Doesn't that scream? Mark Cuban has rallied about this for years, the hiring process of how we even get these NBA refs. At least with baseball, you have to go to like that stupid camp out in Florida, and then they like cut it down to the final 20%, and then it's like an audition process. But then you're going to the minors, and you're kind of working your way up, and you're kind of doing everything that you need to be doing. You're passing a checks and balances where the NBA is putting people into NBA games that have never reffed in their life. That's a problem, Nick.
What referees or referee system do you actually like in pro sports? Because I've yet to hear anyone be like, these guys get it right. We rail against MLB umpires. We rail against NFL officials. We rail against NBA. I think people bitch about NHL officials, even though I don't. and quite frankly, listen to enough NHL talk to get that. But as an NHL fan, I'm pretty sure, because I also complain about that, I think there's a part of this that I think we're all just disgruntled and we all think none of these refs know how to do it.
But this is more administrative than it is the refs themselves. I mean, this is about the NBA and what they decide with their own rules.
Well, but I think my point is, we start from a deficit for all officials, every sport.
Sure.
And I think adding more room to slow down the game and to criticize the officials and the idea of more, better, perfect, well, that doesn't really exist. And I think replay has only muddied up games. I don't think we've gotten any closer to a perfect call or a perfect game.
No, but in spending one more minute to give me a chance because I've gotten it right the entire game and have been proven right over 2 challenges previously, it would have helped out the Cavs a lot. And I feel like it's a no-brainer for the NBA.
Is Donovan Mitchell right that the NBA challenge system needs to unlock? If you get the first 2 challenges right, you should get a third one. We got the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Max Crosby now.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Lance Reisland coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll get his take on the Browns' offseason plans. Now, Bonjour Bob's got Ken in a...
I saw.
I think mine's more flattering. I don't think either are great. Don't get me wrong. I know mine's flattering.
I don't really want to answer this. I don't.
It'd be weird if you were like, you both look hot.
It'd be weird if I had an opinion on it.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I think it'd be.
Yeah.
I think it'd be really. I think that would be the weirdest thing. Yeah, I do like the two of them becoming friends though, Bonjour Bob and Robert, because I confuse them in my head as being the same person.
I think it's going to make it more confusing.
I like them being friends. I like that. I mean, they might be the same person already. Burner accounts exist, but I
one
like
guy's
them.
name is Bonjour Bob, and the other's Robert.
I gave Bonjour Bob his nickname though.
Yeah,
that was me, a million years ago.
Okay, it's like me and Joe Thomas with the Clarkson Farm thing. Browns legend Joe Thomas joined us at 3 today. He said he'd be surprised if Joe Bitonio played for another team, and he likes the Browns' recent additions to the offensive line.
They did a great job acquiring Titus Howard from Houston. They brought in, before that, my offensive line coach, who I had the longest during my career, George Warhop, one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL. He was fantastic with me, and he's gone on and done great things everywhere he's been. He's got experience with Titus Howard, so he knows what he's all about, and I think he's going to be a huge addition for the Cleveland Browns, not only George, but Titus. And then I thought they did a great job. Zion Johnson, guard, Elton Jenkins, who's a guy who I got to see a lot up close in person, being that he was with the Packers. Two really quality guys, great run blockers. And I think they fit with what this offense is going to try to be. And that's George's mentality has always been big, tough, physical, in-your-face, smash-mouth type offensive lines, creating holes in the running game, giving your quarterback time and space in the pocket. So overall, I think they made some great moves, shoring up that offensive line, which is probably the biggest question mark going into this offseason with as much turnover as they're facing.
Yeah, one point I really liked from Joe in this interview on the offensive line was the idea that I think so many people think it's incredibly hard to turn over as many bodies as you can and then try to make this thing get going as quick as possible. And the idea that with veterans, you can plug and play to a degree. And like having all these guys with the experience just makes it that much easier than if we had so many rookie or second-year players that you're all then trying to get collaborate.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that if you look at each individual lineman, you can pick apart their PFF grade or this, that, and the other. I think the Browns got a lot of responsible NFL offensive linemen, which is what you needed to do. You weren't signing 5 Tyler Linderbaums. You weren't even getting lucky. You would have been lucky to sign 1 of them, let alone 5 of them. And I think there's a lot of versatility there and a lot of durability. And so I think you might just be able to say, we're going to have 8 guys battle for 5 spots, and the 5 best guys win, and then hopefully 1 or 2 developmental guys on there as well. And, I don't think they fix the offensive line long term, meaning, 3 years from now, the same 5 guys are going to be your offensive linemen. But do I think for the next 2 years that you've got a starting 5 that give you time to find the next guys? Yes. And that's the second half part of this. But overall, I think Andrew Berry's offensive line work, that's as good as you were going to do.
All right, more from Joe Thomas as we asked him about the Browns' quarterback room and how his expectations would change for next season if they signed Kyler Murray.
Well, immediately you have a huge upgrade at quarterback because although they didn't love him in Arizona based on performance, probably maturity a little bit, and also the contract that he had, he's still a good quarterback. And you've seen a lot of guys go on into their second spots after having that little dose of humble pie and have amazing careers. And I think potentially Kyler Murray could have a similar trajectory. So whether they get him or not, I'm not sure, but maybe they can kind of pitch him for what they got going on with the offensive line and this great defense and this ability to, kind of prove yourself on a 1-year deal and then get back to making some bigger salary. So I'm not sure. I mean, I would definitely raise my expectations if he was our quarterback. Whether he's going to be interested in coming here or not, if they can pitch him on it, I'm not sure about that.
Man, somebody ought to play that for Ken Carman, who says that Kyler Murray sucks.
The weird thing about what Ken did today was saying that he would have him for next year, though.
Yeah.
So Ken clearly doesn't think that Murray sucks. He just doesn't want Kyler for this year, but lost me on the idea for next year.
I just look at it. That was a needless shot by me, but still one that needs. My problem is not that Ken doesn't like Kyler Murray. It's him saying he sucks after I watched Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, and Kenny Pickett battle for a starting quarterback job last year. And Ken was very excited about that. Ken had a lot of very positive expectations on that one. We're making this about Ken. It's about me.
Okay.
But when it comes to Kyler Murray, listen, if Kyler Murray doesn't want to come here, that's fine. That there's a chance that he just looks at this situation and goes, you don't have enough pieces, you don't have what I want, you don't have what I need, I'm not going to go there. I still want the Browns to pitch him because I think he's the best quarterback you could add. And I think too many people put all manner of quarterbacks that aren't proven franchise quarterbacks in the same bucket, and that's how guys like Baker Mayfield have slipped through the cracks and went and won a lot of games somewhere. That's how Sam Darnold roundabout found his way to Minnesota and reinvigorated his career. And those guys were former top 10 picks, guys who had a lot of experience, but maybe not the team success that you had hoped, and were seen as at a specific level, and that level was not good enough.
Yeah, I just look at it. It's like you had Kingsbury and you had Jonathan Gannon. I don't know that the NFL world has given him enough as far as coaches and then situationally to say that we know everything about Kyler Murray. I just think he's the best option out there. Now, he's the only person I've said so far that I want to see over Shedeur Sanders for next year in that boom or bust scenario that I keep talking about. And so, that's the one guy. We've been very consistent about that for myself. I'm not interested in Mac Jones. I'm not interested in Anthony Richardson. Not really interested in any of these other guys. But I am interested in Kyler Murray. It's just whether or not he'd want to come here.
Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson was on Up and Adams today and had high praise for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
He recruited me at Georgia, so had a great relationship with him, and then him coaching at Southern Miss, him and my dad got to know each other pretty well. So I've known him for a long time, and then when I got to meet with them at the combine and got to meet with them on a 30 visit, it was just something. There's a personality about him that he kind of has that chip on his shoulder to where he wants to take the league by storm with his offense, and he's very genuine and cares about his players and cares about his coaches, and the proof is in the pudding when it comes to offense, right? Like you saw what he did with at Georgia, saw what he did with Lamar. Like it just kind of, I think it's a quarterback friendly system and a guy who is willing to change and adapt.
Yeah, Ty Simpson wants a job. That's the end result there, and so he's saying nice things about a guy he's got a relationship with, and that's all nice. I'm kind of interested in the idea that Kay Adams spent this much in the interview talking about the Browns, though, for Ty Simpson.
So it's interesting. While I was listening to Ty talk, I was thinking about, can we merge two plans? Can the Browns do a Kyler deal on a one-year deal?
Yeah.
And draft Ty Simpson, maybe at 39, maybe not at 24, and how I would feel about that. And it's interesting. I think the context is better now with the offensive line than it certainly was how I felt a week ago about this. I think you add a Jordan Tyson or a Carnell Tate, and all of a sudden I think you might have enough pieces to really sustain a young quarterback. And the problem is I found myself going all the way back to the initial idea, which is his lack of college experience. So I think you would have a situation that people have described, which is, do you have a good offensive line or a good enough offensive line? Do you have enough playmakers? Do you have a quarterback in front of him so he can sit for a year? You have those things, and then I just came back to the core essential truth. If you have less than 20 starts in college football, your chances of succeeding, and when
really
succeeding, talking about being a long-term starting quarterback, there's like two guys. There's one guy that's done it. It's Kyler Murray, and he just got cut. And the other most successful guy under 20 games is Mac Jones, who's he's out there for a reason.
He's out there for a reason. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, joined the morning show today. She broke down the Browns' options to upgrade at wide receiver this offseason.
I don't know about free agent wise. Those are starting to dwindle. I think at this point now you might be looking at a trade sometime between now and the beginning of the season. And what you need to find is sort of a disgruntled receiver. Sometimes you find your best guys like that. And Andrew has. He has found receivers that need a change of scenery. So they're at that point now where you would have to find someone who is looking for a new opportunity and a new contract and all those kinds of things. Now, they might skip all of that and just go straight to the draft and decide that maybe another premier receiver is going to come in the first round or the second round or whatever, because they are, running low on options.
Because you have the 6th pick in this draft, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of the wide receivers went before you picked, but I'd be very surprised if 2 of them went before you picked.
Yeah.
There is an element that I think you're a little, not at quarterback and certainly not an offensive line coming into this offseason, but I think at the wide receiver spot, you are sitting in the catbird seat a little bit. Meaning, if you just have to roll the pick out there and take the best available wide receiver at 6, you can do that. If the right guy comes available, a Brian Thomas Jr., a Marvin Harrison Jr., at the right price, then you can be aggressive in that vein. I don't feel that way about quarterback or offensive line. You have to just go get guys, and you have to just bring up the floor in that room. But with wide receiver, I think you almost have an insurance there because of having the 6th pick.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see how hard they attack that, because if part of their plan or part of their idea is they want to basically get everything around the quarterback situated and figured out before they then plant in the quarterback, I'm interested to see how aggressive they are in really getting all that done. Like if Brian Thomas Jr. does become available, or if Marvin Harrison Jr. becomes available, what lengths are they going to go to try to make sure that this year you have a really good wide receiver option at number 1?
And that is the lead. As we continue on the show, we have Lance Reisland coming up at 6 o'clock, but USA Today calls this Browns player a winner in free agency, a big winner. We'll tell you who it is and why in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on the Hill for Cleveland. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Lance Reisland coming up in about 40 minutes here. A little bit of a slow news day across the NFL. The big news from the Browns today is they re-signed Corey Bojorquez. And we just skipped over the people who just wanted to say Corey Bojorquez was ass, because I just don't have the energy to fight about Corey Bojorquez. Baskin has done this, and God bless him. He had to die on a hill this week, and that hill was having that conversation with people, and I'm glad he did, because I wanted no part of it.
So for some reason, punters it's like the one spot in sports where I'm just like, it's all anecdotal to me. Okay, I'm not worried about coffin corner kicks or anything like that.
Sounds like you also think they're not real humans.
For whatever reason, I become meatball football guy when it comes to analyzing punters.
Johnny.
That's it. Every other position, I'm like, all right, let's dive into the numbers. Let's figure this whole thing out.
Punter?
With the punters, I'm like, yeah, Bojorquez always looks good to me. As simple as that. I don't like these coffin corner kicks. Shut up. Like when you watch the games, does he flip the field? He flips the field consistently.
I think they got leg envy.
New metric by myself. The shank versus flip the field. I think he's on the right side of that.
Yeah, it's like once every 4 games, he might shank.
Very, very low percentage chance that he ends up just shanking a kick. And so I feel pretty good about him. And what a deal. $2 million, that's it?
Yeah.
Steal. For Bojorquez, it's a steal.
Now, I have to get to this. The one bit of news that does seem to be coming out right now, Kendrick Bourne signed with the Arizona Cardinals because of Mike LaFleur. And it was his wide receivers coach back in San Francisco from 2017 to 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the quote on why he signed.
Okay.
Quote, I said, I trust you, Mike. I don't care if you don't have a quarterback. I don't care if you don't have an offensive line.
He didn't say this.
I trust you.
You can't say this.
And I know you're going to build. That is a real quote.
Do we have like a fake Emeka Egbuka thing going on here?
This is from Theo Mackey, Cardinals beat reporter.
I know you don't have a quarterback?
For A to Z Sports, 6,500 followers. This is a real person.
Which, by the way, if we were putting quarterback rooms up for debate of which one is worse, the Cardinals room might be the one that would come in contention with the Browns.
Jacoby Brissett and
Gardner Minshew.
I don't know about that.
I was thinking about a list.
I'd take Shedeur over those two. I would take those two over Deshaun, though.
I was putting together a list because like Shedeur does give you a higher ceiling than Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, and so like it gets weighted in this equation.
Who's had a better season so far in their career, Jacoby Brissett or?
There's a ceiling attached to this, and I think we know where Jacoby Brissett's is, and I think we know where Gardner Minshew's is.
I don't think we know where Shedeur's is.
That's the advantage that he has in this discussion.
Is that it's a made up thing?
You take a quarterback room of Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett over Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson?
Because of Deshaun Watson, yes, but you're speaking to a hypothetical ceiling. Shedeur is a fifth-round pick.
We're speaking
Jacoby
hypothetically to begin with anyway, because we're doing a how do you rank out quarterback rooms and which ones are worse?
Uh-huh.
So, like, all right, so you're not buying the Cardinals. You think the Cardinals have a better quarterback room?
Because of Deshaun Watson, yes.
Well, no, because of Deshaun Watson is going to give you the out for all of this.
Yes, it is. But let's continue this exercise.
Hold on. You wanted to bring production into the play here with Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
Deshaun's production is wildly his stats trump him.
When?
7 years ago.
Yeah, what about the last 4 times he's played?
Listen, you wanted stats, you wanted numbers.
Yeah.
He's one of 4 players in NFL history to have a season of 4,800 plus yards.
I think we probably
while having
should
40
juggle
touchdowns and fewer than 10 interceptions
versus the quality of play.
I just want to figure out where we're going with this.
That's a disingenuous argument, but sure. Continue.
Dolphins quarterback room. It's Malik Willis and Quinn Ewers.
Probably the Dolphins have a better quarterback room right now than you.
Oh, you hated Malik Willis.
No, I hated Malik Willis at $35 million a year.
40 attempts last year. Malik Willis has
155 career passing attempts. Thank you very much.
40 last year.
About 155
you just referenced we got to bring in what have you recently done. Yeah, so like that's what we're going with.
All of those 155 real quick. All those 155 pass attempts have come since before Deshaun Watson was any good.
Does this feel genuine, like a genuine conversation here, Mac? Because the arguments he's using for Arizona is the exact opposites he's trying to use for the Dolphins equation here.
No, I'm comparing the Browns room to each one.
No, but you see how you're not being logically concrete here. You see how you're going with the Cardinals. You're talking about how Jacoby Brissett's got all this. He's got all this play, and Gardner Minshew's got all this play. But when we go to the Dolphins one, I brought two people that have zero
than
play.
Shador or Deshaun.
Okay,
which is
so
true.
You take Malik Willis, Quinn Ewers over Deshaun and Shador.
Malik Willis had a better game than Shador has?
No,
yes.
Shador had a 363-yard passing game last year.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, he did.
Yeah, yardage is not the only way you can quantify how well a person played, but yes, he did. You're factually correct.
Not wrong there. All right, Saints, Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, I think people would take the Saints over the Browns.
I think so as well. I think with that one they would. Titans, Cam Ward, Mitchell Trubisky.
Yep, that's the number one pick in last year's draft.
And the Steelers, without Aaron Rodgers, it's Mason Rudolph and Will Howard.
That's disingenuous.
Well, yeah, but Mason Rudolph and Will Howard.
Well, yeah. You might have found the one I'd take the Browns quarterback room over.
Oh,
Actually,
I didn't think we were going to get you. I didn't think we were
Actually, no, wait.
I think your disdain for Deshaun goes so deep that we were just never going to get an answer.
This is
with quarterback play. It's strictly quarterback play.
It's not a personal opinion of Deshaun the person. It is 5 years of suck and injury that you cannot overlook. And the idea that the Browns would is insulting to everyone's opinion.
Now, how many of these get flipped if I throw a quarterback in there that you don't even like? If it's Shador Sanders and Anthony Richardson, how many of these get flipped in the Browns' favor?
Oh, it did. None of them.
None of them.
Shador and Anthony?
Yeah.
So we actually had somebody who, because I think this is fair. It was Renee on Twitter saying, why would you automatically assume that Shador will stink up the place instead of being a little positive? One, it's not my job to be positive. It's my job to give you my honest opinion. But the first part of this is fair. I'm not assuming Shador will stink. But if you're building a team and building a cogent plan for a season, and the best shot you got in that quarterback room is a fifth-round pick who statistically didn't have the best numbers last year, then you need to have somebody there. You need to have in case of emergency quarterback, and that cannot simply be, it simply cannot be Deshaun Watson. It can't. It can't. It just can't.
But it looks like the Browns think it can at this point. We'll see if that actually ends up materializing that way, but it seems like they think that it can.
Now, USA Today called Shador a big winner from free agency.
Yes.
Walk me through their logic on this one.
Well, their logic was basically what happened with the offensive line. And so what they have here is the Browns did precisely what first-year coach Todd Monken wanted, pouring into their offensive line. They go through all the offensive line additions, and more offensive upgrades are likely coming in the draft where GM Andrew Berry owns a pair of first-round picks, including Jacksonville's. It should mean a magnificent opportunity for Sanders to assert himself as QB1 in 2026. I don't know if I look at this as a magnificent opportunity, but if we're talking about winners of what is going on between free agency, I think to give Shador the win in a battle he hasn't won, first off, was quite amusing to myself, but also, if you take it as gospel, and not many people do, that he is the week one starter, then yeah, you'd look at him as a pretty big winner, all things considered.
I mean, I would say it's a big win that they haven't brought in any quarterback of substance to challenge Shador.
Well, and I think that's the other part of this.
I think that's the biggest way that he won.
The idea that they have not yet brought in any competition, any serious competition to battle him for week one. Because as we've gone over what exists with Deshaun, neither one of us think that he can play quarterback anymore. I think he's too entirely injured, and what we've seen over the previous 3 years, not good enough. And so Shador wins that battle handedly, in my opinion.
And honestly, even in that conversation, we're sleeping on how bad he's been. It's one thing if you were just injured. If I had any shred of consistency from the quarterback spot from Deshaun in the 19 games he played here since he got traded for, maybe I could delude myself into thinking this. No, he's been the wrong mix of not healthy. And I mean, we're talking about a shoulder injury that no NFL quarterback has come back from, and a double Achilles tear on top of some of the worst quarterback play I've ever seen from a quarterback.
Well, and it's also now another bullet into this argument. We are approaching almost 700 days since he's played football, and remember when they
loves that though.
Remember when they first got him, like that he took that whole year off in between, and then obviously he had to go through everything he had to go through. And
what was that? I don't remember.
Yeah, well, you need better memory then. And so that was like 750 days in between. We're approaching that by the time we get to week one of this season, and so it will have been a very, very long time since he actually played football. Now, I think where people might get a little peeved in your framing of that is it does make it seem like a lot of the weight is on Shedeur, when in reality you're trying to express a lot of the weight is because of what they've done with the backup.
Yep. And listen, in fairness, I'm just not going to waste. We can get into this with the Jason audio coming up in about 10 minutes. I think the Shedeur thing has been so tribalized. People are going to hear what they want to hear, whatever you say about Shedeur. I think specific to the USA Today thing, if Shedeur wins the job, if it is his to win, I do think it's fair to ask, between this and the draft, do you think the Browns will have done enough to give Shedeur a legitimate chance? And I think we're well on our way to that.
We're on our way to it. I can't definitively say it yes right now. I need better wide receivers. And if that comes through the draft, if that comes through a trade, I need something better from a wide receiver perspective, because I can't continue to throw out Jerry Jeudy as him and Harold Fannin and say, go ahead and make this all work.
Don't forget about Isaiah Bond.
I have in many ways.
I don't think they
I'd like to. I know they have.
I think they're going to leave a spot open for Isaiah Bond. And I don't think it's the worst thing, by the way. I think Isaiah Bond is a really fast player. I do think, by the way, he's more interesting than I thought when we signed him. I did not love him in the draft. I can kind of see what they were seeing in the field. And I think it's really, really tough to assess Jeudy or Isaiah Bond or any wide receiver based where the quarterback play was last year. And it was tough to assess the quarterback play because the O-line play was so bad. And so I think you've started fixing that initial problem with the offensive line.
Yeah.
I do agree you need at least one more wide receiver. I'm pretty content with that being the number 6 pick.
I want it to be an honest assessment. If they go receiver at number 6 overall, then we're, as you said, well on our way. I think that's the right way to put it. As of right now, we're well on our way. Job's not finished.
USA Today calls Shedeur a big winner in free agency. Is it too early to call him that? I'm going to go with Beazle in Lakewood. Beazle, welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making it,
Beazle. Hey, here's my thing, right? If we look at what Shedeur's done, I feel like people say, okay, there's tribalized, support behind Shedeur. It's not without basis. I mean, the kid was a rookie. He had no really support, no team around him. Ended up going 3-4. Beat every team that he faced in the AFC North as a starter. I know it's kind of weird because it was week 17 and 18, but to me, it's like, you're not going to get a better quarterback for Cleveland than Shedeur Sanders. I don't see, let's draft Ty Simpson, in the first. Dude, he is not a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. The way I see it, you build around this kid, you give him a chance, you see what he can do next year, and people support him because of his, his attitude, and not just that, but what he's done on the field. Every program he's went to, from, Jackson State to Colorado to even Cleveland, he's turned them from losers into winners. And going 3-4 as a rookie QB with, like you said, Jerry Jeudy and Harold Fannin as your two main targets, that's like going 7-1 in any other city in America as far as I'm concerned. So I feel like we got to hand this kid the keys to the franchise and, let's not be so doom and gloom. I know Miles wants to win, some games, and I don't blame him. I don't see us getting a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I think we got to give him a chance this year and just let him take us to the Super Bowl and just get a quick ring on his finger. Thanks,
Beazle,
guys.
we appreciate you.
Thank you, Beazle. I think he just said he's taking him to the Super Bowl.
But, from 5 wins to the Super Bowl.
Beazle, come on, man. We got to be better here.
Here's what I'll say.
They want to say all the Shedeur people are a little out there. You're not helping our case here, buddy.
I think Beazle is saying two different things. Giving Shedeur a legitimate chance to win the job does sound like good sense to me. I like the playmaking. I thought he was tough as hell with some of the stuff. And I thought if you watch him from the beginning of the season or beginning of his 7 starts to the end, he did some good stuff in the pocket that people said coming out that he couldn't do.
Right. He started stepping up into the pocket, all sorts of good things.
So he obviously is very coachable. Whatever coaching he was getting, I think, did take. And I think you saw a lot of change from him. That's different than handing him the keys to the franchise. No team in the NFL, and I mean this, across the board, would take a 5th-round pick whose numbers are 56% completion, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and a quarterback rating of 18.9, and hand them the keys to the franchise. And that's okay, because if Shedeur is who everyone hopes he is, then he will be able to earn the opportunity. And that's what I want. If Shedeur's the week 1 starter, I want it because he has earned it, and that he has outperformed everybody in that quarterback room, and because I think that's going to matter to the guys in the locker room if there are still guys that question him.
And no part of that has been any discussion that we haven't already entertained or really had the entire time. I think we've been pretty consistent about the idea that Shedeur has not been given anything in this entire stretch. He still has to earn it. Whoever the Browns quarterback room is, he has to go out there and be better than and showcase that he can do it better than they can.
216-474-0092. USA Today calls Shedeur a big winner from free agency. Is it too early to call him that? And the Shedeur discourse highlighted by some reaction on stuff that was said on the station in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The choice is easy, and that choice being if you're looking at a new truck system,
Resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
The NFL landscape can change at any moment. Free agency is open for business, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Lance Reisland coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Free agency is here, and keep it locked to 92.3 The Fan for all the latest breaking news powered by Exteriors Plus. So we're having the Shedeur conversation, and listen, I thought the young man Beazle, right?
Beazle, yeah,
who called us in the previous segment,
said they were going to the Super Bowl.
Well, no, but he was very nice about it.
He was.
And
I liked him.
I'll be honest with you, I don't get as troubled by Shedeur fans as I think a lot of people do. Because one, if you're respectful about things, I can't, just because you self-identify as a Shedeur fan, I can't automatically think less of you, which I think is not something that a fair amount of Cleveland media shares.
Well, I feel like at the heart of it, it's just a person that really likes a quarterback, and that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I like when people get into different, whether it's players, or I think that a fun thing about sports in general is to have just a bunch of different guys that you just think are fun and good for whatever reason.
I do worry. Because, again, I don't think Shedeur's popularity is based on necessarily how great he was in college. He was great in college, by the way, and I think anyone discrediting what he did at Colorado or his stop before that, I think is maybe not factoring in the context of where those programs were before he got there.
For sure, yeah.
But I think a fair amount of Shedeur's popularity is that he has been marketed very, very well, including just his social media presence. And so there's a part of me that goes, I don't think this is going to be the last Shedeur. I think you're going to see more quarterbacks look at this model that Shedeur has presented and go, wait, so there's a whole nother revenue stream out here to brand myself in a million different directions if I just tape everything and put it out online.
Well, so think about it this way, and not to bring up the Emeka Egbuka story from yesterday again, but think about that, the idea that it was more plausible that he was tweeting out about how he didn't think CTE was real than it was the idea that he just didn't have a Twitter account. Mm-hmm. You know, because everyone these days, they all have Twitter accounts. Everyone's got Instagram. Everyone's got TikTok. Everyone's got all these different ways to monetize. The thought that somebody that was not even a quarterback, but a really good NFL wide receiver just wouldn't monetize and be on a social media platform didn't even cross half of people's minds.
Now, all this being said, the fiasco this week with reaction to comments that Jason Lloyd has made, both here and in other outlets, has been, and I'll say the word incredible.
It's been a lot.
Because that doesn't denote positive or negative.
Yeah, and it's funny because, I just have so many Colorado people that have found their way to my timeline throughout this whole Shedeur experience, and they're all quote tweeting it, and they're all saying all these different things, and they don't know Jason the way that we know Jason.
Yeah.
We know Jason and have known Jason for a long time. Jason doesn't make things up. The same way that I went to bat for G. Bush when that whole discussion popped up, I don't know, what was it, 6-7 months ago, about players texting him about Shedeur, whatever that was, and I'm like, listen, G's shown me texts throughout the years. I know that this is happening. You guys don't really have to argue about it. It is what it is. I'd say the same thing with Jason. I've known Jason has earned enough currency within myself that I believe that his reporting on this, he's not doing this to get a rile out of people.
Yeah, I would say 25 years of a pretty good track record and of having somebody that has not been accused of sensationalizing things before. I just think what's interesting to me is I made a conscientious decision at some point to understand that because I'm neither a supporter or a shahader, that I am going to live the worst of this existence. Because the people that...
You started to go to the supporter side, though, last year.
I liked what he did in the regular season.
I would consider you more a supporter than a shahader.
I think that's fair. Now that we've seen him, now that we saw something in the NFL field, I have some rooting interest in him. But I also still have kind of my own... I'm not lost in what I think is essentially a thought vacuum of a fandom, which is anything negative said about a player is haterade instead of, analysis.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough. What we do, I mean, you get to be as critical as you want, and sometimes those lines get blurred a little bit, but like the reality is what we do is we talk about what we see on the field and we go from there.
But I think, I understand in trying to be neutral and kind of let's let this play out and let's see what the kid actually can do.
Mm-hmm.
You just get it from both angles. And so I do think that the Shahaders are just as bad as the Shaporters. And I don't get, if you're just a random Browns fan, I do not get the people that hate Shador. I understand if you just didn't like the kid from way before, but like if you watched him play and you like the people who are as vitriolic as his fans are, as boisterous, I do not get it.
I just thought we were going to get to a nice little happy medium here, where the people that want to see Shador play, great. If we get to see him, then that's awesome. You get to find out for 17 games what he is. And the people that think he stinks should be in the catbird seat too. They should be thrilled. If you really think Shador is that awful, then they trot him out there for 17 games, and then you win 4 or 5 games. You got a great draft choice, and then you move forward.
But I do think, and this happened as the season went on, because there are clips out there where I'm like, I didn't like Shador did this, this, and that. And there are also clips out there saying, I like that Shador did this, this, and that.
Yeah.
Because I am neither extreme on either side, I realized that I'm not going to engage if somebody accuses me of being something I don't think I am. Like, I think anything that I put out there, I can pretty easily defend if any one of our bosses have a problem with any of the things I've said about Shador.
Right.
Or if somebody raises a problem I've had. And I think that is something that I find other Cleveland, and maybe Jason to some degree, that I think every other Cleveland media member is falling prey to, of trying to challenge somebody's assertion when they say something out of their extreme fandom for Shador. And I think that's only muddying the conversation and making it less about the on-the-field stuff and making it more about the noise around Shador, which, quite frankly, after a year, I have no interest in.
I'm confused. Are you talking online? I'm not sure what you're talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are taking segments out of their shows or out of their columns or whatever to directly address and rebut what people are saying on social media, specifically Shador supporters are saying, and I don't think it's a productive use of time. I think, quite frankly, people are going to say what they're going to say. And by the way, it is Shaporters and it is Shahaders. And at some point, I've just stopped checking my mentions.
Yeah, which is that's a fine way to go about it. I mean, you see me. How many arguments do I get on Twitter in a day?
3.
0.
I thought it was 3.
0. When have you seen me comment?
And I don't want to make it like a criticism of anyone because we all handle it our own way.
Yeah.
But like, I'm invested in Shador because I liked the playmaking last year, because he's on the roster, and because I saw something in those 7 games more than I saw of a lot of the other 5, 7, 4 game auditions I've seen from Browns rookie quarterbacks that were forced into service too early. Beyond that, I have no interest in the hysteria anymore. I have and on both sides. I think it's going to require the aptitude of people in the Cleveland media.
I think it's going to be really hard.
Just moving through the world and understanding that, honestly, that conversation, it's like a tree falling in the woods. It doesn't happen if you don't acknowledge it.
Okay, yeah, and you don't have to have these online, by the way, but like as far as the radio is concerned, like we're going to have a lot of Shador conversations. If he's QB1, like he's going to come with a lot of back and forth comments. Like this is how this is going to work. And even if he doesn't end up being QB1, we're going to have a battle. Unless they sign Kyler Murray in the next 10 minutes, we're probably going to have a battle and trying to figure out who's actually winning this thing, which means it's going to come with all sorts of daily camp updates about who's winning and who's doing better and everything that Shador came with last year as well.
Yes, but I do think this is maybe another way of saying, do I think that the coverage of Shador to some degree, and this is where I'm not talking about Jason anymore, do I think to some degree it's been shaded by people getting pissed at the people that support him and taking that on the kid? Yes. And I just think I'm kind of done with that analysis. I don't have interest in playing that analysis. And the only real conversation I'm interested in with Shador, for the most part, is you and me, because I just don't think we're paying any damn attention to whatever fiasco continues to go on social media that it seems like everybody feels the need to engage in, which has brought a level of toxicity that I don't think makes this any fun, which is the whole damn point of our job.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I guess I just don't subscribe to enough of it. I don't know what to tell you because the way I look at it is pretty simple. Like if he's the quarterback or he's going to be competing to be the quarterback, we're gonna have a lot of convos about him. But like I guess we just have to control what we can control here.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. In case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes time there, we continue to enjoy all the NFL breaking news. Calvin Austin signing a one-year deal with the Giants after a little run there in Pittsburgh on a $4.5 million deal. So the signings, although they are not as bountiful as they were 2 days ago, continue to come in there and to talk about the Browns' moves so far this offseason, to talk about the quarterback room. We head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on, as we do every single Thursday at 6 o'clock, Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan. Coach, welcome to the show.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. What's going on?
Not a whole lot.
What's up, Coach?
What's going on, JP?
Not much. Nick was making fun of me earlier because I got out for the first time on Sunday. I went out to Sleepy Hollow, and I got my ass kicked, Coach. It didn't go well.
That's a tough start, though.
I know.
That's a tough start.
I know. But I've been thinking about it all week, and Nick says I need to get over it.
I mean, you just jumped right onto the honors course. What are we doing here? I mean, you got to get loose a little bit before you hit. You hit back nine or front nine?
No, front nine. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a tough start. So yeah, you got out. That's the key. That's the win. You got out.
It's how I'm supposed to look at it, but for some reason I can't. And I felt bad. I didn't want to tell you all week long. You get so excited all winter long, Coach, to get out there and play, and then the opportunity comes, and then I got to be better, Coach.
You will. You just got to get back on the horse. There's no stress. It's early. It's early golf. It doesn't count until the end of March. So you're good.
And now there's a way to look at it. It doesn't count until the end of March.
Just keep swinging.
Kind of like how I'm going to take the quarterback room unless they had a quarterback before then. All right, Coach, let's look at the beginning of this. I know you've sent me over a couple of scouting reports here. Let's start with the offensive line. How much better do you think the offensive line is after the four additions they've made?
Well, I think they did a great job, and here's why I think so. I've tried to explain this to people because they've had some. All four of these guys have had grades up and down on PFF and how other people grade. Here's what I look at when I watch them on film. I see guys who understand the game, and what I mean by that is you got a guy like Browns fans and myself included have been kind of spoiled with guys like Wyatt Teller and Bitonio and even Conklin when he was healthy. Guys that just physically knock you down. And then they had Chubb, which, in the NFL, you're figuring out ways how to block the seventh and eighth guy in the box. The Browns didn't care. They blocked everybody up front, and Chubb ran through everybody. So now they were able to do that because those guys are so physical. These guys are physical, but more than that, they're guys who have really good feet. They take good steps. They understand leverage. They understand where linebackers are supposed to be. They understand fronts, coverages, how they're tied into the linebackers. So it's a very smart offensive line, which makes sense because Monken, not only with the skill guys, but with the linemen, they're week to week. Some weeks are going to be more gap scheme if they're facing a pressure front. Some weeks they're going to be more zone if they get guys who want to two gap and play the line of scrimmage. So I think they've been great. I think the guys, they're not going to wow you by vertically dispacing everybody, but there's going to be a lot of guys with the hats on the defender's hats, and you won't have as many run-throughs.
Coach, I think the versatility is interesting with all these guys. They could play all sorts of different positions across the offensive line, but it also then kind of begs the question of where are these guys going to play? We had Mike Renner on yesterday. He was making the case that Elton Jenkins could be a left tackle. So give me the and put DeJuan Jones in the mix. Give me your as of right now, assuming Bitonio is just retired or on a different team. Give me your left to right. What do you got?
Well, you got to go Howard at the right tackle. Then you go Zion at one of the tackles. Then you go Jenkins at the center. Then you got to go. I think you got to go DeJuan Jones at the left tackle. And then I'm not sold on Tevin Jenkins yet, but I like him if he stays inside at guard. I think he's got a much better chance. So I'll go Tevin Jenkins at the other guard.
All right, Coach. They also added Quincy Williams, longtime NFL linebacker off the Jets here. He's going to replace Devin Bush, who went to sign with the Bears. What do you make of this linebacker free agency trade for the Browns?
Well, a lot of people have pushed back on me because I think this was incredible. First of all, to get a guy that matches your scheme after replacing a guy. I was really, really high on Devin Bush. I thought he had a great year. And early in the week, I tweeted out, this could be a loss for both sides because Devin Bush, to me, played really well, and he earned his money, and I never take money out of people's pockets, and regardless of what they do. So he earned what he got, but you always have to be careful when you go to a scheme that maybe doesn't fit you. And this idea of these linebackers running downhill, cleaning up what the defensive line kind of made, the mess they made, was really good for Devin Bush. It got him a big contract. Now, I say this without hesitation. As much as I like Devin Bush, if Quincy Williams, there's a lot tied into. People are like, he got benched last year. That's a really bad defense, came back from injury. There's a whole bunch of things that tie into it. But this is a guy that comes off the edge very well. He's very good in coverage, better in zone coverage than man. But this is a guy who plays with his hair on fire. So two things are going to happen. One, it could be a cheaper a contract, but it might be an upgrade. And I say that, I don't say that lightly because I really like Devin Bush, but this is a guy that I've broken down on film for years, and I really, really like him. So if he can play like he has in the past, not last year, Browns could have themselves a steal. The other thing he does is he's kind of the emotional leader, and as incredible as Carson Schlesinger was and will be, it's nice to have another guy next to you that can take some of that leadership responsibility off you. Another guy that can put the green dot on if necessary. Another guy that can be the vocal guy. Another guy can get guys lined up if they're struggling against fronts and coverages and all that kind of stuff. All the calls you have to make as a linebacker. So I think that really will improve Carson even more, even though I think he's going to be an all-pro as soon as this year. I think it's even going to help him. So I really like how fast they did it. And, I'm hard on Andrew Berry and some of the stuff he does, but I thought we lost a guy who was really good in this scheme. Let's get another guy that's really good in this scheme. So I like the pickup a lot.
Yeah, Coach, he's the only new addition to the defense as far as a starter is concerned as of right now. When you look at this defense, though, are we going to have any other changes, or do you feel like this is about going to be it and then you supplement through the draft?
Well, here's the thing, and I think is Ronnie Hickman the answer at free safety? That would be my only thing. If they're going to stick with the one high hat, is Ronnie Hickman the guy that you trust back there? I think he tackles well. I think he's played great. But that position has to create more turnovers for me. That position has to be the last line of defense, making sure you're making tackles, making sure you're covering over the top in man coverage. If one of your guys gets a bad matchup, you got to recognize those things. If they think he's the guy and they tendered him, then, yeah, I think that's pretty set. However, if there's a guy like Caleb Downs who's available at 6, I think you got to take a look at it because there's a guy that now it makes the defense scary good. So I think they can be done, and I'm not sure they would take Caleb Downs. But if they believe in what Ronnie Hickman's doing and they want to keep, Delpit down in the box more like they have, I think that defense is going to be outstanding this year early too, and they're going to have to be.
Coach, a fair amount of people who didn't like the Zion Johnson signing quote his overall 57 PFF grade from the 2025 season, which was the lowest of his career. When you put on the tape for Zion Johnson, what caliber guard do you think the Browns added?
I think they got a really good guard, but again, it's not a Wyatt Tell guard or a Joel Bitonio guard, guys who just physically take the 3 technique and knock them backwards. This is a guy that says the ball's going here, I need to step with this foot, make sure my pads are right, so he's technically sound. The other thing that he does at a very high level is he understands what defenses are trying to do based on the front. So if they come up in the forefront, he knows that if there's a 3 technique, the backer's in charge of A. And you can see it on film, especially with blitzes and things like that. Now, he has struggled with some twists inside and some movement things. But, again, that's getting coached up. And you got to think a guy like Warhop thinks he can help with that. Because a lot of times when you're missing twists or you're missing backers run free, that's not athletic ability. That's just understanding what you're trying to get accomplished on the offensive side of the ball. And coaches, we feel that we can correct that. But I like the fact that fundamentally how sound he is, how with the pad level he plays at most of the time, the footwork he uses, the idea of, they talked about playing right and left guard, and I've had a lot of people talk, you just can't make a right tackle, left tackle. No, there's different footwork, but if you understand what you're doing, a double team is a double team. And if you understand what you're doing, you understand getting to the Mike backers. So there's that flexibility. I think he's a really good pickup. I think with Warhop, he could be a guy that could be really good. We'll see moving forward. Because I was wrong on Cornelius Lucas because he was really good in Washington and then really struggled with the Browns. So obviously it's good on film. Now they got to come in and prove it.
If we see it right now, 3 new guys on the line, Johnson, Jenkins, Howard. Let's say Tevin is the right guard and Dewan is the left tackle for right now at least. How hard is that to make that many new additions and try to make it all work seamlessly and do it for week one?
Well, I think one of the things that people have said that I think is you got to be really, really careful about is look what Chicago did. What Chicago did was an outlier. The quarterbacks who can play under 6 foot, the linebackers who can play under 6 foot, all those outliers, you've seen those guys be successful, but there's very, very few of them. What Chicago did with their offensive line is very, very rare. Those guys were good, and they were good real fast. So there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. Now, I think what helps the Browns is with Todd Monken, he's not focused on what they do poorly. He's focused on what they do well. So that helps in what they're, kind of minimizing some of their weaknesses. But the thing that's really going to help them is they're going to have an identity. Their identity is we're going to maximize what we do well, and we're going to attack what the defense does. So again, if it's a gap, if they were facing the Browns like Monken did, we're going to trap them and counter them and crunch them. If we're facing a team that plays line of scrimmage, we're going to double them. So it's kind of maximizing the strengths and having an identity, because really what an identity is for me, it's not what you run, it's what you can fix. And that's what Monken and Warhop do well. These older coaches, that's what I love about them, is that they stick to what they do because they can fix it when things go wrong.
All right, Coach, after a couple moves in free agency, have your thoughts on what the Browns can do at 6-24 changed?
Yeah, they have. So if you're asking me what I would do, I would still take a game changer. And last week I heard I jumped in the car and JP was like, you were saying about Jeremiah Love. And what I mean by guys like Jeremiah Love and guys like Caleb Downs is these are guys that change the direction of a football game. So now that you've improved this offensive line, if you can go out and you could get, let's say Rasheed Walker, you somehow that happened or whatever, you get a left tackle that you're confident in. Then I think you take the game changer at 6. And if you think that game changer, you need an offensive guy. I've seen Jeremiah Love run routes. To me, Jeremiah Love is a touch guy. So people are like, we have Judkins, but don't think of him as a tailback. Think of a guy like Jeremiah Love as a touch guy. He's a guy, great hands, can do multiple things. We're just going to figure out, which Monken does very well, players over plays, how we can maximize this guy. But then if you take a guy like that or Downs at 6, then I think you got to try to trade down, and I think you got to go get Monroe Freeling. If you stay back, then you got to take a guy like Max Iannaccio from Arizona State. But the more I watch Freeling and knowing how raw he is, he's going to be, I think, a really special left tackle. So maybe taking that game changer and then figuring out how to move down a little bit and take Monroe Freeling. So if you come out of here, you guys will get endless texts from me if they went Caleb Downs and came back and got Monroe Freeling. I think that's an outstanding early draft.
All right, Coach. I will tell you, I think JP's getting ready to burger bet you because he's got the Jones in. And so if you want to start dreaming stuff up, I think you got maybe somebody to take you up on that action.
Oh, we got some action. All right. So, any early thoughts, JP, of what you're thinking here?
I'll still give you. You can take Caleb Downs. I'll take the field at number 6 overall. That's always in play.
That's dirty pool.
Oh, you're going to give me one guy versus
that's
entire
more than dirty
field.
pool. That's like sewage water. But still, that's the current standing offer.
All right. What about Caleb Downs and Monroe Freeling versus the field?
No, because Monroe Freeling still satisfies my offensive side of the ball thing, which. I think after this little week here, Coach, I feel like more and more people are going to actually go towards your game changer side of thing, and they're going to move off of my offense and stop thinking about the defense tech.
Trying to sell you, Coach. Don't buy it.
I know. I appreciate that. He's not budging.
Hey,
he's
fine.
giving me.
I'll give you Jeremiah Love too. How about that? I'll give you Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Love, and I'll take the field.
How about this? What about?
Hold on, stop you working. No. We're not doing a burger bet through you.
Wide receiver for you?
No. Quiet in the corner.
Field.
Quiet in the corner for a second.
I'm just trying to help Coach.
I Caleb Downs, Jeremiah Love, and I'll take the field.
If you get, I will say this. We'll put it on ice here. You give me Monroe Freeling. Those 3, I'll give you the field.
Nah, it doesn't work.
All right. Well, what about you take tackle or wide receiver? And then Coach gets anybody else.
No, because if they make a trade for like A.J. Brown tomorrow, then all of a sudden I'm just out. I'm just sitting over here just hanging out.
Way to stand behind your scruples there, Jonathan.
It's not standing behind my scruples. You don't get to win burger bets, which I've never done, by the way.
That's true.
By just adhering to every demand that people across from me make.
But you don't win at life by trying to turn one of our good friends
I've seen
into
you
a
do
chump.
enough of this, and how this works. I got to put myself in an advantageous situation, and I've not done nearly well enough of a job
Tackle
of
or
that.
wide receiver at 6 or the field is advantageous as it gets.
Giving him Caleb Downs or Jeremiah Love and telling him to put his money where his mouth is with these game changers, that's
just
where,
giving him a 1%
that's where
probability.
It's really, that's where it's 1%.
I just asked for one more guy.
1%. You think it's going to happen? You think it's Caleb Downs? You think it's Jeremiah Love? All right, fine. Give me. You want one more? Who else do you feel really good about?
Monroe Freeling.
No.
Monroe Freeling.
We're not doing that on the board. Come on. What are we doing here? Child's play is what we're doing.
Coach, keep working on it, but don't agree to anything until you're back on with us because he is.
No,
this is a very shiesty
Nick working
move
in
from
your
here.
corner is all that's happening
I'm just
here.
trying to make sure
don't
this is
appreciate
equitable.
it.
You're
I don't appreciate
very
what's happening
lopsided
here.
and unfair. All right, Coach, be good.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate you guys. See you guys.
Lance Reisland on the Make It Right Call Kyle Ryan hotline gave us plenty to think about. I'm going to chew that over, spit it out in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Exit Information Kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes. But the dream is dead.
Long, long dead.
Diana Rossini tweeting out there, and she didn't have to have an agent send her the details to then copy and paste and then send it out there.
Yeah, that's
she
good.
reported it like a real reporter. Diana Rossini saying, the Vikings have reached agreement with former Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray. After 7 seasons in Arizona, Murray will join Kevin O'Connell and J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota on a 1-year deal. And Kevin O'Connell, this is another tweet from her saying, Kevin O'Connell made it very clear that J.J. McCarthy will have to compete for the starting job in Minnesota this year. The quarterback battle will be between him and Kyler Murray. I'm a little surprised Kyler couldn't get the starting nod here.
So, obviously, Kyler's got a lot of belief he can beat out J.J. McCarthy. That's a big component to this. The other thing I find really interesting out of this, Rap Sheet reporting per his agent that the 1-year contract does include a no-tag clause.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, I mean, it says that Murray to be a free agent in 2027 if he is so inclined. And so, like this is kind of... It's a 1-year bet on himself thing. He's putting himself in a decent spot. I told you before how much I like Minnesota as a spot for him. A lot of people did, though. Not on an island on that one, but there it is. Now, do we need to find out that the Browns were in some capacity?
I would like that. Yes.
I told you earlier. I don't think we're going to get that. I don't know that that's going to get leaked.
Like if you were in it and he just chose Minnesota, I would get it. I would understand and be like, okay, well at least you tried.
Yeah.
If you weren't one of the teams that called and talked to him.
Well, so I know, like Pony earlier suggested that the Steelers were one of the teams that got to talk to Kyler Murray. Take Pony for whatever it's worth. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't.
He couched it within the tweet that he sent out about it.
I take it for whatever it's worth. I doubt we'll find it out, but it shouldn't hurt Shedor's feelings or Deshaun's feelings if that is the reality. Like, that's the position the Browns were in. If they could have got a Kyler Murray, they should have been involved in those type of conversations. And obviously, Kyler then chose a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. I think there's more risk going to Minnesota because he doesn't have a guarantee about starting. This is one of those weird things where I think the read is Kwesi Adofo-Mensah was the guy that was the predominant driver of drafting J.J. McCarthy. But at the same point, J.J.'s been there for 2 years. Everybody else who was in the front office that drafted J.J. McCarthy is still there. Kevin O'Connell, who's given him opportunities and allowed him to start, is still there.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is much more of a uphill battle for Kyler than he needs at this point in his career. And again, like, it's his decision. You choose Kevin O'Connell, you choose Justin Jefferson. But, like, J.J. McCarthy, as more of a traditional pocket quarterback and less of a dual-threat quarterback, is more of what Kevin likes to work with as opposed to Kyler.
I think from Kyler's perspective, though, and we've seen some of the things that KOC said about J.J. McCarthy in practices and stuff like that. So
You mean 9?
9, yeah. Yeah, not very complimentary of 9.
Yeah. It's probably because he refers to himself as 9.
Yeah, and every time you think about JJ, you just get that photo of him just looking angry at the camera and very just very mean about everything. And it's his game on face.
Yeah, because he's 9.
Yeah.
Is he any good? 9. See there, I went a little German there.
It's just weird is all it is. The whole thing is weird.
216-474-0092. So Kyler Murray has reached agreement with the Minnesota Vikings, according to multiple reports now. The smartest thing of this whole thing was the no tag. Because if he does go out there and has a great year, it does allow Kyler. And that was always part of what I thought people missed. So much, I had countless people say, oh, do you think Kyler feels like he made a mistake going to baseball? And it's like he's already made roughly $200 million.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one good year away from making at least $100 more million. In baseball, he would have gotten, I think, $20 million signing somewhere. I can't remember the exact contract, so I shouldn't even throw out $20 million. But he was going to make whatever the signing bonus was. And then he'd be kind of lucky, as first-round picks in baseball are, to even get to the big leagues. And when it comes to guys that make $300 million in their career, they sure as hell don't do it before they turn 30.
He also he just would have had to really given up on the idea that he could play in the NFL at any sort of level, and
There's
that was
just
just never
more
going to
money to
happen.
be made, and for quarterbacks
So
in the
much
NFL
more.
than your average baseball
Just
player.
so much more, and like think about it. If he does the same thing that you just watched Darnold do with the Vikings, like, and the path is it's all right there for you. They got a very similar team, all things considered, to what they had 2 years ago when they set everything up to begin with anyway. And so like. Darnold won 14 games with that same setup. Go out and win 14 games, win 13 games, win 12 games, and you're going to end up with a $100 million deal. It's not really a big deal.
That's a really funny joke. Tom Fornelli doing the Kyler Murray versus J.J. McCarthy, responding to a tweet, and he said it's 9 versus 5-9. That is pretty funny. Also, the Vikings have made it official. Sending out the tweet that they have signed Kyler Murray.
I said in the next 24 hours from 4 o'clock yesterday, so I missed it by 2.5. Late on it.
All that matters is you were wrong.
Yep, very wrong.
I'm just kidding. I really am. I promise you, I'm kidding.
Don't worry. We're all talking about what a D you've been today. Don't worry.
Who's we? Everyone.
I'm just messing with you.
You're just jealous.
I'm
You're
just messing
jealous
with
of the Bigfoot pictures out there. I'm a little bummed.
Wait, am I jealous of Bigfoot or what am I jealous of?
Yes.
Yes.
But no, I'm a little bummed by this. And again, I know that this was always what people expected. I just think you could offer something to Kyler Murray that no one else could. And that is a clearer shot at the quarterback spot in an offense that I think would fit more with you. It's tough now to then look at the next round of free agents. I probably will want to take like the day before I go, okay, who's next up? Just because I don't think any of them kind of have the upside of Kyler Murray.
I mean, Kyler was the one guy that I was willing to basically say, all right, Shedeur, you don't got it next year, and I'm going to go ahead. I want to see what this other guy can do within this system. And the idea that if you landed Kyler, it's very simple. You get a chance to win a lot of games this year, and you get a chance to get a franchise quarterback and then see where it can take you. And if it doesn't work out, then 2027, the draft is right there. He's the only one I was willing to move off of Shedeur for. There's not anybody else out there that intrigues me enough.
I wouldn't move off Shedeur for this, but I would still be interested in Mac Jones, hypothetically. I'm going to have to look at the other free agents because there are enough. Like, I think this certainly makes you wonder, where does Kirk Cousins go?
Which a guy, by the way, he's been a guy that multiple ESPN people have sent towards the Browns throughout this entire discussion. I haven't sent him to the Browns in this entire discussion because I think he does absolutely nothing for you. But yeah, he's a guy that a lot of people have been discussing to land with the Browns. But if it's like a Kirk Cousins versus Shedeur battle, it's all right. Shedeur better win that one.
Oof, these are the signed quarterbacks. Mitchell Trubisky. No, we're going to the available quarterbacks, so I have to flip through here.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Zach Wilson. Would you rather Zach Wilson or Anthony Richardson?
Well, I'd prefer neither.
I think I'd probably take Zach Wilson because he's actually sat on the bench for the last year or two.
I don't know if Anthony Richardson can actually see.
And that's a problem?
It's a real problem. Yeah.
Vision is something you would want from a quarterback?
Just to guarantee that you got 20/20 vision at this point. That might be nice.
Tyrod's still out there.
And Zach Wilson can help out the Cougars in Parma, so we got that going for us, which is nice.
All right, I'm going to give you 3 names, and Mac wants to hop all over the Anthony Richardson thing.
And some of the Cougars in Parma.
Anthony Richardson for a 5th-round pick, or Trey Lance or Zach Wilson for free. Mac? Oh, he's thinking.
It's not that deep.
Yeah. That's what
said
the Cougars in Parma.
If I had to rank those options there, I would go Anthony Richardson first, then I would go Trey, and then I would go Zach Wilson.
I don't understand your fascination with Anthony Richardson.
He just likes him. He likes him.
Yeah,
doesn't know if he can see, but likes him.
But why?
I've asked the man. I don't
Please,
know.
I'm not trying to accost you, but it might sound like I'm trying to accost you.
Again, it's the physical tools that the guy has. He has stuff that you can't teach.
Yeah, except the things you can teach him, he can't do. Isn't that a problem?
I mean, if you have the coaching staff that he has over there, where, again, it seems like they're just willing to toss the guy out, okay, if you have somebody like Monken who can go ahead and work with the guy, okay, maybe he's able to get something out of it.
I think Shane Steichen is a little more well-respected around the NFL than Todd Monken, no?
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you there, but, I mean, again, still, I think that it's somebody that clearly Monken has said that he wants to work with somebody with that kind of a skill set. I'd like to see what Monken can do there.
Not me. Good God. I'd
rather see that than Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson actually has played more football, though, which is, and I'm talking about in college and in the pros. Like one of the indicators of, hey, this guy has played football, but maybe not at the right level, is your ability to sustain yourself on the football field Again, I am not a big believer in Zach Wilson, but he's done more on an NFL field than Anthony Richardson has.
I think that's even debatable.
Do I have to stat you?
I'd like to see a stat off on this, as we just watch people just completely just not care at all about the slightest bit of
Zach
this.
Wilson, 57% completion percentage. That's better than Anthony Richardson. 6,300 passing yards, 23 touchdowns to 25 interceptions. I believe that's a better touchdown to interception ratio. And he started 33 games in his career. Now, state your facts on Anthony Richardson.
You're up, Matt. Go
that
ahead.
Our completion percentage, touchdown to INT ratio, and starts. 50%.
Anytime now you want to talk here, Matt.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up, all right?
You got
Give me a
Is
break
it
here.
8 to 12?
You got it. It's 11 to 13, I think, is his numbers, right? Touchdown, interception.
11 to 13.
Yeah, there we go.
Is that good?
It's not great. I'm not debating that. Again, if these guys were bell with the ball, like they wouldn't be available here right now as we're on day 2 of free agency.
You can use that for every quarterback. Same thing with Kyler Murray. Go ahead.
Okay.
Who has had more accomplishments in the NFL as a starting quarterback?
As a starting quarterback, you can say that Zach Wilson has won.
Are you going to go QB record?
One more game?
You can go QB record.
I'm sorry, 4 more games.
You can go QB record?
No, you're saying
when
more
I have
accomplished
completion percentage, yardage, touchdown to INT ratio. You're gonna.
I mean, we're arguing trash versus trash here.
Yeah, we really
That's
are.
why
here.
we should sign Trey Lance. We agree.
We're arguing trash versus trash. But like Trey
But
Lance,
some trash is better than others.
Trey Lance last year, trash. Trey Lance, you can't bring into the stat conversation at all because he doesn't
it's a
have
totally different
he
conversation.
Doesn't have any that exists. That's the problem.
This is more of a Malik Willis conversation. You just don't. He's played so little. You just don't know what he has.
And in the little that he has played, absolute stinker.
I mean, absolute stinker. He's got one good game against a team, I think, of the final year, or his first year in San Francisco.
Well, he had that. Remember that it was the Bears game his rookie season. He played 4 games his rookie season. Remember, he serves me right. It was that Bears game that was like a torrential downpour and just an absolute mess of a way to evaluate him.
Yep. Let me see here because I want to make sure I call this game right. It was Houston. Look at this stat line. This is a real stallion here. 249 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He had 62. Wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. 31 yards on the ground. What a stallion. And based off that one game, because that's what we do with quarterbacks 4 years ago, Trey Lance has got to be the guy. He's shown some upside.
Okay, then. Okay.
Well, no, we're cherry-picking games, right?
I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting back and watching. I'm watching you guys compare trash versus trash versus trash.
I expect Lima, now that Malik Willis is
here.
off the board, to have a full expose on the one good game Trey Lance had 4 years ago.
You see in these discussions, and Trey Lance versus Anthony Richardson versus anybody else you want to bring to the equation, you can see why now I'm at this point. I'm like, all right, Shedeur, week 1. Fine, bringing somebody from to battle with, okay, that's fine. But Kyler was the only one I was willing to move off of Shedeur for this season and say, you're the starter, that's it. Now, anybody else they bring in, it's a legitimate, I mean, sure, you call it a battle, call it whatever you want, but Shedeur should have the upper hand.
All right, which quarterback off the scrap heap would you feel best about the Browns adding as competition for Shedeur? Zach Wilson, Anthony Richardson, Trey Lance. I'm putting that sucker on a poll and putting it up. And Nick Wilson says, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
fighting fever, best sleep with the flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guest, Joe Thomas. If you missed anything that Joe said, the Hall of Famer joined us at 3 o'clock today. And Lance Reisland of 92.3 The Fan and Cleveland.com earlier in this hour at 6 o'clock. So we put it out there. Which former first-round quarterback would you feel best about competition for Shedeur in 2026?
Yeah, how many hundreds of thousands of votes do you have on this
Only
one?
33 votes.
That's it?
Yeah.
Every time I ask,
Yeah.
you got 250,000, 25,000?
This is just not a very popular poll, I think.
33.
And it might be because Anthony Richardson is 48% of the vote, Trey Lance 27% of the vote,
Wow.
and old Cougar hunter Zach Wilson.
How about that? Are you
24%.
going to grill 48% of the 33 people? Or I guess,
If they identify themselves, I will.
like Matt got the third degree there, and then all of a sudden, looked like the old Twitter poll showed up.
Wow, apparently just nobody comes out when I'm in the lead there. Okay, I got it. I see how it is.
Dynamite dropping money.
Nice framing there, Picasso.
You know he didn't do the framing, right, genius?
Yeah, I mean, he was the paint. He did the actual painting. He was the framing's for the, Come on. You made Picasso a framer.
Mac had the funniest riot smile.
Well, he knew. He knew.
He had been caught.
He knew.
Yeah, it was bad.
I love you, buddy. I do.
51%, 38 votes. Oh, 55% in. When you have so many votes, it just really moves.
Well, when you have
moves.
When you have an Anthony Richardson propagandist like Zach Jackson out there. Zach Jackson, I might be a dummy for texting you something I meant to text about you to Jake Murrin, but at least I don't stand for Anthony Richardson. I almost went Richard Nixon-esque there. All right.
I think you made it.
All right.
All right.
Who do you think is? All right.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Who do you think is the fourth best quarterback in this upcoming class, 2026? Give me like a third-round quarterback.
Carson Beck.
Okay. Would you rather Carson Beck be the Browns' 70th pick in this draft? Or would you rather the Browns take that 70th pick, attach Dylan Gabriel to it, and send it to Minnesota for J.J. McCarthy?
I'd rather do the J.J. McCarthy thing, but I still don't think J.J. McCarthy would beat Shedeur.
That was okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's a first-round talent versus a fifth-round talent, but I like that you answered it.
Yeah, I mean, J.J. McCarthy, even with Justin Jefferson, there was just a lot that just didn't impress me. When you have the amount of talent that J.J. McCarthy had around him and to look as bad as he did, there's no excuse set up the same way where if you want to talk about Shedeur and all the lack of talent he had around him last year.
I think Shedeur and J.J. have the same – I like the same thing about each guy in that they are gamers. Like the one thing I'll say about JJ is late in games he made enough plays to have the Vikings in interesting spots, and it is fair to say he didn't play well enough. So this is not like a mass apologist thing about JJ McCarthy,
right?
But that kid is tough, and that kid does make some plays when the game is on the line. Coincidentally, those are the two reasons why I really enjoyed watching Shedeur this year.
I mean, it's funny enough because in all the the really awful stats that you see between the two of them, the person that kept popping up next to Shedeur Sanders and all of the metrics that want to paint Shedeur in a bad light is J.J. McCarthy. The problem in how we got there, though, is that he had such an advantage between one of the best wide receivers in the game and an actual competent offensive line and everything else.
Yeah, the one thing I would say is...
And Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin O'Connell kind of let him down because Kevin O'Connell turned him into a chuck-it-around-the-yard quarterback, which is not who JJ is.
That's not what Harbaugh did with him in Michigan at all.
Like, you pretty much want to run the ball, 35, 40 times a game, and based off that, then you can kind of build your passing game around JJ. But if JJ's throwing the ball 40 times a game, you put the kid in a bad position at this point in his career.
It might have been a different outcome if he had been drafted to, let's say, I don't know, Kevin Stefanski, who would love to have a quarterback like J.J. McCarthy, the J.J. McCarthy that came out of Michigan, that is.
Did we find the one quarterback Kevin would have done better than Kevin with?
Kevin would have done better than Kevin with?
Kevin's fancy better than Kevin O'Connell.
It might be the one.
Might find the one.
Might be the one.
We got one. Let's go ahead and get to.
It's just not good.
In case you missed it.
All right, we've got multiple reports saying the Patriots signing Romeo Doubs only increases the chances that they're going to trade for A.J. Brown. The Romeo Doubs move, I think, was met with, outside of the refuted number that was attached to the actual deal.
Twice refuted.
It was met with a lot of skepticism to be like, this is what the Patriots are going to do to replace Stephon Diggs. This is the move that's going to replace Stephon Diggs.
When, by the way, they needed somebody more than just Stephon Diggs in the first place.
Exactly right. And so does it make sense that A.J. Brown would in turn be that answer? And they are, in fact, very in on a trade for A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs as your wide receiver tandem, I think, could be really interesting for Drake May. Romeo Doubs and, like, KC Concepcion with the 31st pick.
Yeah.
Not interesting at all.
Isn't his comp on him Zay Flowers?
Yeah, it's not great. Well, except I think
was a Coach Riz comp.
Can't Zay catch the ball?
Yeah, but it was when I told Coach you got to sexy up those comps a little bit. That was one of them. It's interesting. The Eagles, if they move them before June 1st, they got more than $43 million in dead cap while losing more than $20 million in salary cap space. It flips to $16 million if they do it after. And so one of the interesting things about this is, can you get the trade compensation up high enough where the Eagles are like, all right, we'll eat that dead cap and not worry about it?
Can you do it post June 1?
Not with how the Eagles have it structured. And so that's what makes this interesting, because I believe they've already used their allotted, but based off of the Eagles reporting on this, like Eagles insiders, the numbers flip to a $16 million dead cap charge while gaining $7 million in cap space if they trade him after June 1st. And so this is part of what's into this.
All right, researchers from Stanford tested 11 of the most popular AI models, including ChatGPT and Gemini. They analyzed over 11,500 real advice-seeking conversations, and the finding was universal. Every single model agreed with users 50% more than a human would.
Yeah.
Even those users describing manipulating someone, deceiving a friend, or causing real harm to another person. How does this impact your usage of ChatGPT for friendship?
It doesn't, because I mainly use it to tell me when I need to eat certain things during the day to make sure I'm not hungry at any given point. And so, like, I'm not... It doesn't do it as a reassuring thing. It does it more as a knowledge-based thing. But it has been exposed as a flaw of ChatGPT. Like, there's been a lot of articles in recent weeks talking about what you're talking right there and the positive nature but also I've told you this about my ChatGPT previously. I told it out of the rip, don't do that. I set the boundaries on it. You laughed at it at the time. Why is he giving me a look here?
Because I think at points you've talked about your personal conversations with ChatGPT and how
I rely on ChatGPT when it comes to certain things
with them. And I just think that's interesting that maybe they're making you a worse person is what this could be saying.
I just said they're being positive in life. If only I had a little bit more ChatGPT out of you.
Yeah? You're right, Jonathan.
There we go.
I am in it.
You see?
A jerk.
See how this would work?
Caught myself. Listen, is this good for everyone? No. I think you're fine.
I think I'm all right, too. Yeah. I think I'm okay.
By the way, the reason why I actually brought this up is there's a woman, and again, these are just reels that are put in my algorithm. There's a woman that created this artificial, intelligence. Didn't create it, but created a person within this. Then now she's engaged to him.
I know. It's a lot of bad stuff happening with that. Yeah. Not great.
She's really all in.
Can I tell you something I find interesting about this?
She
that
had
happened
his
in the news?
algorithm tattooed.
Did you see? You saw the story with Darren Lee, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the other advancement in that?
What's that?
So he asked ChatGPT how to make it seem like how if I were to have committed this murder, how would I clean it up? Like how do I make it seem like I didn't do this? And they're bringing that as evidence to court to suggest that clearly he then had committed this crime. But like he asked ChatGPT, how do you make it not seem like I committed said crime? And it's now being used against him. And he's probably going to, this will be the smoking gun. This will be like the biggest tell that he committed this crime. It's a wild thing and a wild breakthrough in this case. I just don't know how you go to ChatGPT for that. It's insane.
It tells you one of two things. Either the person has, and this could be plausible, a very significant brain injury that impacts the way you think, or you might be the dumbest human being on the planet, which is also on the table.
Both are on the table.
Yeah. Big thanks to Mac Robinson, a.k.a. Mac Richardson, on the board. Yes. Supreme Leader, my ass. Big thanks to Jake Murray.
It's just so unnecessary.
Big thanks to to Jake Murrin, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel.
And smoke that pipe.
No.
Bingo, bango,
It's and put
bongo.
that in your
I know.
smoke that pipe. That's a different kind of encouragement, Jonathan.
I just want to see what you'd say.
We're putting something in the pipe and then smoking
What was the line I wanted to use on Mac now in between the break we came up with?
Put that in your pie hole?
No, yeah, put that in your pie hole, Mac.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
No. He said
No.
He said
That's
smoke
not
that
what I
pipe.
said. I clearly said smoke that pipe. Come on.
He means something completely different, Mac.
Just thought you enjoyed some pipes. Shut up.
He just took an interest in your hobby, Mac, okay?
That's it. We're just showing interests.
We knew you liked Anthony Richardson for a reason.
Oh.
I can't help myself.
I like how when he wants us to leave, we just refuse to. We're just like, not our problem.
All right, big thanks to Meredith Kane, Jake Murrin. If you missed a second of our show today, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fans YouTube. You can watch the full 5 hours there, like our videos. We like to be liked. We were fine until the last 3 minutes, and then we got too squirrely.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. But it was fun, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow on a Not Football Friday, on a Feel Good Friday, on an F Off Friday. See you guys.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.